Chapter 1360. The path of martial arts was vast and boundless. No one dared to say that they had comprehended all the mysteries of martial arts. This was because martial arts were just empty words. There were only stronger and no strongest. Even true gods who were omnipotent had to use martial arts to fight. And the martial arts of true gods were naturally divine-level martial arts. It was a type of martial arts that had already gained spirituality and was no longer limited by form. For example, the three realms killing fist of the supremacy of the three realms had turned into a tangible killing intent. This was still very far from divine-level martial arts as far as the heavens and the earth, but at least it was already on this path. In the strange space with the word martial, Yi Chen clearly felt the vastness of martial arts for the first time. In a short period of time, the silhouette had already performed thousands of sword arts. Every sword art was a supreme sword art, and all of them had reached perfection. One should know that human strength was limited. It was impossible for one person to create so many sword arts because there was no use for them. These sword arts were all automatically derived from the martial arts essence of demigods. They were not created by demigods. After seeing so many perfect supreme sword arts, if Yi Chen did not comprehend them, then he would really be stupid. Obviously Yi Chen was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have become the supremacy of 1,000 years. What a domineering sword art! Among the thousands of perfect supreme sword arts performed by the silhouette, there were sword arts with the four profound meanings of earth, water, fire, and wind as the foundation. This sword art was boundlessly domineering. With a swing of the sword, it was as if the world was going to be destroyed. With the profound meaning of yin and yang as the foundation, the sword art was smooth and smooth. It was like a flying immortal from the heavens. It was a stroke of genius and there was no trajectory to it at all. With the profound meaning of light and darkness as the foundation, the sword art was profound and unpredictable. It wandered between light and darkness and it could take lives. With the profound meaning of 5 elements as the foundation, the sword art was endless and boundless. With the profound meaning of time and space as the foundation, the sword art was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Even time and space were mixed up. With the profound meaning of life and death as the foundation, one sword could kill one person. It was extremely dangerous. The thousands of sword arts were like a river. Yi Chen was swimming in the river, trying his best to absorb all the essence he could to strengthen his foundation. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Yi Chen's 5-element sword art had reached the Great Completion realm. After the 5-element sword art reached the Great Completion realm, Yi Chen created sword moves based on the 5 elements profound. However, this was not enough. Perfection was Yi Chen's lowest goal. Above supreme martial arts were supreme martial arts, which were martial arts that only legendary supremes could control. The reason why it was called supreme martial arts was that, in addition to the basic profound meaning, a supreme martial art also added the profound meaning of power. Before a supreme martial art reached perfection, although the profound meaning of power could be added, it couldn't be perfectly fused. It was like putting a cup of water and some pebbles in a cup. Although they were together, they couldn't be considered as one. What a supreme martial art needed to do was to fuse the fundamental profound and the profound meaning of power together to display a power that could contend against the heavenly Tao or even surpass it. Of course, to achieve this, one must first cultivate a supreme martial art to perfection. 6 months later, the 5-element sword art finally reached perfection. The perfection of the 5-element sword art contained a great power, completely activating the power of the 5 elements profound. In the past, although Yi Chen's metal, wood, water, fire, and earth profounds had reached perfection, it was individual perfection and couldn't be considered as a whole. Now Yi Chen's 5 elements profound had reached perfection, and the 5 profounds had already fused into one. I wonder if I can fuse the 5 elements profound and the strength profound together to create a supreme martial art. A thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind as he began to try. After a long time, Yi Chen shook his head. Just like the time profound after 90% completion, if one wanted to create or cultivate a supreme martial art, their Yuan spirit had to be strong enough. Not to mention reaching the silver Yuan spirit level, it had to be at least a quasi-silver Yuan spirit. Success is due to the black wind stream, failure is also due to the black wind stream. Understanding the importance of the Yuan spirit, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Back then he was greedy for speed and disregarded the consequences. He studied the black smoke in the black wind stream on his own. The black smoke was the aura left behind by the imprisoned demonic sovereigns. The aura was mixed with resentment, curses, and some evil power, which caused Yi Chen's Yuan spirit to be impure. Although it was improving rapidly, it stopped after reaching the bronze Yuan spirit level. What was more serious was that the evil power was corroding Yi Chen's Yuan spirit, trying to replace it. Of course Yi Chen didn't regret it. If he didn't study the black smoke in the black wind stream, his Yuan spirit might have just reached the bronze level, and his strength would at most be at the medium super sovereign level. He wouldn't have had those opportunities. There were many things that couldn't be explained clearly. There was no such thing as regret. Yi Chen just felt a little emotional. Only when my sword intent reaches the 9th level will I be able to destroy the evil power in the Yuan spirit. Yi Chen knew that this was the only path he could take, and it was an extremely difficult one. After all, most of the legendary sovereigns' martial wills were at the 8th level. As for ordinary martial wills, they were completely excluded. After becoming a sovereign, their martial will would automatically transform into an elemental martial will. Moreover, most people had already comprehended an elemental martial will before becoming a sovereign. Although ordinary martial wills could improve quickly, they weren't enough to deal with an elemental martial will. In Yi Chen's Yuan spirit, the evil power contained countless evil wills. How could ordinary sword intent destroy it? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen started to capture the will contained in the word martial. This demigod's martial will should be the immortal martial will. As time passed, Yi Chen gradually captured the fluctuations of the martial will. This fluctuation of martial will was extremely obscure, hidden in the depths of the essence of the martial art. If he wanted to completely understand it, he would have to completely comprehend the essence of the word martial. Obviously Yi Chen couldn't do it. He could only sense the fluctuations and existence of this martial will to see if it could enlighten him. Immortal, vast, everlasting, indestructible. It was hard to imagine how powerful a demigod was. Just a single fluctuation of martial will was enough to make Yi Chen feel a sense of awe and reverence. The paragons of the 3 realms might have become demigods in the end, but the feeling they gave Yi Chen was far inferior to this demigod. As time passed, Yi Chen's immortal sword will continue to improve. Peak of the 8th level. Peak of the 8th level. At the peak of the 8th level, the immortal sword will couldn't improve any further unless Yi Chen could sense the fluctuations of martial will more deeply. If I were a paragon legend, my immortal sword will would have reached the 9th level. Yi Chen sighed. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more things they could obtain from the word martial. Although he had the strength of a paragon legend, he still wasn't a paragon legend. 2 years was too short for a paragon. It felt like a blink of an eye. In the end, Yi Chen still couldn't break through to the 9th level. Next, Yi Chen still had something to do. He had to integrate the 3 divine stones Ing Liexiong gave him into the Heaven Sword. If he succeeded, the Heaven Sword would become a 1-star Heavenly Saint weapon. The difference between a Heavenly Saint weapon and an Earth Saint weapon was not small. It was equivalent to the difference between a Paragon weapon and an Earth Saint weapon. Chapter 1361. A 9-star Earth Saint artifact seems to have reached its limit. In the courtyard, Yi Chen raised the heavenly sword high up. Surging sword chi radiated outwards. Space-time trembled and light circulated. The entire heavenly sword was like the center of a storm, blooming with boundless power. The integration of the first divine stone was rather smooth, but the integration of the second divine stone nearly failed. This made Yi Chen not dare to integrate the third divine stone. After all, a 9-star Earth Saint artifact was already very terrifying. Once the integration failed, even if the heavenly sword didn't explode, its origin would be damaged. The remaining divine stone, Yi Chen prepared to integrate it into the supreme armor. A normal supreme armor could no longer defend against a peak supremacy's attack. Even a grade 5 supreme armor would find it hard to defend against a legendary supremacy. It would be easily pierced and torn apart, unable to reduce the damage. If there was a supreme armor, it could at least reduce the damage. This was also the reason why Yi Chen could almost kill a quasi-legend supremacy in the Divine Fire Cave. It was because the other party's supreme armor was too weak, and Yi Chen's heavenly sword was too sharp. If the other party's supreme armor wasn't broken by the heavenly sword, then it could reduce a portion of the damage that Yi Chen inflicted on him. The armor on Yi Chen's body had already been damaged in the desolate God Tower. The current one was a gift from Ing Liexiong. It was called the Black Eagle Battle Armor, a 4th grade supreme armor. A supreme armor was 10 times more precious than a supreme weapon. Ing Liexiong could gift a 5th grade supreme weapon to Yi Chen. As for a 5th grade supreme armor, even the Unfalling Eagle tribe didn't have many of them. Therefore it was impossible for him to gift it to Yi Chen. After all, the higher the grade of a supreme weapon, the more divine stones it would take. For Yi Chen, a grade 4 supreme armor was enough. He could integrate at least 3 divine stones, so one was naturally not a problem. Without much effort, Yi Qin integrated the last divine stone into the heavenly sword armor. In an instant, the heavenly sword armor shone brightly, emitting an indestructible aura. Yi Qin estimated that the Grade 1 Earth Saint armor was at least 10,000 times harder than the Grade 4 Supreme armor. A normal legendary supremacy might not be able to pierce through the heavenly sword armor even with a low-star Earth Saint artifact, unless it was a high-star Earth Saint artifact. As long as it wasn't pierced, the heavenly sword armor could help Yi Qin reduce the majority of the damage. Rumble. On this day the entire Unfalling Eagle tribe suddenly shook. The starry sky bear dog king who was brought by Yi Qin to the Unfalling Eagle tribe, suddenly stood up. Its fur stood up, and its eyes were filled with ferocity and fear. Berserk beasts were different from martial artists. If a berserk beast wanted to become stronger, it could only devour the flesh and blood of other life forms. The stronger the life form, the greater the benefits it would bring to them. In order to nurture the starry sky bear dog king, Yi Qin would occasionally go out to hunt some berserk beasts that were stronger than the starry sky bear dog king and use their flesh and blood to feed the starry sky bear dog king. Right now, the starry sky bear dog king's strength had already reached the level of a high-class supremacy. Enemy attack? Yi Qin guessed. Roar roar. The starry sky bear dog king walked over and growled at Yi Qin. You're saying that there's a powerful berserk beast invading the Unfalling Eagle tribe's array? Yi Qin asked in surprise. As the owner of the starry sky bear dog king, Yi Qin could understand the other party's growl. There's actually a berserk beast invading a rank 8 tribe. I wonder what's going on? Yi Qin brought the starry sky bear dog king and flew towards the place where the tremors were the strongest. The entire Unfalling Eagle tribe was in an uproar because of the tremors. Everyone was panicking. However, at this moment, a thunderous voice rang out, "It's a berserk beast. Everyone don't be nervous." It was the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, Ing Liexiong. Crackle. Lightning flashed, and Ing Liexiong instantly arrived outside the Unfalling Eagle tribe. In his line of sight, a huge dark golden berserk beast that looked like a pangolin was attacking the array. Its pair of golden eyes were filled with ferocity and coldness. Damn it, it's a legendary berserk beast, a gold-eating beast. Berserk beasts were also divided into ranks. A legendary berserk beast was naturally a berserk beast that had the strength of a legendary sovereign. For example, the starry sky bear dog king was a super berserk beast, and one day it could also become a legendary berserk beast. There were many legendary berserk beasts in the wilderness god continent, but most of them were on the weaker side. Only the 8 legendary berserk beasts were the most troublesome, and among them the gold-eating beasts could be ranked in the top 3. As the name suggested, gold-eating beasts loved to devour metal. They could bite through any kind of metal including sovereign-grade metals. As they had devoured countless sovereign-grade metals and absorbed their essence, their bodies were countless times harder than that of a sovereign-grade metal. No one below the demigod realm could hurt them. They couldn't even leave a mark on their bodies. In the entire wilderness god continent, the only things that could threaten the gold-eating beasts were the 5 Sky Saint artifacts. Among them, the Redbud Flower Tribe's Sky Saint artifact, the Redbud Battle Armor, could only be used to protect themselves. Ing Liexiong frowned. This was not the first time he had encountered gold-eating beasts. As the scourge of the wilderness god continent, the leaders of the 5 rank 8 tribes had once united to hunt down gold-eating beasts. What was funny was that the invincible Sky Saint artifact could only slightly injure gold-eating beasts. In order to prevent them from taking revenge, the leaders of the 5 tribes had to work together to cast a seal and seal gold-eating beasts. They didn't expect that gold-eating beasts would break out of the seal today. Are we going to start with the Unfalling Eagle tribe? Ing Liexiong opened his right hand, and a huge hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer had 8 petals and a yellow light shot up into the sky, mixed with golden lightning. Sky Saint artifact, Sky Hammer. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gold-eating beast's roar was very sharp, similar to a sound wave attack. Because of this sound, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles cracked inch by inch. The sharp sound even passed through the power of the formation and was transmitted to the inside of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, causing many people to bleed from their orifices and fall unconscious. Don't be presumptuous. Ing Liexiong swung his hammer at gold-eating beasts. Bang! The yellow light exploded and gold-eating beasts retreated dozens of steps. The Sky Hammer was a Sky Saint artifact after all. Even something as powerful as gold-eating beasts would be forced back. The furious gold-eating beast stomped on the ground with its hind legs, causing the ground to bulge and explode. In the next moment, gold-eating beast's speed burst to the limit and clawed at Ing Liexiong. The claw light was extremely bright, causing the world outside of the claw light to darken. In the world there was only this claw light. Open heaven and earth. Liuxiong shouted and swung his hammer. The space-time in front of him twisted to the limit, and the wind, water and fire became chaotic, turning into chaos and spreading out. The greatest sound was devoid of sound. At this moment all sound disappeared. Only the bubbles of primal chaos were exploding and spreading. Within the protective range of the unfalling Eagle tribe's array, Yi Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. Supreme martial skill combined with a heavenly saint artifact was actually this powerful. This was the Huangshan continent. If it were in the outer universe, unfalling Eagle Liuxiong's supreme martial skill might really be able to turn a vast expanse of space into primal chaos. Roar, roar, roar. The starry sky bear dog king kept growling. It wanted to become a legendary beast as powerful as gold-eating beasts and look down on the world of beasts. Chapter 1362. The man and the beast fought for hundreds of rounds. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Liuxiong's advantage lay in his powerful attack, and his weapon was the Sky Explosion Hammer, a heavenly saint weapon. The gold-eating beast's advantage lay in its powerful defense and was not afraid of any attacks. After the battle, the grassland within a radius of 1,000 miles was destroyed. Some places sank hundreds of meters deep. Some places were piled up into mountains and some places were riddled with holes. To be able to cause such a huge commotion on the Huangshan continent, it was definitely inhuman. The fact that the Huangshan continent was so sturdy was enough to prove how terrifying a true god was. To deal with experts below the true god level, a true god might only need to set up one rule. Damn it. Liuxiong faced the gold-eating beast alone. He was under a lot of pressure. He could only hope that the leaders of the other 4 tribes would come as soon as possible. Time passed slowly. An hour had passed. Liuxiong was sweating profusely and his muscles were sore. On the other hand, the gold-eating beast was getting stronger and stronger. Liuxiong, I'm here. In the distance, a voice as loud as a bell wave could be heard. It was a figure that was even more majestic than a bear. He held a gigantic axe in his hand, and with a swing of the axe, an axe light flew out. As it flew, the axe light expanded thousands of times. In the end, it was like an axe that could split the heavens, and it chopped down on the gold-eating beast. The leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, Titan, was holding the heavenly saint weapon, the heavenly battle axe. Apocalyptic thunder punishment. Almost at the same time that the axe light flew out, a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket fell from the sky, bombarding the gold-eating beast's body. These lightning bolts weren't just ordinary lightning bolts. They were made up of lightning runes. Each lightning rune contained an enormous amount of lightning power. With billions of lightning runes gathered together, they could tear apart the world and judge all living things. It was the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, Yin Piaomiao. He held the heavenly saint weapon, the thunder punishment spear. Star-shattering. At the same time, a sea of stars spread out and covered the gold-eating beast. Then the sea of stars spun and exploded. It was as if a large part of the starry sky was being destroyed. How can I not use my Star Sea Spear to deal with the gold-eating beast? The leader of the Star Ocean tribe, Qin Tianding, rushed over with the quintessential saint weapon, the Star Ocean Spear. The 4 legendary supremes and the 4 heavenly saint tools immediately suppressed the gold-eating beast. However, it was obvious that the gold-eating beast was not a fish on the chopping board that could be slaughtered by anyone. The repeated setbacks had stimulated the gold-eating beast's true ferocity. A terrifying tyrannical aura filled the air, and even the space-time was in a state of chaos. Obviously, the gold-eating beast's tyrannical aura had affected and changed space-time. Compared to the gold-eating beast, the beasts that Yi Qin had seen before were simply obedient babies. Too cruel. Yi Qin sighed. When one's savagery reached a certain level, even one's aura could kill someone. Zhang Xian turned his head to look at Heaven's Splitter. Due to the fact that he could tame it, the starry sky bear dog king had lost some of its wildness and ferocity. Even if it were to become an existence on par with the gold-devouring beast one day, it probably wouldn't be as savage as the starry sky bear dog king. Crack let out a low growl. It was indeed frightened by the cruelty of the gold-eating beast, and its legs were trembling. It couldn't be blamed for this. In the beast world, the strong preyed on the weak. Inferior beasts would always be suppressed by superior beasts. If the superior beast was extremely cruel, it would suppress the inferior even more. It was already not easy for Crack to stand still. If it were any other super beast, they would have already laid down and buried their heads in the ground. A sharp hissing sound filled the entire plains. The unfalling eagle tribe was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. The desolate race's greatest natural enemy was the fierce beasts. The terrifying fierce beast in front of them was a nightmare for them. Even the 4 tribe leaders combined could not subdue it. If it were anyone else, they would have been easily torn to shreds. See? An even sharper sound was heard. It was like a sharp knife that sliced through the plains. The gold-eating beast's figure turned blurry, as layers of dark golden shadows dazzled everyone's eyes. In the next moment, the gold-eating beast charged at Liesheng. Although fierce beasts generally had low intelligence, they could still tell who was strong and who was weak. In the previous battle, Liesheng had been greatly drained. The gold-eating beast's combat power erupted, prepared to deal a heavy blow to him. The gold-eating beast opened its mouth wide, as a brutal aura enveloped Liesheng. Facing this extremely brutal aura, Liesheng's body paused unnaturally. Just as the gold-eating beast was about to swallow Liesheng, a purple beam of light flew over and blocked the gold-eating beast. Through the netherworld sacred eye, Yichen could clearly see that the beam of light was enveloping a graceful figure. It was the Redbud Flower Tribe's leader, Kang Siwei. She had spread her arms out, blocking the gold-eating beast at the critical moment. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere and the gold-eating beast staggered back. As for Kang Siwei, she was like a cannonball, blown away, creating a huge crater on the plains. But soon Kang Siwei flew out. With the protection of the Redbud Flower battle armor, it would be difficult for the gold-eating beast to hurt her. To a certain extent, her defense was stronger than the gold-eating beast's. Of course, her overall combat power was definitely not as strong as the gold-eating beast. Among the 5 heavenly saint weapons, although the Redbud Flower battle armor could not threaten the gold-eating beast, it was the most important. Without Kang Siwei blocking the gold-eating beast, the other 4 would be in danger. After all, they could not suppress the gold-eating beast to the point where it could not move. Join hands and cast the seal. Star Sea Tribe's leader, Qin Tianding, said. Yes. Liesheng nodded seriously. If Kang Siwei had not helped him, he would have definitely been injured. The gold-eating beast was not only strong in combat power, but also in endurance. If they continued to fight, the gold-eating beast would become stronger and crazier, and they would slowly become weaker. Slow down, I think casting the seal is useless. It won't be long before it breaks out of the seal again. Kang Siwei objected. Then what should we do? Titan asked. Why don't we tear the spacetime and send it into the desolate God's secret territory, just like how our ancestors sent the other 2 legendary beasts into the desolate God's secret territory? Desolate God's secret territory? The 4 were stunned. The desolate God's secret territory was the most mysterious place in the desolate God continent, and it was also the most dangerous place. Those who entered had never come out. Although they knew where the desolate God's secret territory was, no one dared to go in. As Kang Siwei had said, sending the gold-eating beast into the desolate God's secret territory was indeed the best way. No matter how strong the gold-eating beast was, once it entered, it would not be able to come out. However, tearing the spacetime was not an easy task. Our heavenly saint weapons can be activated to the limit and tear the spacetime slightly. I think with the 5 heavenly saint weapons combined, we should be able to tear a hole big enough to send the gold-eating beast into the desolate God's secret territory. Kang Siwei said. Chapter 1363. In that case, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll seal it again. Liesheng looked at the grassland and frowned. If the gold-eating beast continued to wreak havoc, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would definitely have to migrate. They had to deal with the gold-eating beast as soon as possible. The plan had been decided, but to carry it out, they still had to put in some effort. The gold-eating beast would definitely not enter the spacetime crack obediently. The battle continued, and the grassland was ruined beyond recognition. With the protection of the formation, Yichen did not have to worry about the aftermath. His eyes stared at the 5 tribe leaders without blinking. Sometimes they would look at Liesheng, Kang Siwei, Titan, Yin Miao Miao, and Qin Tianding. These 5 people not only had Sky Saint weapons, but their strength was also extraordinary. The martial arts they used were all supreme martial arts. Not to mention facing the supreme martial arts, just looking at them made Yichen's heart tremble. Perhaps in terms of profoundness, supreme martial arts might not be much more profound than supreme martial arts, but after integrating the power ultimacy, supreme martial arts had the power to destroy the world that supreme martial arts did not have. Power ultimacy, power. What is power? Great power? Not necessarily. The power of everything's operation is too shallow. Watching the battle between the 5 legendary supremes and the gold-eating beast, Yichen seemed to see the shadow of power, vague yet real. Yi Chen's power ultimacy had already reached more than 90% and was close to completion. It was very difficult to complete the power ultimacy, mainly because Yi Chen was not a supremes in physique refinement, so he could not directly feel the deepest essence of the power ultimacy. It was very difficult for a supremes in physique refinement to cultivate a supreme martial art to completion. Power should be a kind of violence. The so-called violence is not violence in a narrow sense, but violence in a broad sense. Overwhelming 10 people is just one kind of violence. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's power ultimacy had grown to the completion realm, and was only one step away from completion. After raising the power ultimacy to completion realm, Yi Chen's aura changed subtly. Every action and gaze gave people a sense of oppression. Heaven Splitter was very sensitive. He instantly sensed Yi Chen's strange behavior. He ran over and rubbed his head against Yi Chen's shoulder. Berserk beasts were born with the innate ability to use the profound of power. The profound of power had already been integrated into their bloodline. In terms of exerting the profound of power, Yi Chen wasn't even a match for Heaven Splitter. This was because Heaven Splitter could already use the profound of power to perfection. Of course, Heaven Splitter himself didn't know any great principles. Using the profound of power to perfection was just an instinct. Therefore, when Yi Chen's profound of power improved, Heaven Splitter regarded Yi Chen as his master even more. Is this the essence of power? Yi Chen could feel the profound power contained in Sky Splitter's bloodline. In the past he couldn't see it. No wonder this savage beast gave off such a strong pressure. The battle between the leaders of the 5 tribes and the gold-eating beast had reached its climax. It had to be said that Kang Siwei was very useful. With her holding off the gold-eating beast, the other 4 could safely suppress it. Do it. An illusory redbud armor appeared outside of Kang Siwei's body. It not only gave her an indestructible defense, but it also increased her power to the same level as the gold-eating beast. With the help of her heart power explosion, Kang Siwei locked the tail of the gold-eating beast, making it unable to move. Open heaven and earth. Cut the sky and crack the earth. Crush the stars. Destroy the world thunder punishment. The leaders of the 4 tribes increased their desolation origin to the limit and threw it at a point in front of the gold-eating beast. The 4 supreme martial arts were extremely horrifying individually. When they were gathered at one point, their power reached the critical point of the Huangshan continent. The spacetime suddenly shattered, and a thick spacetime crack appeared. The inside of the spacetime crack was chaotic, with colorful light surging. It might have been a moment or a year, but the spacetime crack became clear. A strange environment appeared in the spacetime crack. The aura in the strange environment was primitive and wild, and it was 100 times stronger than the wild aura in the Huangshan continent. The leaders of the 4 tribes all knew the location of the Huangshan secret territory, so they didn't choose the location of the spacetime crack blindly. The moment the spacetime crack appeared, a horrifying suction was produced. Under this suction, large pieces of grassland were sucked in. Each piece was 100 miles wide, covering the sky. The gold-eating beast struggled with all its might. There was a trace of fear in its eyes. This fear didn't come from the spacetime crack, but from the strange environment on the other side of the spacetime crack. There was something there that terrified it. The spacetime has been torn apart. Yi Chen was also terrified. The spacetime of the Wilds continent had been strengthened to an unimaginable level by the origami. It could be imagined how powerful the Heavenly Saint artifacts and supreme martial arts were to be able to tear apart the spacetime. However, the role of the legendary supremes couldn't be ignored. If it was Yi Chen who used the Heavenly Saint artifacts and supreme martial arts, the power would definitely be many times weaker than any one of them. Among the 5 people present, every one of their martial primordial spirits was at the silver level, and they weren't at the silver primary level. They were at least at the silver intermediate level or advanced level. Finally, the gold-eating beast was sucked in, along with a large piece of grassland. Kang Siwei and the others relied on the Heavenly Saint artifacts to resist the suction, but they were still locked in place and couldn't move. Once they moved, their center of gravity would deviate and they would definitely be sucked in. At that time it would be too late to cry. Through the spacetime crack, the 5 people saw the scene on the other side. Suddenly, the environment on the other side changed into another place. There was a 2-headed fierce beast with dark gray skin. It had a dragon head and a snake head. This 2-headed fierce beast posed a far greater threat to the 5 people than the gold-eating beast. Could it be the legendary fierce beast, the Gemini Tyrannosaurus? Look, another fierce beast has appeared. It looks like the legendary fierce beast, Tifula. The environment changed again and the 5 people saw another fierce beast. It looked like a baboon and its eyes were blood red. It squatted there and its eyes were cold as if it could see through space-time. The gold-eating beast was one of the top 3 legendary fierce beasts in the Wilderness God continent. However, in the legends of the Wilderness God continent, there were many more terrifying legendary fierce beasts than the gold-eating beast. However, they had never appeared, so the wilderness race gradually forgot about them. If there was a ranking of the legendary fierce beasts that had appeared in history, the gold-eating beast might not even be in the top 20. In the space-time crack, the gold-eating beast's body trembled. In the world of fierce beasts, the weak were prey to the strong. It was even crueler than the civilizations of different races. Be it the Gemini Tyrannosaurus or Tifula, they only brought it fear, just like how Sky Splitter was afraid of it. It could feel that the environment inside was completely different from the outside. The fierce beasts that could survive inside were definitely 100 times more brutal than it was. The brutal ones were afraid of encountering even more brutal ones. Chapter 1364. Finally, the gold-eating beast was sucked to the other side, and the space-time crack was repairing itself. The gap was getting smaller and smaller, and finally, there was only a thin crack left and it was about to close. Boom. The space-time suddenly shook violently, and the leaders of the 5 tribes took a few steps back. Kang Siwei was the closest to the shaking point, so she sat down on her butt. Her full chest was heaving up and down and her face was full of shock. What is that? Kang Siwei opened her rosy mouth. The space-time crack that was about to close was suddenly opened up by a giant claw. The claw was dark blue and it was covered in scales. A brutal aura came through the claw, and it made everyone feel like they had returned to the ancient times, where ferocious beasts roamed freely. They felt like they were floating and there was no sense of security at all. Attack it. Don't let it come over. Kang Siwei screamed. She remembered a legend of the ferocious beast world. In the desolate god secret territory, there was a demigod ferocious beast. Just from the size of the claw, the beast that opened the space-time crack was at least the size of a small mountain. It should be known that in the desolate god continent, the rules were very strict. The bigger a ferocious beast could maintain, the stronger it was. For example, the super ferocious beast, Sky Splitter, was only the height of a human, while the gold-eating beast was dozens of meters long. Other than that, it was impossible for a legendary ferocious beast to open a space-time crack with just one claw. Only a demigod ferocious beast could do that. Yes, attack it. The leaders of the other 4 tribes came to their senses. The desolate god secret territory was very special. Tearing through space-time to enter was relatively easy, but tearing through space-time to come out was as difficult as reaching the sky. This demigod ferocious beast could not come out by itself, so when it saw the space-time crack, it took the chance to attack, trying to escape from the desolate god secret territory. This concerned the safety of the entire continent as well as their own, so the 5 of them attacked the dark blue claw, trying to force it back. Vaguely, the 5 of them, including Yi Chen and Sky Splitter, heard a terrifying roar. When Sky Splitter heard this roar, he immediately lay down. The difference between him and a demigod ferocious beast was too big. Just one roar was not something he could withstand. Luckily, the other party did not come with its real body, or else it would be even worse. Compared to the universe, this place is more like a mythical era. Yi Chen had already been shocked many times today, and the appearance of the dark blue claw had made him shiver even more. However, the universe doesn't seem to be that simple. Hell, the Milky Way and other unknown places. In addition to the Black Wind Stream where countless demons are imprisoned, there might even be demigod-level demons alive. It seems that the universe seems to be bound by an even stronger game rule. As he grew stronger, Yi Chen's view of things changed. In the past, he thought that Sky Demon Sovereign and True Martial Sovereign were the strongest in the universe. They were at least at the top level. Now, it seemed that he had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. The real experts had probably retreated behind the scenes. Perhaps because of the rules of the game, they couldn't force their way out. Or perhaps they were like the dark blue giant claw beast, trapped in some place and unable to escape. With the lifespan of a demigod, how could they not know where they were? The 9-turn star was so safe because of the power of a demigod. Only by becoming stronger will I be able to obtain more information. Yi Chen would never stop growing stronger, and now there was another factor. Don't be disheartened. Let's grow together. Sky Splitter was huge. It could reach Yi Chen's waist even if it lay there. Yi Chen reached out and touched Sky Splitter's head. It was furry and very comfortable. Boom boom boom, the space-time trembled more and more violently. Although the dark blue giant claw could ignore the combined attacks of the 5 tribe leaders, it still had to bear the power of the space-time fissure. It could not fight back and could only passively take the hits. With every hit, the spacetime fissure would close a little. Once the spacetime fissure was completely closed, the dark blue giant claw would definitely be cut off. Even demigods could not resist the rules set by the desolate god. Otherwise, there would not be so many legendary beasts trapped in the desolate god's secret realm. Seeing that the spacetime fissure was about to close, the dark blue giant claw was squeezed out of shape. However, right at this moment, a terrifying power surged out from the dark blue giant claw. This power was not just any beast's power, but a higher level power. How could the 5 tribe leaders not know that this was divine power? Divine power was different from pure energy. Divine power was a fusion of one's own cultivation, domain, will, and even heart power. In short, except for martial arts, basically everything had been fused into it. This was a power that surpassed nature and could not be restrained at all. Not all demigods could cultivate divine power. Normally, only powerful demigods could do so, and new demigods had not even crossed the threshold. Of course, there was definitely a difference between the divine power of a demigod-level beast and the divine power of a true god. From the fact that this demigod-level beast was trapped in the desolate god's secret realm, it could be seen how huge the gap between a demigod and a true god was. A single rule could completely restrict you and you could not resist it. Gotcha. The spacetime fissure that was about to close suddenly collapsed. The dark blue giant claw stretched out, revealing an abnormally strong dark blue arm. Crack. Suddenly, a black lightning flashed, and the demigod-level beast's arm turned into dust. The spacetime fissure instantly closed up. Luckily, the rules of the desolate god continent are very sensitive to divine power, or else we would have been killed in an instant. Kang Siwei still had lingering fears. The other 4 tribe leaders nodded. There had been too many demigods in the history of the desolate god continent, but very soon, these demigods would disappear from everyone's sight. Therefore, many people of the desolate race believed that other than entering the desolate god tower, as long as they could become demigods, they could leave the desolate god continent. This was also the goal that they had been working hard for. After solving the problem of the gold-eating beast, the 5 of them were a lot more relaxed. As for the demigod-level beast, they did not care about it at all. No matter how strong the demigod-level beast was, it could only stay in the desolate god mystic realm. It had nothing to do with them. Ing Liexiong, that outsider young man in your tribe should have understood the word martial, right? How is his strength? Yun Piaomiao looked at Yi Qin, who was protected by the array, and asked curiously. Ing Liexiong did not hide it. His sword skills have reached perfection. Perfection? That's really fast. No wonder he was the best in this year's tower. Yun Piaomiao was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, but tell him to be careful. The martial Dao primordial spirit of the youngsters in my tribe is already in a state of advancement. Once it reaches the silver martial Dao primordial spirit, he will become a legendary sovereign in name only. What is his identity? In truth, Ing Liexiong was very curious. I can't say. Yun Piaomiao shook her head. So mysterious, Ing Liexiong muttered. Ing Liexiong muttered. The relationship between the leaders of the 5 great tribes was very subtle. They were both opponents and friends depending on the situation. Yun Piaomiao, look at how proud you are. My tribe's evil star became a legendary supremacy a week ago. Qin Tianding threw a bomb. What? So fast? Ing Liexiong and the rest looked at Qin Tianding. Qin Tianding smiled. Actually, he could have condensed the silver yuan soul a long time ago. It's just that he has cultivated a martial yuan soul secret technique. This secret technique requires sufficient accumulation to allow him to break through. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Kang Siwei and Tai Tan looked at each other. Among the 5 tribes, only their 2 tribes did not have outsider geniuses. These outsider geniuses were too terrifying. Although Kang Shuili and Zhan Ta were also absolute geniuses, they were obviously weaker than the 3 of them. 10 years later, Evil Star will visit Yunzhong tribe. Tell the mysterious kid in your tribe to prepare. Qin Tianding continued. 10 years? It seems like Evil Star is quite confident. Yin Piaomiao smiled. If Evil Star went to challenge the bloodline of the great demon king now, the bloodline would definitely not be his match. The mention of 10 years later was definitely to give the bloodline a chance. The space outside the black windstream was pitch black and deep as usual. Black air currents surged out from the cracks in the space, polluting the heavenly Tao law and causing the space to creak. A very clear sound rang out. If anyone was here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The spacetime at the entrance of the black windstream was like a piece of adhesive tape, being torn apart layer by an invisible force. After dozens of layers were torn apart, a giant transparent lock appeared. The giant lock had yin-yang patterns, 5 elements patterns and spacetime patterns. It was obvious that this was a sealing lock. Gotcha. The seal lock opened automatically. At the same time, the seals of the countless caves inside the black wind stream opened one after another. It seemed like the giant lock outside was the core of the seal of the entire black wind stream. The seal is gone? A faint voice came from one of the caves. Then a figure covered in black smoke came out. The seal is gone. Ah, I'm finally free. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 plumes of black smoke shot out from the caves in the canyon walls. The auras that leaked out from the black smoke were all paragons. Of course, most of the caves were completely silent. Clearly, the wretched devils in those caves had long since fallen. Only these wretched devils could survive. In the caves deep in the canyon, a few voices were talking. It's been so long. To think that we've been imprisoned for more than 1,000,000 years. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Humph, after we get out, I'll definitely destroy a few planets of the human race with life. I haven't been locked up for so many years for nothing. I advise you not to be rash. We'll talk after we get out. Who cares? I don't believe that there's anything out there that can fight against us. As the few of them were talking, there was a sudden fluctuation in the depths of the cave. Then, endless black smoke surged out, eventually turning into a faint golden human figure. A terrifying pressure radiated out. Congratulations on your release, Lord. The few voices hurriedly said. Chapter 1365. I, Demon St. Gallo, have finally seen the light of day again. The faint golden figure gradually became clearer. It was an evil demon with 2 heads and 4 arms. Because his physical body had been destroyed by the seal, he was now in the state of martial path Yuan Shin, and his martial path Yuan Shin was a gold martial path Yuan Shin. One had to know that once the martial path Yuan Shin reached the gold level, he would be a real demigod. In fact, the evil demons that survived in the black wind stream were all in the state of martial path Yuan Shin. Their physical bodies had been sealed for countless years and had long been destroyed. 1 demigod evil demon and 5 legendary paragon evil demons walked out of the cave. Welcome back, Lord. In the valley, hundreds of paragon evil demons greeted respectfully. Some of them came from the demons, some from the evil spirit race, some from the Yiksha race and some from the green man race. But no matter which race they came from, they had to greet the demigod respectfully when they met him. If the legendary paragon was the pinnacle of the paragons, then the demigod had long surpassed the paragon level and was a higher life form. Let's conquer the human alliance together. Demon St. Gallo said coldly. After being imprisoned by the human demigod for countless years, Demon St. Gallo had been holding back his anger. Every time he woke up from his deep sleep, he swore that he would conquer the human alliance and turn everyone in the human alliance into his slaves so that they would never be able to rise again. Although the Mora death prison of the demons had also been opened, and there would definitely be a human demigod in there, he was confident in his own strength. One had to know that he had hidden his strength back then. The paragon evil demons roared in unison. After being imprisoned for countless years, it was time to vent or they would go crazy. Demon Domain Mora Death Prison. The seal opened automatically, and the paragon evil demons flew out. The last one was a demigod, a human demigod. His body was shining with a faint golden light. Every once in a while the universe will be thrown into chaos. But who would know that this is just a game to nurture experts? The human demigod had a scholarly temperament. When he opened and closed his eyes, the sun and moon were dim, deep and unfathomable. On this day the universe was in complete chaos. Under the leadership of 2 demigods, the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance engaged in an astonishing battle. In this battle, a total of 36 Supremes perished. Most of them were Supremes who had just escaped from the Black Wind Stream and the Mora Death Prison. They had been sealed for too long, and like Empyrean Rotting Demon, their strength was far from their peak. The most shocking thing was the battle between the 2 demigods. Although demigods were suppressed by the will of the universe, they were still not something a legendary supremacy could compare to. The battle between Demon St. Gallois and the human demigod had caused a huge black hole to appear in the universe. It should be known that although a super supremacy could also create a black hole, it was only a small one. The black hole created by 2 demigods was enough to devour everything and destroy the laws of heaven. Nothing could exist within a radius of 1 light year. The battle ended as quickly as it came. Both sides laid down their banners and laid down their drums, quietly waiting for the next decisive battle. The Wilderness God Continent. 10 years passed in a flash. In the mountains 10,000 miles away from Yunzhong Luo, Evil Star and the black-robed young man each stood on a mountain. Who exactly are you? Supreme Evil Star's aura was thousands of times stronger than 10 years ago. His surging essence, chi, and spirit were comparable to the sun in the sky. It was dazzling and pure, emitting a faint silver light. This was a sign that his martial yuan soul had advanced to the silver level. Since you want to know so much, there's no harm in telling you. The black-robed young man pulled down the hat that was covering his face. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like ink. His pupils were pitch black to the extreme like two black holes. At the same time, a terrifying demonic aura erupted, causing the world to darken. Demonic power. It's demons? Evil Star narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the other party. Suddenly his pupils dilated. Great Demon King bloodline. That's right. The black-robed young man grinned. Submit to me, Evil Star. You should know what my appearance means. The black-robed young man looked straight at Evil Star. A complicated expression flashed across Evil Star's face. Then he laughed. It's easy to make me submit. Defeat me. Otherwise, so what if you have the Great Demon King bloodline? Don't worry. It's not difficult to defeat you. The black-robed young man was indifferent. Evil Star snorted. Just like the legends. The Great Demon King bloodline is really arrogant. However, your martial Dao Yuan Shin has just advanced to the silver level, while I have 10 years of accumulation. If this is where your confidence lies, then let's begin. The black-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea. With him as the center, the sky and earth darkened and became deeper and deeper. It was so deep that Evil Star could not see the black-robed young man's position clearly. It was as if he was in the sky, but it was also as if he was right in front of him. Evil Star's heart trembled, and his battle intent exploded. Take my demonic divine fist. His entire person turned into a ray of gray flowing light. Evil Star punched toward the deepest part of the sky and earth. The terrifying fist force covered the sky and earth, and it was unscrupulous. With one hand behind his back, the black-robed young man extended his right hand and clenched his fist. Boom. He punched out and a dazzling light shone. Space-time trembled and Evil Star flew backward. What a light dark fist. Evil Star's figure flashed, and he pounced toward the black-robed young man again. The pervasive fist force filled the sky and earth, and it was as if there were countless Evil Stars attacking. In contrast, the black-robed young man's expression was relaxed. His surroundings were pitch black, but his fist force was incomparably dazzling. This was the uniqueness of the light and darkness ultimacy. After 1,000 moves, the black-robed young man suddenly met Evil Star. The darkness of the sky and earth gradually merged into his body, and his right fist became brighter and brighter, even brighter than the sun in the sky. It was extremely blinding. Pung! The fist struck out and a dazzling light flashed past. Evil Star spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This fist was too fast, so fast that Evil Star had no time to react. Is this the bloodline of the Great Demon King? Evil Star was at a loss for a moment. He felt that he was already strong enough, and no matter what aspect, he was not inferior to the shocking geniuses of ancient times. However, facing the bloodline of the Great Demon King, he was still defeated in a mess, and this was under the condition that the other party was not serious. It should be known that more than 10 years ago, judging from the results of the Tower Challenge, the other party was only slightly stronger than him. More than 10 years had passed, and the other party had actually widened the gap. What was even more terrifying was that the other party's martial path Yuan Shen was actually stronger than his. Hadn't he just broken through? Do you still want to fight? The black-robed young man asked calmly. Forget it, I'm not your match. I'm willing to submit to you. However, if there comes a day when your improvement slows down, don't blame me for leaving you. Evil Star took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression. The black-robed young man smiled and said, Sure. As long as you have the ability, you can take everything back from me at any time. Chapter 1366. After comprehending the word martial, Yi Chen summarized the 5-element sword art and the space-time sword art. The 5-elemental sword art still had 3 styles. The first style was the hegemon sword style, the second was the illusory sword style, and the third was the defensive sword style. The space-time sword art had 2 styles. The first style was the chaos style, which incorporated the essence of the death cleave. When the sword was unleashed, space-time would become chaotic. The second style was the burial sword style. Just like the chaos style, the burial sword style incorporated the essence of the burial sword art. However, the changes were greater. It was quite different from the original burial sword art. Among the 5 great sword techniques, the defensive sword technique was the most profound. It was a technique that could be used to attack while defending, and it was good at dealing with opponents who were stronger than the user. The burial sword technique was the most frightening. Not only could this technique destroy the opponent's time, but its killing power was also increased by a lot. Although the original burial sword technique could freeze the opponent, it was much weaker in terms of power. It was only by combining the essence of the word break that it had some killing power. Although the power ultimacy has not been perfected, I should be able to do it by incorporating it into the simplest and most direct hegemon sword art. Among the 5 sword moves, the hegemon sword art was undoubtedly the most compatible with the power ultimacy. The others were a little more complicated. 5 elements ultimacy. Power ultimacy. Yi Chen's method was simple. He would change one ultimacy after every move. The first move was the 5 elements ultimacy, the second was the power ultimacy, the third was the power ultimacy, and the fourth was the power ultimacy. The cycle continued. The move that contained the 5 elements ultimacy was more mysterious and extraordinary. The move that contained the power ultimacy didn't focus on technique. It had a sense of freedom and bravery. The difference in philosophy also made it very difficult to fuse 2 ultimacies. One had to find the same point and then fuse them. Yi Chen, I have bad news for you. The 2 from the Cloud Tribe and the Star Sea Tribe have become legendary supremes. Lan Yu brought a piece of news that day. Oh, so fast? Putting away the Star Sword, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. I can't believe it either. Do you want me to ask your father to teach you some ways to break through the martial Daoyuan spirit? Lan Yu's intuition told her that the entanglement between the 3 of them was very big. She didn't want to see Yi Chen fall behind. This problem can only be solved by myself. Yi Chen shook his head. Alright, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Thanks a lot. After Lan Yu left, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Yi Chen was not surprised that Evil Star had broken through to the legendary supreme stage. Evil Star's age was more than double his, and he had accumulated enough. However, the breakthrough of the Great Demon King's bloodline had indeed exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. It seemed like the legends were true. The Great Demon King's bloodline had unlimited potential. In terms of accumulation, it would not take a long time to achieve it. In terms of talent and potential, the Great Demon King bloodline is indeed invincible, but in terms of comprehension ability, I'll have to fight to know. Yi Chen felt a surge of pride in his heart. It was only interesting to defeat such an opponent. Yunzhong landed in a luxurious courtyard. The black-robed young man and Evil Star sat in the pavilion, drinking tea and eating meat. Great Demon King bloodline, I still don't know your name. Evil Star put down the meat in his hand and asked. The black-robed young man said slowly, the Great Demon King bloodline is determined by the heavens. There's no need for a name. You can call me the First Demon Lord. The First Demon Lord. Evil Star raised his eyebrows. The highest authority of the demons was the Sky Demon Lord, and the Great Demon King bloodline was called the First Demon Lord. It was obvious that he wanted to replace the Sky Demon Lord. Of course, this was understandable. When the Great Demon King bloodline appeared, everyone had to give way, including the Sky Demon Lord. Who's that person from the Unfalling Eagle tribe? I feel like you should know him. Evil Star asked again. He's a rare genius of the human race. His name is Yi Chen. In terms of talent, you can't compare to him. He's no more than 800 years old. In the previous war between the Demons Alliance and the Human Race Alliance, because of him, the Demons Alliance lost. Oh, it seems like you came to the Wilderness God continent because of him. Evil Star looked at the First Demon Lord meaningfully. He can barely be called a strong opponent of mine. Avoiding him is the best choice. You can't be thinking that the Great Demon King bloodline is the strongest right from the start, right? The First Demon Lord didn't care about his guess. He didn't need the process but the result. No matter what, there aren't many people who can make the Great Demon King's bloodline avoid him. Fine, I'll help you test him. Let's see how much progress he has made after comprehending the word martial. Evil Star stood up. The First Demon Lord raised his teacup and took a sip. Then I'll have to trouble you. He also wanted to know how much progress Yi Chen had made. When it came to one strong opponent, one naturally had to know oneself as well as the enemy. It was indeed much easier to fuse the power ultimacy with the hegemon sword style. If the previous hegemon sword style was a perfect supreme sword move, the current hegemon sword style barely had the power of a supreme sword move. It could be considered a quasi-supreme sword move. Supreme martial arts are the perfect fusion of technique and power. It's not enough to have technique without power, and it's not enough to have power without technique either. The current hegemon sword style is the true hegemon sword style. On the grassland, a sword mark that was dozens of meters deep spread out. At the beginning of the sword mark, Yi Qin stood there. As the days passed, Yi Qin started to fuse the second style. This style was the first style of the spacetime sword technique, Chaos style. As for the fusion of illusory sword style, defensive sword style, and burial sword style, the difficulty was too high. Yi Qin planned to go from low to high step by step. Defensive sword style was the last. In terms of profoundness, this style was the first, and the difficulty of fusing it was even higher than the most terrifying burial sword style. Halfway through the fusion of the Chaos style, an uninvited guest came. Evil Star wanted to challenge him. Yi Qin, there's no need to be in such a hurry to accept the challenge. He's a legendary supremacy. It's unfair to you. Lan Yu said. Yi Qin smiled and said, it's fine. I also want to know what level I've reached. Even if the other party is a legendary supremacy, he might not be able to defeat me. From the results of the previous tower challenge, in terms of martial arts progress, he was one of the best. Only the Great Demon King bloodline could compare to him. Moreover, he had comprehended the word martial first, so there was no reason for him to not accept the challenge. The battle between Yi Qin and Evil Star caused a commotion in the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Everyone wanted to see who was stronger after a dozen years. Leader, things aren't looking good this time. In the Unfalling Eagle tribe, an elder sized up Evil Star and shook his head slightly. The other party had already become a legendary supremacy. His foundation was many times stronger than Yi Qin's. Lai Xiong said, how would we know if we haven't fought? I think since he dares to accept the challenge, he must have some confidence. I'm afraid it's too mysterious. The elders of the Unfalling Eagle tribe didn't think highly of Yi Qin. They were both geniuses, but there was a huge gap in their realms. It could be said that the difference was like the distance between heaven and earth. Seeing that Yi Qin's martial Dao Yuan Shen hadn't broken through, Evil Star was a little disappointed. Fortunately, he already knew that Yi Qin's sword art had reached the perfection level. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be interested. Yi Qin, don't blame me for not giving you time. I just want to let you know how terrifying the Great Demon King bloodline is, Evil Star said as he slowly let out a breath. In the same amount of time, the Great Demon King bloodline improved faster than everyone else. Sometimes, unfairness was also a kind of fairness. Chapter 1367. It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. To me, it doesn't matter. This world was unfair to begin with. Forcing it was just a display of cowardice. True experts never cared about fairness. They only cared about the results. Good. It seems like you're very open-minded. Evil Star was a little surprised. He was a legendary paragon, but the other party still dared to say that. It seemed like he had a lot of confidence. The two of them were fighting 3,000 kilometers away from the Unfalling Eagle tribe. That place was full of potholes, and there was not a single piece of good land in a radius of 1,000 kilometers. It was the place where the 5 tribe leaders had fought the gold-eating beasts. Because this was the wilderness god continent, it was not so easy to fill up the potholes. Thus, Eagle Liexiong had moved the tribe 3,000 kilometers away. High up in the sky, Evil Star and Yi Qin stood in the air, several kilometers away from each other. A few hundred kilometers away from them, a large number of spectators surrounded them. Evil Star's body shone with a brilliant silver light. This was the light emitted by his martial Dao Yuan Shen. The silver light fused with the evil power, turning into a gray light full of evil qi. Whoosh, the gray light flashed, and Evil Star instantly appeared in the sky above Yi Qin. His fist flashed down. The first form of the extreme evil divine fist, Evil Fist 10 flashes. The Evil Fist 10 flashes trajectory was erratic, and it was unscrupulous. It was already very impressive for an ordinary legendary paragon to be able to block 6 or 7 flashes. Dang dang dang, 10 consecutive crisp sounds rang out. Evil Star's Evil Fist 10 flashes was blocked by Yi Qin. He had used the most exquisite defensive sword form. Evil Star, if you think you can defeat me without going all out, then you're gravely mistaken. The perfect defensive sword form did not have any blind spots or weak spots. No matter how strong the enemy's attack was, unless it exceeded the limits of the defensive sword form, it would be impossible to break through the defense. Don't be too confident. Take another heavenly Evil Fist. Time and space twisted slightly, and Evil Star's figure disappeared. Only the distorted fist force descended from the sky, as if it was a fist from beyond the heavens. Straight chop. Vertical chop. Diagonal chop. Flick chop. Yi Qin's defensive sword art was both offensive and defensive at the same time, allowing him to defend from any angle as he sliced apart wave after wave of fist power. In the end, these fist power all combined into a mess and broke down on its own. It turned out that Yi Qin had used the power to push some of the fist power away and hit the other fist power like dominoes, creating a chain reaction. What a profound defensive sword technique. The elders of the Unfalling Eagle tribe praised him in their hearts. They were all supreme martial arts of perfection, but there were still differences in their strengths. The key lay in the individual's creativity. Obviously, Yi Qin's defensive sword style had reached a very high realm. Up in the sky, Evil Star frowned. He had somewhat underestimated the power of a consummate supreme sword technique, and even more so, he had underestimated Yi Qin's defensive sword technique. Even though he had already become a legendary sovereign, his martial arts were still at the realm of consummate supreme fist technique. Moreover, he had made a breakthrough in the past 10 years. More than 10 years ago, he only had one fist technique that was a consummate supreme fist technique. Seems like I have to be serious. This time, Evil Star came not only to completely defeat Yi Qin. Of course, that was the most important thing. Secondly, he wanted to find out what was so special about this peerless genius Yi Qin. Why did the first demon lord say that he was not as good as him? If any genius heard this, they would be somewhat unconvinced. Boom. The void trembled slightly. Evil Star was like a gray sun, exploding with the power of a legendary sovereign. It was still Evil Fist 10 flashes, but this time, it was more than 10 times faster than before. It was like a flash. Only the first demon lord's fist speed was faster than his. In addition to speed, the destructive power of Evil Fist 10 flashes had also increased by more than 10 times. The fist energy of the first flash was dissipated by Yi Qin, and it shot into the potholed ground. Instantly, the ground shook and dust filled the air. A pitch-black hole appeared. Second flash. Third flash. Ninth flash. There was actually no gap between each flash. It was just that the flow of time was slightly different. The extreme Evil Fist contained the profound of space and time. When it came to the ninth flash, Yi Qin felt the strain that he hadn't felt for a long time. This flash used the acceleration of time and the vibration of space to create a space-time vibration wave. The space-time vibration wave wrapped around the fist energy, making it difficult for Yi Qin to use it to counterattack. In the end, he could only rely on his understanding of the profound of space and time to disintegrate the space-time vibration wave and forcefully split the fist energy. 10th flash. This flash was extremely fast, and Yi Qin's defensive sword style had already cancelled out the opponent's 9th flash. It would be difficult for him to make a comeback in a short time. Moreover, the defensive sword style might not be able to block the 10th flash. That's your limit. Evil Star coldly stared at Yi Qin. Chaos. Facing the so-called desperate situation, Yi Qin's expression didn't change. All of a sudden, a sword aura that could confuse one's soul and make one's senses scatter burst out. Yi Qin's figure seemed to have turned into thousands of pieces, dodging the Evil Fist's 10 flashes and 10 flashes. When the 10th flash disappeared, Yi Qin's figure pieced together again, forming a whole body. How is this possible? Evil Star's pupils dilated as if he had seen something unbelievable. The profound of space and time is indeed the most difficult and obscure, and also the most bizarre complementary profound. Ing Liexiong revealed a smile. The profound of space was fine, but the profound of time depended on one's talent. Those who didn't have enough talent, even if they were given all the resources, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the profound of time to a high level. It's my turn to attack. Using the defensive sword form, Yi Qin more or less knew the limits of Evil Star's power. Overall, he who had a perfect supreme sword art, was slightly weaker than his opponent, who had advanced to the legendary supreme level. Of course, this was under the premise that Hegemon sword form and chaos form were not perfect supreme sword arts. Raising the heavenly sword, Yi Qin suddenly waved it. A strange scene happened. Yi Qin's arm, together with the heavenly sword, seemed to have been cut into countless pieces by space and time. Countless sword lights shot out at Evil Star, splitting again along the way and intertwining with each other. It was as if one part of space and time was inserted into another, intertwining and complicated. The whole world became a kaleidoscope, and it was a three-dimensional kaleidoscope. Chaos form. Not good. Evil Star's body flickered as he pushed his demonic divine fist to the highest level. Relying on his study of the profound of space and time, he blocked the intertwining sword lights one after another. Even so, his comprehension of the profound of space and time was not as profound as Yi Qin's. Some impossible loopholes were dug out and magnified. Then sparks appeared on his body. Those sparks were caused by the friction between the sword lights and the divine armor. Fortunately, his divine armor was a 2-star Earth divine artifact. Otherwise, the sword lights would have been enough to injure him. Evil Star spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Yi Chen's realm was not as high as his, but he was able to defeat him. This is his first time comprehending the word martial, but I have comprehended it 3 times. He surpassed me 3 times in just 1 time? For a moment, Evil Star felt a little sad. It seemed that he was destined to be the foil of the first demon lord and his opponent. Chapter 1368. It had been a year since the battle with Evil Star, and Yi Chen finally managed to integrate the Profound of Power into his chaotic form. Previously, during the battle with Evil Star, he had only integrated half of the Profound of Power into the chaotic form. Next, Yi Chen tried to integrate the illusory sword form and the Profound of Power. The illusory sword form was a little different from other sword techniques. This form had a higher requirement on one's heart force. With a strong heart force, the sword speed of the illusory sword form could surpass the heavenly Tao. Then, it integrated the essence of the word, illusion, which could cause the enemy to hallucinate. Hence, Yi Chen estimated that the fusion with the Profound of Power wouldn't be smooth. After all, illusion and power weren't compatible. Sure enough, after 2 years, Yi Chen's illusory sword form and the Profound of Power stagnated after only 1/3 of the fusion. The further he went, the greater the resistance was, as if there was an invisible hand obstructing the fusion. I better integrate the sword burial form first. After persisting for another 3 months, Yi Chen had no choice but to give up. The process of integrating the sword burial form was much smoother. For the past 2 years, its fusion speed was slower than the illusory sword form, but at least it had never stopped progressing. After spending 7 years, the sword burial form had successfully integrated the Profound of Power. Usually, other than integrating the sword techniques, Yi Chen would often bring Sky Splitter out to hunt. The current Sky Splitter was already a pinnacle super berserk beast. Yi Chen realized that if a berserk beast wanted to evolve, devouring a berserk beast of the same level was useless. Or rather, it had to devour a berserk beast that was stronger than itself. In order for Sky Splitter to become a pinnacle super berserk beast, it had devoured a total of 9 pinnacle super berserk beasts, growing from 2.5 meters to 3 meters. Yi Chen's goal was to make Sky Splitter a legendary berserk beast. Only then would it be able to help him and fight alongside him. Otherwise, it would be like dream-eating wolf, gradually becoming useless. It could be said that the path of a berserk beast's growth was the path of slaughter. No wonder it was called a berserk beast. Of course, every dire beast had its own growth limit. Fortunately, Heaven Splitter hadn't reached that limit yet. The prairie where the Unfalling Eagle tribe was located was filled with ferocious beasts. Some flew in the sky, some swam in the water, and some burrowed underground. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts. However, it was a bit difficult to find a quasi-legend ferocious beast. After all, quasi-legend ferocious beasts were already considered powerful ferocious beasts on the Wild's God continent, and they were rarely seen. Heaven Splitter's ears twitched. He suddenly lowered his head and rubbed his head against Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen looked at Sky Splitter. You said that there's a legendary beast far away? On the Wilderness God continent, the beast's sense of smell and hearing were extremely powerful. Their perception was much stronger than that of Supremes. For example, Heaven Splitter could rely on its sense of smell to smell something thousands of miles away. Of course, this smell had to have been smelled before. Their hearing was even more powerful. They could hear the roars of beasts tens of thousands of miles away. Heaven Splitter nodded vigorously. Let's go, lead the way. A legendary beast was more useful than 10 quasi-legend ferocious beasts. After devouring it, Heaven Splitter would definitely become a quasi-legend ferocious beast. The growth and evolution of ferocious beasts were somewhat similar. They would devour the essence of others to make up for their own shortcomings. After chasing for 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Chen and Heaven Splitter finally caught up with the legendary beast. This legendary beast was shaped like a rhinoceros. Its shoulder height was 6 to 7 meters and it was more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in yellow stripes. Its tail was longer than its body, curling around its waist. It was estimated to be dozens of meters long. Yi Chen had seen the ferocious beast catalog of the Wilderness God continent. He knew that this rhinoceros was called a plenilune beast. It was only a beginner legendary beast, much weaker than a peak legendary beast like the Gold Eater. Fortunately, it was a beginner legendary beast. If it was a mid-level legendary beast, Yi Chen would have to think twice. The plenilune beast's roar was very eerie. It didn't match its domineering appearance at all. It gave people a creepy feeling. Heaven Splitter's hair stood on end. Thud 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 thud. The plenilune beast turned into a cloud of dust and charged at Yi Qin and Heaven Splitter. The horn on its forehead was glowing. Scatter! Yi Qin shouted and dodged the plenilune beast's attack. Heaven Splitter was a little embarrassed. The plenilune beast seemed to be very unhappy that Heaven Splitter dared to provoke it. Its 10-meter-long tail was like a whip, lashing at Heaven Splitter's body. Heaven Splitter was sent flying. A deep wound appeared on its body, almost splitting it into two. Fortunately, most of the plenilune beast's attention was on Yi Qin, and its tail only took care of Heaven Splitter. Otherwise, Heaven Splitter would have died without a doubt. Yi Qin was a little annoyed that he had suffered a loss right from the start. He originally didn't plan to dodge, but the horn on the plenilune beast's forehead gave him a trace of threat. According to the beast catalog, the plenilune beast's horn had the power of a mid-level legendary beast. He absolutely couldn't let it hit him. Heaven Splitter, stay away. Not daring to be careless, Yi Qin told Heaven Splitter to stay away from the battlefield. Woo woo woo, Heaven Splitter had lost his temper and quickly ran away, staggering a little. Pulling out the Heaven Sword, Yi Qin's aura locked onto the plenilune beast. Although the plenilune beast was a low-level legendary beast, it couldn't be underestimated. Firstly, the defense of its skin was very high, not any weaker than a mid-level legendary beast. Secondly, its horn attack was very powerful. It didn't need to come into direct contact with the enemy. As long as one was hit by its horn, it would be a disaster. Ta 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 ta. The plenilune beast never knew how to retreat. With its 4 hooves, it crazily charged at Yi Qin. Its speed was getting faster and faster, almost turning into a ray of light. Let's see how strong your ultimate attack is. Raising the Heaven Sword high, Yi Qin performed the Tyrant Sword style. Rumble. Rays of light exploded, and a transparent shockwave spread out, causing the ground to cave in. At the center of the shockwave, the plenilune beast lost its balance, and its huge body was sent flying. Of course, Yi Qin didn't have it easy either. His feet slid on the ground, causing the soil to roll up. What a powerful attack. Yi Qin's palm was a little numb. Facing the plenilune beast's strongest attack was indeed a little strenuous and unrewarding. Swish. Relying on his amazing control, Yi Qin forcefully reversed his retreat, and with a flash, he appeared beside the plenilune beast. The ashes scattered, and Yi Qin's sword stabbed into the plenilune beast's abdomen. The plenilune beast was good at everything except for its lack of agility. This was its biggest weakness and also the most fatal one. Of course, when facing Yi Qin's sword burial style, there wasn't much of a difference whether it was agile or not, unless the opponent's bloodline contained space-time profound. Puchi. Sword chi shot out, and the plenilune beast's body was pierced by the sword chi. Then, with the piercing point as the center, the plenilune beast's body began to distort and collapse, turning into pieces of flesh. The sword burial style, which was infused with power profound, was terrifyingly powerful. It was the top of the 5 major sword moves. Putting the Heaven Sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin gently landed on the ground and began to call Sky Splitter over. The moment a berserk beast died, its flesh and blood essence would be lost, and it must be devoured as soon as possible. Otherwise it wouldn't be of much use. After all, berserk beasts were different from humans. Humans only needed to rely on the other party's flesh and blood to fill their stomachs. Chapter 1369. Heaven Splitter dashed over, picking up a piece of meat and gnawing on it. After a few bites, Heaven Splitter shook his head and tossed it away. The meat essence inside had already been absorbed. Brain, bone marrow, internal organs, muscles, every part of the full moon beast's body contained the essence of a legendary beast, especially the horn and tail, which contained the most powerful essence. After all, the full moon beast relied on these two to fight. As Sky Splitter crazily devoured the essence of the full moon beast's flesh and blood, Yi Qin also picked up a few pieces of meat and started to grill them. Soon, the smell of meat spread out, making one's mouth water. It's already evolving? While eating, Yi Qin watched Sky Splitter's evolution. Sky Splitter's evolution was very fast. Its body first swelled to 6 to 7 meters tall, and then it began to shrink. When it shrank to 4 meters, it stopped. At this time, its fur was longer, its eyes sharper, and its claws and teeth shone brighter. Its body stood still, but it gave off an oppressive feeling as if it would pounce and bite at any time. Quasi-legendary beast. At this moment, Sky Splitter officially became a quasi-legendary beast. Obviously, this wasn't its limit. According to the records, the ancestor of the starry sky bearcat was a sacred beast, a demigod-level beast. With the ancestor's bloodline, the king of the starry sky bearcat would definitely reach the legendary level. As for whether it was a high-grade legendary beast or a pinnacle legendary beast, no one knew. It all depended on the purity of the ancestors' bloodline in Sky Splitter. Of course, although Sky Splitter only needed to devour the meat of stronger beasts to continue growing, the prerequisite was that it had a strong enough master. According to the previous rules, Sky Splitter needed to devour 10 beginner legendary beasts to become a beginner legendary beast, or 1 intermediate legendary beast. With Yi Chen's current strength, if he encountered intermediate legendary beasts, he wouldn't stand a chance. Some of the more powerful ones were even stronger than Yi Chen. Moreover, whether it could grow depended on the probability. The probability was high at the beginning, but it might not be as high at the later stages. The universe was peaceful. Ever since the Supremes of the Black Windstream and Mora Death Prison were released, the atmosphere in the universe became increasingly tense. This kind of pressure was like the undercurrent in the depths of the ocean. It wasn't visible on the surface, but once it erupted, it would engulf the entire world and no one could escape. 9 Revolution Star. The current ruler of the 9 Revolution Star had changed from Supreme Martial Saint to the human demigod, White Pole Sword Saint. Is there still no news of Yi Chen? White Pole Sword Saint was very interested in Yi Chen. No. Jianghu Supreme looked helpless. Yi Chen had been away for decades and there had been no news of him. No one knew where he had gone. Although it was normal for a Supreme to wander for decades, centuries or even millennia, Yi Chen was a peerless genius of the human clan. If he had been away for a long time, people would inevitably worry about his safety. There's no rush. Let him drift for a while longer. White Pole Sword Saint smiled. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the White Pole Sword Sage turned his head to look at the void. His eyes ignored the distance of space and soon saw a white-haired young man in the Black Tortoise Galaxy undergoing the Venerable Tribulation. It was Duguju who was going through the Supreme Tribulation. On the 30th year after Yi Chen's disappearance, he finally became a Supreme. Good disciple, you've finally become a Supreme. Duguju's master Yin and Yang Blade Emperor sensed Duguju's breakthrough and couldn't help but smile. As an 8th layer Life and Death Heavenly Emperor, he was able to teach a Supreme. This was enough to leave his name in the annals of history. The next year another young man broke through to the Supreme Realm. However, this young man was not from Human Race Alliance, but the Dark Goddess of Demons, God Bless Empress, Yi Chen's former opponent. God Bless Empress? No, it should be God Bless Supreme. It wasn't easy for her to become a Supreme, mainly because Yi Chen had left a huge shadow in her heart. If not for this shadow, she would have become a Supreme long ago. Dark Goddess, this bloodline is rare. I just happened to be lacking a partner. Giant Demon Venerable was a legendary Supreme who had come out of the Black Windstream. In the past decade, beautiful female emperors of various races had gathered in his palace. There were demons, evil spirit race, Yiksha race, and even humans, barbarian race and spirit race. However, what he wanted the most was a female Supreme. Dark Witch Six-Winged Supreme was his most desired target. Unfortunately, Six-Winged Supreme was a Supreme after all. Although her strength was not as good as his, she had the protection of Sky Demon Venerable. For this reason, he had fought a great battle with Sky Demon Venerable. However, Sky Demon Venerable had the demonic sacred armor and bloodthirsty spear, so he was not his opponent. This time, Sky Demon Venerable wouldn't stop him, right? Across the boundless space-time, Giant Demon Venerable extended his hand toward God Bless Supreme. Bang! A bloodthirsty light flickered, and Giant Demon Venerable retracted his right hand, revealing a bloody scar on his palm. Sky Demon Venerable, you're courting death. Giant Demon Venerable flew into a rage out of humiliation. The other party had stopped him again and again. Did he really think he was a pushover? If it wasn't for the fact that his strength had yet to recover, he would have taken him down long ago. Giant Demon Venerable, if you want a female Supreme, you can go capture those from other races. You better not have any ideas about my own race. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sky Demon Venerable's voice traveled across space-time. Giant Demon Venerable said eerily, you can protect her for a while, but you can't protect her forever. I can't protect her forever, but someone can. If you don't care about your life, you can try. Sky Demon Venerable threw out a sentence. Oh, who is it? Demon Saint Garo. He has already officially gone into seclusion. No one knows when he will wake up again, and he won't care about these small things. Of course it's not Lord Demon Saint. There's no harm in telling you. The great Demon King's bloodline has long been born. The Dark Witch and Dark Goddess will both be his partners. Therefore, you better put away your thoughts in case the great Demon King's bloodline returns and kills you. Great Demon King's bloodline. The words Great Demon King's bloodline were like a curse that shocked Giant Demon Venerable. Since ancient times, as long as the Great Demon King's bloodline was born, the Dark Witch and Dark Goddess would always be his partners. No one dared to snatch them away. The other races might not know much about the Great Demon King's bloodline, but the Demon Venerables definitely knew. Humph, don't lie to me. Why haven't I heard about this? Of course I won't tell you this directly, but I have already told Lord Demon Saint. Humph, you win. I want to see what the Great Demon King's bloodline can do. I hope it won't disappoint me. The Giant Demon Venerable was a high-level legendary supreme at his peak. He was still a little unconvinced by the bloodline of the Great Demon King. In the entire universe, only Demon Sage Garo and Sword Sage White Pole could make him completely convinced and not dare to provoke them. Female Supreme, since I can't touch my own race, I will capture those from other races. Giant Demon Venerable had an idea. He had plenty of time and he would succeed eventually. Chapter 1370. 33 years after Yi Chen's disappearance, Sword Saint Bai Ji went into seclusion. He needed to recover to his peak and form his own body. Demigods losing their bodies didn't seem to affect them much, but it would limit their future development. 35 years after Yi Chen's disappearance, Yan Qingxian became a supreme. In just a few years, there were 3 more thousand-year supremes in the universe. They were Duguju, Supreme God Bless, and Yan Qingxian. All 3 became supremes within 1,000 years. Becoming a supreme was a good thing, but it also brought a lot of trouble to Yan Qingxian. Among the supremes in the universe, more than 90% of them were men. There were very few women, which also led to female supremes being very popular. After all, everyone hoped that their partner would be a female supremes. That way they could grow old together and live until the end of time. Therefore, on the surface and in the dark, there were many supremes looking for Yan Qingxian, hoping that she could become their partner. Among them was a legendary supremes. Yan Qingxian rejected them all. Even if she wanted a partner, she wouldn't find these people. Many of them were hundreds of times older than her. From some secret information, it was known that Yan Qingxian was Yi Chen's confidant and good friend. Therefore, the majority of the supremes restrained themselves and wouldn't do anything forceful. Only Supreme Skyhook, who had come out of Moro Death Prison, didn't care who Yi Chen was. He had taken a liking to Yan Qingxian. This kind of beautiful woman was rarely seen in the world, and it was even rarer for her to cultivate to the supremes. If Six-Winged Supreme and God Bless Supreme were said to be outstanding bloodlines, then Yan Qingxian was said to be the best of all women. There was another reason why Supreme Skyhook wanted Yan Qingxian as his partner. He didn't have any children. In fact, many supremes would try to have children before they became supremes. Once they became supremes, their other half had to be supremes as well. For example, if Yi Chen wanted children, then Su Jing and Murong Qingqing had to become supremes. Otherwise they couldn't get pregnant. Supreme Skyhook didn't know how long he could live. Therefore, before he died, he needed to raise a supremes. It would be best if the supremes were his children. Yan Qingxian, who looked cute and pretty, naturally became a hot commodity in the old man's eyes. Fortunately, Supreme True Marshal stopped Supreme Skyhook at the most crucial moment. A peerless genius like Yi Chen had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was usually gentle, but once someone angered him, they would have to suffer his wrath. If Yi Chen came back and found out that Supreme Skyhook forced Yan Qingxian to become his partner, he would undoubtedly fall out with Supreme Skyhook. Yi Chen might not be Supreme Skyhook's match in the beginning, but given enough time, Yi Chen would eventually surpass Supreme Skyhook. Whether it was Yi Chen suffering a loss or Yi Chen suppressing Supreme Skyhook, it was not something Supreme True Marshal wanted to see. The Human Race Alliance had to maintain internal harmony. Supreme True Marshal used his Divine Artifact Armor and the True Marshal Divine Truncheon to force Supreme Skyhook to retreat a few times and warn him several times. Damn it, I'm a legendary supremacy. How noble. How dare you stop me? As a legendary supremacy, Supreme Skyhook was very proud. He had been a peerless genius in the past. If he hadn't been imprisoned in the Moro Death Prison, he might have even become a demigod. I'll go into seclusion to recover my power. When I come out, no one can stop me. Supreme Skyhook decided to go into seclusion. He had gathered enough resources to recover his power. On the 200th year of Yi Chen's disappearance, Emperor Ajio successfully broke through and became a sovereign. He had crossed the threshold of 1,000 years sovereign to become a sovereign. This also represented his frightening potential. However, his brilliance had always been overshadowed by Yi Chen. As for Duguju and Yan Qingxian becoming sovereigns within 1,000 years, it was actually out of many people's expectations. However, many things were uncertain. Becoming a sovereign also depended on one's temperament, and not just one's talent and comprehension. Agio, who had become a supremacy, was called one of the top 10 supremacies. As for Emperor Peerless, it was too exaggerated. So far, the human race had 3 youths who had become supremacies. They were all supremacies. Of course, other races also had youths who had become supremacies. There were 2 demons. One of them was a supreme god bless, while the other one was older. He was over 2,000 years old. One from the evil spirit race. One from the Wuxia race. 2 from the barbarian race. 2 from the giant race. Originally, there should have been more than 2 demons. It was the same for the evil spirit race and the Wuxia race. There should have been more than one supremacy. Unfortunately, their top geniuses had all died in the Shura world arena. The one who killed them was Yi Qin. Yi Qin had stepped on their bodies to become a supremacy. Apart from the new supremacy of the demons, the number of supremacies in the universe had increased from 1 to 11. If Supremacy Evil Star and Yi Qin, who had been missing for many years, were added to the total number of supremacies. If Yi Qin was the sun, then they were the stars, blooming with their own light. However, few people knew that there was another sun blooming with dazzling light. Yi Qin was the white sun and the other party was the black sun, the bloodline of the great demon king. There are so many supremacies appearing all of a sudden. Are they trying to make the universe even more chaotic? Some supremacies were secretly discussing. There were simply too many supremacies. In the past, it was already not bad to have one appear in an era. This time there were more than 10 of them. The supremacies are the trump cards. I'm afraid there will be more young supremacies in the future. Yes, that's for sure. The supremacies are just the first batch. Our potential has been exhausted. It's up to these young supremacies to perform. Wilderness God Continent. In the past 200 years, Yi Qin had already fused the defensive sword stance with the power ultimacy. He had even successfully fused the most difficult illusory sword stance with the power ultimacy. During this period, the challenge of the Wilderness God Tower was carried out again. This time Yi Qin was still first in the tower. The defensive sword stance fused with the power ultimacy was too powerful. He might not be able to defeat the first demon venerable with the great demon king bloodline in a one-on-one fight, but he was undoubtedly the strongest in the tower. With the defensive sword stance, he reached the 788th level, while the first demon venerable reached the 787th level. They were still one level apart. As for the third place, there was a huge gap between the two. It was unknown when it started, but the two had already surpassed the others. However, among the top 5, only Yi Qin was not a legendary supremacy. Even Kang Xueli and War Bear had become legendary supremacies. It was shocking to have such strength without becoming a legendary supremacy. However, there were also many limitations. After becoming a legendary supremacy, one could continue to develop. But before becoming a legendary supremacy, one's foundation was too weak. There was also a lack of accumulation. It was not obvious at the moment, but as time passed, it would become more and more obvious. Chapter 1371. Could it be that if my sword intent cannot be improved, my martial yuan soul cannot be developed? This was the second time Yi Qin was trying to comprehend the word martial. Unfortunately, although his 2 sword intents had improved, there seemed to be no end to the peak of the 8th order. He couldn't see the barrier to the 9th order no matter what. On the other hand, his radiant sword intent was gradually catching up, reaching the late stage of the 8th order. It was only 2 levels lower than the immortal sword intent and destruction sword intent. I'll see next time. If my sword intent still cannot be improved, I can forget about it. It was impossible for Yi Qin to waste the opportunity to comprehend the word martial on his sword intent. Ever since the 5 sword moves fused with the power profoundness, his improvement was minimal. With so much time he could create other sword arts such as the yin-yang sword art, or the earth, water, fire and wind sword arts. One should not think that creating new sword arts was useless. At the legendary supremacy realm, if one wanted to go further and become a demigod, one had to have a deep understanding of martial arts. Otherwise, there was no way to improve one's martial yuan soul. The reason why there was the word martial in front of the martial yuan soul was because the martial yuan soul was not only the condensation of essence, energy and spirit, it was also the foundation of one's martial Tao. Soon it was the 3rd time he attempted the Desolate God Tower. On the 788th level, Yi Qin and Desolate Spirit were entangled. The blade art of this level of Desolate Spirit was boundlessly tyrannical, and was even more subtle in the feminine aspect. However, Yi Qin's sword art had also reached the pinnacle. It should be known that 100 years ago, his 5 sword styles had already been infused with the profound of power at the great completion realm. After 100 years, although their might hadn't increased much, be it in terms of power exertion or technique, they had all reached the realm of practice makes perfect, and practice makes perfect. Without a trace of smoke or fire, Yi Qin deflected Desolate Spirit's saber strike after strike, gradually turning his advantage into victory. Finally he slashed his opponent's throat, defeating him. The 789th level. The 790th level. The 791st level. Finally Yi Qin reached his limit. He stopped at the 792nd level. Exhaling, Yi Qin walked out of the desolate god tower. Yi Qin, don't be discouraged. Try harder next time. Lan Yu comforted Yi Qin. Yi Qin smiled. It's fine. It's within my expectations. On the crystal steel, the first demon venerable with the great demon king bloodline was not him. He had already reached the 795th level, and there was no sign of him stopping. The third place was still Evil Star with a score of 770. The fourth place was Kong Xueli with 755, and the fifth place was War Bear with 750. In terms of results, the first demon venerable and Yi Qin were on the same level. Evil Star was on his own level while Kong Xueli and Battle Bear were on the same level. However, it seemed that the first demon venerable was exerting his strength and had the tendency to occupy a level by himself. As for Evil Star, he was temporarily unable to surpass Yi Qin. The great demon king bloodline is too sick. The bloodline of the great demon king had long been exposed. War Bear said to Kong Xueli. Kong Xueli nodded. He is constantly improving at a high speed. I really don't know where his limits are. How can there be such a terrifying bloodline in this world? At the beginning, everyone was skeptical about the great demon king bloodline. However, after knowing the first demon venerable's age, they were all speechless. The crucial point was that not only was the first demon venerable's bloodline invincible, his perception was also extremely terrifying. He simply had no flaws. Perhaps his only flaw was that he was too perfect. The 796th level. The 797th level. The 800th level. When the first devil venerable reached the 800th level, the leaders of the 5 tribes glanced at each other in dismay. The 800th level was another level. Every 100th level was a bottleneck, and the desolate spirit would become much more monstrous. Finally, the first demon venerable stopped at the 802nd level. After walking out of the desolate god tower, the first demon venerable ignored everyone else. He looked at Yi Qin and said, I've surpassed you. Congratulations. Yi Qin was neither sad nor happy. The first demon venerable said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, after being surpassed by me, you will no longer have the possibility of surpassing me. While you are improving, I am also improving. Furthermore, the extent of my improvement is even greater. How would you know if you don't try? Alright, I will wait and see. However, in my heart, I don't wish for you to be surpassed by me so quickly. That would be too boring. The first demon venerable laughed and left. Lai Xiong sighed. The competition between these two geniuses had shocked them to their core. It was too exaggerated. Fortunately, Lan Yu had finally made it to the top 9, earning a portion of time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Including Yi Qin's portion, it was still 2 portions. As expected, my sword intent didn't break through to the 9th level. In the courtyard, Yi Qin exited from the strange space with the word martial. He frowned and then relaxed. The peak of the 8th level was called the limit, and it seemed to be not far from the 9th level. However, only by truly trying would one know that the distance between the peak of the 8th level and the 9th level was still a long way. The limit was just a path with no end. Without special opportunities or great enlightenment, one might not be able to reach the end of the path in his entire life. The only consolation was that his sword intent had also reached the peak of the 8th level. With the 3 peak of the 8th level sword spirits gathered in his ocean of soul, Yi Qin's body had a slight change. His entire ocean of soul was like a glowing ball of light, transparent and translucent. It was hard for him to have any distracting thoughts. Any distracting thoughts that might affect the growth of his sword art could no longer exist. Other than that, the 3 great sword spirits resonated with each other, increasing his speed of improvement drastically. There was no end to the peak of the 8th level, but the further one went, the more powerful it was. For example, one had just reached the peak of the 8th level, while the other had been there for a long time. Naturally, the latter's sword intent would be stronger. On the grassland, the sword wind was howling. From time to time, the sword light would flash, leaving sword marks one after another on the grassland. A silhouette pierced through the sword wind and landed on the ground. It was none other than Yi Chen. 10 years have passed, and the power of my sword intent has increased by 10 times. The same peak of the 8th level, but the difference is too big. To be honest, Yi Chen was also very surprised, but then he understood. The peak of the 8th level should be a process of accumulation. Without enough accumulation, one would not be able to reach the 9th level, but with enough accumulation, one would be able to reach the 9th level naturally. According to the legends, the peak of the 9th level sword intent contained a trace of the sword god's power. This was not without reason. If the peak of the 8th level was this big, then the 9th level would be unimaginably terrifying. Of course, not to mention the peak of the 9th level, not many people could reach the 9th level. Among the legendary supremes, there were only a few who could reach the 9th level with their martial intent. Those who could reach the 9th level were all at the peak of the legendary supremes. Chapter 1372. In these 10 years, Yi Chen's sword intent had increased tenfold. After 50 years, Yi Chen's sword intent had increased by a total of 50 times, roughly doubling every year. The 3-peak 8-step sword souls resonated at a speed that was dozens of times faster than 2-peak 8-step sword souls resonating. As the sword intent increased, Yi Chen noticed that the black strands on his Yuan Shen were showing signs of disintegration. Unfortunately, the speed was too slow. Fortunately, the sword intent was increasing every day. One day it would reach the 9th step and possess unimaginable power. Killing the black strands on his Yuan Shen would be as easy as flipping one's palm. The improvement of the immortal sword intent had strengthened his immortal sword body by 50 times. Adding on the fact that he had absorbed the essence of 10 first and second rank supreme swords in the past 200 years, his immortal sword body had reached the 12th layer, allowing him to resist the attacks of a low-level legendary sovereign without suffering any damage. Unfortunately, the number of supreme swords was limited. Yi Chen had a feeling that if he wanted to break through to the 13th level, he would need to absorb the essence of at least 100 first or second grade supreme swords. In the end, the immortal sword body was still inferior to the 9 transformation golden body in some aspects. After all, although the 9 transformation golden body's cultivation speed was slower, it didn't have such harsh requirements. Sky Splitter, let's go hunting. Right now, no matter where he went, he would bring Sky Splitter with him. Compared to warriors, the evolution of fierce beasts was both easy and difficult. It was easy because they only needed to devour life forms that were more powerful than them to evolve. But it was difficult because without external help, how could they fight against life forms that were more powerful than them? Other fierce beasts grew step by step, but Sky Splitter was like a rocket, rising in a straight line. In these 200 years, Sky Splitter had devoured 6 beginner legendary beasts and wasn't far from advancing. Carrying Yi Chen on its back, Sky Splitter flew out as fast as a meteor. Sky Splitter, hurry up. On this day, Yi Chen discovered black smoke lingering in the air. There were even traces of flames burning within the black smoke. If Yi Chen's guess was right, the black smoke should have been left behind by the legendary beast, the Black Smoke Beast. The Black Smoke Beast liked to stay in the underground magma. It would only come to the surface when it was hungry. Relying on Heaven Splitter's sense of smell to lock onto the black smoke, Yi Chen quickly spotted the Black Smoke Beast. The Black Smoke Beast was several times larger than Heaven Splitter. Its entire body was pitch black like charcoal. However, there were faint cracks on the surface of its skin. The black smoke was coming from these cracks and the smell was extremely dense. Black smoke billowed as the Black Smoke Beast roared at Yi Chen and Sky Splitter. Then, it glared at them with an emotionless, ominous glint in its eyes. Sky Splitter, watch from the side. Yi Chen jumped down from Sky Splitter's back and unsheathed Sky Sword. Ear-piercing sonic booms rang out continuously. The black smoke was pulled into a straight line. The Black Smoke Beast dashed forward and was less than 10 meters away from Yi Chen. Its mouth was wide open and within it was scarlet magma. Berry. Without holding back, Yi Chen directly used the strongest berry sword style, piercing through the Black Smoke Beast's body. Then the sword energy twisted and destroyed the Black Smoke Beast's vitality. Currently, Yi Chen only needed one sword to deal with a beginner legendary beast. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. He was only 1 or 2 beginner legendary beasts away from Sky Splitter's advancement. Of course, the advancement depended on the probability. If he was lucky, the number would be about the same. Unknowingly, the man and the beast arrived near the desolate god's secret territory. They were tracking a legendary beast. The surroundings were quiet, as though all sound had been cut off by an invisible hand. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no danger near the desolate god's secret territory, Yi Chen definitely wouldn't take the risk. Sky Splitter, Can you smell the other party's scent? Yi Chen lowered his head and asked Sky Splitter. Sky Splitter's expression was a little uneasy. It was unknown whether it was because they were near the desolate god's secret territory or because their target was a mid-level legendary beast. To deal with a beginner legendary beast, Yi Chen only needed one sword. To deal with a mid-level legendary beast, Yi Chen would have to go all out. Although his sword intent had increased by more than 50 times, to be honest, it wasn't a big deal. If his combat power had increased by more than 50 times, it would be better. Increasing his sword intent by more than 50 times would only increase Yi Chen's combat power by about 10 times. Of course, this was mainly because the time was too short. If Yi Chen was given 1,000 years, his sword intent would increase by 1,000 times, which would be about 200 times in terms of combat power. A mid-level legendary beast was rather rare. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be difficult to see one in the future. Therefore, Yi Chen was prepared to take a gamble. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he would at least slice off a piece of flesh from the other party. A piece of flesh from a mid-level legendary beast was roughly equivalent to a beginner legendary beast. Relying on the starry Sky Bear Dog King's unique sense of smell, Sky Splitter carried Yi Chen and quickly scurried out. It had smelled the scent. Not long after, the two of them saw a cave. The cave was about a few meters wide, but it was very deep. It was pitch black without a trace of light. Hiss 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 hiss. A storm-like hissing sound could be heard as a black shadow slowly slithered out. It was a huge grayish-black python with dozens of sharp horns on its head. His head was round like a ball. Middle-level legendary beast, Iron Star Snake. The snake coiled its body and raised its head high. Its two scarlet tongues flickered as fast as lightning. A battle was about to break out. All of a sudden, the ground beneath Yi Chen and Sky Splitter suddenly exploded as a long tail broke out from the ground and curled towards the two. It turned out that the Iron Star Snake had already drilled its tail into the ground to ambush Yi Chen and Sky Splitter. So experienced. Yi Chen didn't notice when the Iron Star Snake had drilled its tail into the ground. Caught off guard, he and Sky Splitter were coiled by the snake's tail and couldn't move. In the next moment, the Iron Star Snake's round head scurried over and bit at Yi Chen first. The other party was a mid-level legendary beast. With a light bite, its teeth could probably pierce through Yi Chen's immortal sword physique. Coupled with its terrifying poison, Yi Chen would die without a doubt. Get lost. Although Yi Chen couldn't break free, he still had the Netherworld's sacred eye. A surge of soul force mixed with Hell's will gushed out and hit the Iron Star Snake's head. The Iron Star Snake's body stiffened as if it was paralyzed. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chen and Sky Splitter instantly broke free. Hiss hiss. The Iron Star Snake soon recovered and angrily pounced at Yi Chen again. Ding, ding, ding. One man and one snake started to fight. What Yi Chen didn't know was that his battle with the Iron Star Snake had already fallen into the eyes of a horrifying creature. This creature was standing on a high mountain with a baboon-like body and a pair of blood-red eyes. If Yi Chen saw this creature, he would definitely recognize it. When the leaders of the 5 tribes tore the time-space and sent the gold-eating beasts into the desolate god's secret domain, there was a scene on the other side of the time-space tunnel, which scared the gold-eating beasts so much that they were shivering. Chapter 1373. The Iron Star Snake was very powerful. Although Yi Chen's sword burial form could injure it, it could only leave a bowl-sized bloody hole on its body. Unfortunately, the Iron Star Snake was a beast that contained the bloodline of time and space ultimacy. Yi Chen's sword burial form couldn't be effective every time. Out of the 5 times, it was dodged at least 4 times. The sword light crisscrossed and landed on the Iron Star Snake's body in a flash. In terms of power, Chaotic form wasn't as powerful as Tyrant Sword form or Sword Burial form. However, it was undoubtedly the most comprehensive attack. Facing this attack, the Iron Star Snake knew it couldn't avoid it. Therefore, it coiled itself together to reduce the area of attack. Swoosh 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 swoosh, streaks of bloody marks appeared on the Iron Star Snake's body. It was as if it had been strangled by a sharp fishing net as it screamed in pain. Tyrant Sword form. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen raised his heaven sword and slashed down vertically. His target was the Iron Star Snake's spherical head. Gotcha. The heaven sword was extremely sharp. Together with Tyrant Sword form, it was as if it could split the sky and earth. Half of the Iron Star Snake's head was split open, revealing the gray brain inside. Danger. After heavily injuring the opponent with one slash, Yi Chen didn't lose his cool. When he sensed the incoming danger, his figure flashed and flew out diagonally. Wuxia. The next moment, a black shadow flashed by. It was the Iron Star Snake's tail. The Iron Star Snake was a mid-tier legend rank beast. Its tail was its sharp weapon. Its piercing power was terrifying and was enough to pierce through Yi Chen's immortal sword body. The head that was almost split closed up. The Iron Star Snake's eyes exploded with ferocious light. Its head swelled and opened its mouth, shooting a black line at Yi Chen. It was venom. Yi Chen quickly dodged. Next, the Iron Star Snake attacked Yi Chen with its venom like a storm. The venom was extremely toxic. When it landed on the ground, it would evaporate and turn into gas. Yi Chen, who had accidentally inhaled some of the gas, felt dizzy and powerless. If it wasn't for the immortal force eliminating the gas in his body in time, Yi Chen might have failed miserably. How troublesome. This was the first time that Yi Chen had fought against a mid-level legendary level wild beast. Thus he found that his offensive power was not strong enough. Although the wild beast did not possess a suit of supreme armor or sacred armor, its defensive power was not to be underestimated. Without a certain level of offensive power, it would be hard for him to kill it. Woo 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 woo. In the distance, Heaven Splitter suddenly called out in a low voice. Yi Chen's face paled. He knew what Sky Split meant. A terrifying wild beast was rushing over. According to Sky Split, this wild beast was even stronger than the gold-devouring beast. What kind of dire beast is stronger than gold-eating beasts? The leaders of the 5 major tribes were all peak legendary supremes, and the gold-eating beast was also a peak legendary ferocious beast, but it was stronger than the leaders of the 5 major tribes. Could it be a quasi-holy beast that was stronger than it? Yi Chen was shocked. A demigod-level wild beast was a holy beast. Once a wild beast became a holy beast, it would have a spiritual wisdom not inferior to a martial artist. It would become a truly terrifying existence. Although a quasi-holy beast was countless times weaker than a holy beast, it was still extremely terrifying. A peak legendary ferocious beast was no different from a child in front of it. As the gale descended, Yi Chen finally caught sight of this terrifying beast. It was a baboon-like beast, and its blood-red eyes were different from ordinary beasts. It already possessed a considerable amount of intelligence. Creatures with intelligence normally wouldn't appear too ferocious. However, upon seeing this baboon-like beast, Yi Chen's scalp went numb and his body stiffened. The other party's blood-red eyes contained boundless craftiness and brutality, bringing about boundless negative emotions. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a single glance from this baboon-like beast would cause the soul of an ordinary supremacy to crumble and die. In almost an instant, Yi Chen woke up. Fortunately, he had 3 peak rank 8 sword souls. His sea of soul could not contain any distracting thoughts or negative emotions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wake up in such a short time. Rumble. The baboon-like wild beast couldn't really rush over. When it was only 100 miles away from Yi Chen and the Iron Star Snake, its whole body bounced back as if there was an invisible force obstructing it. Because of this, the baboon-like wild beast was very angry. It charged forward again and again, but it was bounced back every time. The Iron Star Snake was already paralyzed with fear. The invisible force that obstructed the baboon-like wild beast couldn't isolate its aura. Therefore, other than the baboon-like wild beast not being able to come over, the pressure it emitted was real. There wasn't a trace of falsehood or weakening. In the distance, Sky Splitting was also lying on the ground, shivering. It was said that when a weak wild beast met a strong one, it would directly lie on the ground. Even if the other party wanted to eat it, it wouldn't dare to run away and let the other party tear it apart and devour it. Yi Chen stood there blankly as if he was also scared silly. In fact, that wasn't the case. Although the baboon-like wild beast's pressure on Yi Chen was very strong, Yi Chen wasn't a wild beast after all, so the pressure he felt was countless times smaller. Moreover, Yi Chen's soul was very strong. His sea of soul contained 3 peak rank 8 sword souls, and he also had the netherworld sacred eye that contained the Hell's Will. Therefore he always had a strong immunity to pressure. He stood there motionlessly because he felt an invisible and formless will fluctuation. This fluctuation was very obscure, and ordinary people couldn't feel it at all. The reason why Yi Chen could feel it was because the black strands on his martial Dao Yuan Shen were actually disintegrating. It seemed that this fluctuation of will could innately kill evil power. The black strands on Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuan Shen were countless evil power tangled together and condensed into a chaotic will. This chaotic will obstructed Yi Chen's progress. It was like an invisible net that firmly trapped Yi Chen. If Yi Chen's sword intent could reach rank 9, he would naturally be able to kill this chaotic will, but the rank 9 sword intent was far beyond his reach. But now, the chaotic will was actually disintegrating quickly. Could this be the will of the desolate god? Yi Chen had once felt the will of a true god. That was in hell, the will of the puppet true God. This was the second time. To him, the two wills were equally strong, even stronger than the heavenly Tao law. Perhaps only the universe's will could resist it. Right, the hell's will is the negative side of the universe's will. It is an equal existence to the universe's will. Why can't the hell's will disintegrate the chaotic will? Doubt rose in Yi Chen's mind. But soon the doubt disappeared. Yi Chen guessed that the netherworld sacred eye was a kind of talent ability. Although he could use it, he couldn't separate the hell's will. Perhaps he could do it one day, but not now. He still couldn't control the hell's will. The baboon charged again and again. Finally it gave up. It glared at the human and the two beasts turned around and quickly disappeared. Huh? The desolate god's will disappeared? Yi Chen frowned. How do I trigger the desolate god's will? Yi Chen didn't dare to attack that invisible force like the baboon. The baboon was fine, but it didn't mean that he would be fine. Chapter 1374. In the end, Yi Chen decided to take the risk. Reaching the peak was his goal. If he did not dare to take this risk, what right did he have to reach the peak? Raising the heaven sword with his right hand, Yi Chen suddenly waved the sword. The sword chi was like a waterfall sweeping 100 miles away. Boom. The sword chi clashed with an invisible force and disappeared instantly. No danger. It's just that this desolate god's will is so weak. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief at first, but then he frowned slightly. It was obvious that the desolate god's will was much stronger than the sword chi's. According to the desolate god's will that was triggered by the baboon, it would only take half a day for the martial Yuan Shen's chaotic will to be eliminated. But now the time had to be delayed by 1,000,000 times. No hurry. This is also a test for me. For Yi Chen this was indeed a test. In order to trigger the desolate god's will, he had to attack the invisible force, which was the barrier of desolate god's secret territory. This was not a short-term project, but a long-term project. During this period he had to attack at least 1,000,000,000 times. Of course, before this project he had to take care of the Iron Star Snake first. The Iron Star Snake was a ferocious beast. Facing a superior, its instinct would make it surrender. Facing someone similar to it, it would never retreat. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing was endless, from morning to night, and from night to the next morning. The battle between the man and the snake lasted for a whole week. After a week, Yi Chen's strength had declined quite a bit. In the wilderness god continent, not eating meat for a week was equivalent to an ordinary person not eating for a day. Fortunately, the Iron Star Snake was not much better off. In terms of battle power, it was a bit lower than Yi Chen. Although the wounds on its body could heal very quickly, it would still consume a lot of energy. Another 3 days passed. The man and the snake had been fighting for a whole 10 days. Die. Yi Chen gathered his remaining strength and pierced through the Iron Star Snake's head with the sword burial style. As the snake weakened, its defense had obviously decreased by a lot. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not have been able to pierce through it. In the end, the Iron Star Snake still died in Yi Chen's hands. If it were not a ferocious beast, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to kill it. Sky Splitting, let's eat together. Yi Chen was starving and exhausted. He called out to Sky Splitter and started to roast the Iron Star Snake meat. The aroma of the meat filled the air as Yi Chen wolfed down the meat. On the other side, Heaven Splitter was advancing. The Iron Star Snake was a mid-tier legend rank ferocious beast, while Sky Splitter was a quasi-legend ferocious beast. The gap between the two was immeasurable. Sky Splitter had only swallowed 2 pieces of flesh, and its body had already undergone drastic changes. Heaven Splitter's feet had grown twice as big as before. His 4 limbs were like 4 pillars and his claws were as sharp as blades. His fur had also grown thicker and darker. His back was elongating as if there was a dragon swimming on it. His ears were also sharper than before and his eyes were like 2 large diamonds. His pupils were like a hexagram and they were constantly spinning. On his forehead, there was a golden mark that wasn't too obvious. It turned out that this golden mark was also a hexagram, a golden hexagram. Heaven Splitter, Heaven Splitter, Heaven Splitter, Heaven Splitter, Heaven Splitter. Brr. The moment his advancement was completed, Heaven Splitter faced the sky and roared. The roar of a legend-rank ferocious beast reverberated, emitting a threatening pressure. At this moment, Heaven Splitter's shoulder was 6 meters tall, and his body was more than 10 meters long. He looked mighty and majestic and it would probably be more comfortable to sit on. Opening his mouth and sticking out his tongue, Heaven Splitter ran to Yi Chen's side and used his tongue to lick Yi Chen's face. This represented his loyalty and love for his master. Go to the side and eat the rest. Yi Chen waved his hand. He wanted to sleep. Under the deep starry sky, the bonfire flickered. Yi Chen lay on Heaven Splitter's body, sleeping comfortably. Heaven Splitter's eyes were closed, and they would occasionally open a slit, emitting a sharp and cold light as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Early the next morning, Yi Chen stretched his body and got up. After eating some barbecued meat, Yi Chen pulled out the sky sword and started attacking the barrier of the desolate god's secret realm. As for Heaven Splitter, it had nothing to do, so it went out to hunt. As a primary legend-rank ferocious beast, its strength was different from before. Of course, it wouldn't run too far. As the days passed, the black strands on Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuan spirit gradually decreased. Repeating the same action every day was, to be honest, very boring. It was even more boring than secluded cultivation. Secluded cultivation was actually a state of selflessness, where one would lose track of time and not feel bored. In the first 5 years, Yi Chen only swung the sky sword mechanically. One day he suddenly discovered that his attack power had increased by a lot. After careful observation, he discovered that his heart sword realm had actually increased by a lot. If he was at the initial heart sword realm before, he had now reached the peak of the initial heart sword realm. It was said that Kang Xueli of the Redbud Flower tribe was at the peak of the intermediate heart force realm, higher than the majority of legend rank supremes. The heart is the embodiment of a person's inner self. Not being troubled by boredom, one's heart force would increase imperceptibly. Feeling the improvement of the heart sword realm, Yi Chen put more effort into it. 10 years passed. Yi Chen suddenly felt that the whole world had become much clearer. He was looking at everything in the world with a detached attitude. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the rules of the operation of everything in the world. Intermediate heart sword realm. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's heart sword realm took a big step forward. Heart force was the hardest to improve. It was different from cultivation or martial arts. The latter two would slowly become stronger with the accumulation of time. Heart force, on the other hand, had nothing to do with time. Some old fellow's heart force was far inferior to the younger generation. Heart higher than the sky, this was a derogatory term, but also a commendatory one. The former represented reaching beyond one's reach, while the latter represented having high aspirations and having the confidence to surpass everything. Intermediate heart sword realm, it turns out that my sword arts still have some minute flaws. Reaching the intermediate heart sword realm, Yi Chen's vision of sword arts had increased by 10 times. With a single thought, the flaws of sword arts could not be hidden. The same supreme sword art, excluding the factor of heart force amplification, was displayed with the same power. But with the higher the heart sword realm, the more ingenious the effects could be displayed, the clearer the grasp of timing, the changes in the enemy's mentality, and the essence of sword arts. Soon, the black strands have already disappeared by 90%. In the blink of an eye, 15 years passed. The black strands on Yi Chen's Yuan Shen were only left with the last tenth. This tenth of the black strands entangled in the body of the Yuan Shen, and it was very difficult to get rid of them. But as the will of the desolate god swept through, these black strands were inevitable. Sooner or later they would be swept out and wiped clean. When the black strands completely disappeared, it would be the time when Yi Chen broke through to the silver rank Yuan Shen and rushed to the legendary rank. Chapter 1375. In the Redbud Flower tribe, War Bear, who was as strong as a bear, was fighting with Kang Xueli. The two of them felt the pressure from the 3 people in front of them, so they worked even harder in their usual cultivation. It could be seen that the two of them had improved greatly. Their strength had increased by at least 100-fold. The last time they attempted the Wilderness God Tower, the two of them had just become supremes. Their silver-ranked martial spirit was still very weak, so they were only able to reach the 750th and 755th levels. This time they were confident that they could reach the 770th level or even higher. Kang Xueli's figure flickered as she lightly pressed her palm against the War Bear. This was her secret art, Falling Flower Palm. It seemed to have no power, but it was extremely overbearing. War Bear crossed his arms and a dazzling light bloomed from his body. Sun Tyrant Body. Boom. War Bear was sent flying. The Falling Flower Palm's tyrannical power was something that one wouldn't know until they experienced it themselves. Climbing out of the pit, War Bear smiled and said, "What a great falling flower palm. It contains the will of the heavens. I can't dodge it at all. Flowers bloom and wilt. This was the cycle of the heavenly Tao, and it could not be changed." Kang Xueli's falling flower palm contained the charm of this cycle of life and death. Of course, the most important thing was the heart power. Without the heart power, the falling flower palm would lose a lot of its brilliance. Your Sun Tyrant body should have cultivated to the 9 suns realm, right? Kang Xueli asked. Zhan Xiong grinned and said, I just broke through not long ago. I'm only at the initial 9-yang stage. The Sun Tyrant body was a body-refining technique passed down by the Battle Pagoda tribe since ancient times. The highest realm was the 10-yang realm. According to the records of the technique, once one reached the 10-yang realm, they could even resist the attack of a demigod. This was also the technique that the Battle Pagoda tribe relied on to survive. Basically, everyone practiced it. Currently, the one with the highest achievement was the leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, Titan. His Sun Tyrant body had already been cultivated to the late 9-yang realm, which allowed him to resist the attack of a high-level legendary sovereign. Kang Xueli nodded. Her falling flower palm couldn't do anything to an early-stage 9-yang cultivator combined with a saint artifact armor. Other than the first demon venerable with the Great Demon King bloodline, perhaps even Yi Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. This was the fearsomeness of a physique tempering technique. I wonder what level they are at? War Bear suddenly said. Kang Xueli pondered and said, in terms of talent and comprehension, Evil Star is on par with us. Isn't that powerful? The truly powerful ones are the first Demon Venerable and Sword Venerable. You can't look at them with common sense. Sword Sovereign was Yi Chen's title. There was no Sword Sovereign more powerful than Yi Chen on the entire Wild's God continent. Most of the leaders of Grade 7 tribes were no match for Yi Chen. The first Demon Sovereign has the bloodline of the Great Demon King. His potential is limitless and he is constantly improving. The next time we meet he will probably be even more powerful. I don't have the confidence to compete with him. In my opinion, the Sword Sovereign will also be gradually surpassed by him. War Bear sighed. Kang Xueli shook her head. That's not necessarily true. Don't underestimate Sword Sovereign. He's not a legendary sovereign yet, but he already has such terrifying strength. Once he becomes a legendary sovereign, even the first demon sovereign might not be able to suppress him. In my opinion, it won't be long before Sword Sovereign becomes a legendary sovereign and fights against the first demon sovereign. Kang Xueli's eyes were very sharp. People with strong mental strength were able to see many things. Oh, if Sword Sovereign can become a legendary sovereign, it will indeed be worth watching. However, I still don't think that he will succeed. Just like you and me, even if he becomes a legendary sovereign, he will still need a long time to consolidate. In Yunzhong village, the first demon sovereign's courtyard was shrouded in darkness. It was so dark that there wasn't a trace of light, and there was no fluctuation. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Some people in Yunzhong village were frightened when they saw the darkness. Because the darkness didn't just cover the courtyard, it extended to the surrounding areas. Some sovereigns accidentally fell into the darkness and got lost. If Yun Piaomiao hadn't discovered them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. For this reason, Yun Piaomiao had set up a few layers of formations to prevent the darkness from spreading. On a tall pavilion in the center of Yunzhong village, Yun Piaomiao thought to herself, what a terrifying bloodline of the Great Demon King. Fortunately, he isn't from the Huangshan continent. He can't be a threat to us. Otherwise, we would have to get rid of him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. To the people outside, the courtyard of the first demon sovereign was shrouded in darkness. However, inside the courtyard, one would realize that it wasn't darkness at all. Instead, it was light. Darkness and light interweaved together. It was impossible to tell which was which. Perhaps, darkness and light were relative and couldn't exist independently. In the spacious room, the first demon sovereign stretched out his right hand. A ball of light appeared on his palm and slowly rotated. Outside the ball of light, it was getting darker and darker. It was so dark that even one's gaze would be sucked into it. Only absolute darkness can create absolute light. However, just light and darkness aren't enough. There must be a strong force to push them together. The first demon sovereign's palm closed slightly. The ball of light became smaller and smaller. It seemed like there was an extremely strong force suppressing the ball of light. As the ball of light shrank, the surrounding darkness became denser. It had already reached an incomprehensible realm. The number of black strands decreased until there was only one strand left. This strand of black strand had pierced through the spine of the martial Yuan Shen. It was the strongest chaotic will. Being swept by the will of the desolate god, the black strand roared unwillingly. Within this chaotic will were the remnant thoughts of countless evil spirits. After fusing together, it became an even more vicious demonic will. Seriously speaking, the chaotic will was in existence on the same level as the universe will, hell will, and true God will. However, this chaotic will wasn't pure. It was formed after birth. Therefore, it couldn't fight against the will of the desolate god. Crackle. The black strand let out a series of crackling sounds. It became dimmer and thinner. When another wave of desolate gods will swept over, the black strand of black strand finally dissipated. So easy. When the black strand of black strand disappeared, Yi Chen felt like a huge rock had been lifted off his shoulders. He felt relaxed from inside out. It was an unprecedented relaxation. Martial Dao Yuan Soul Evolve. Yi Chen's martial Yuan Shen had long accumulated enough. It was because of the existence of the chaotic will that he couldn't break through to the silver class. Now that the hidden danger was gone, Yi Chen immediately chose to break through. Yi Chen's martial Yuan Shen floated out, emitting an intense bronze light. The bronze light gradually transformed, giving birth to strands of silver. As the silver light increased, the aura of Yi Chen's martial Yuan Shen grew stronger. With every breath it would be 10 times stronger. From afar, Heaven Splitter watched Yi Chen quietly. It understood that its master was about to break through, and he would become even stronger. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chen's martial Yuan Shen had turned into a pure silver color, as if it was made of illusory silver. Waves of energy spread out, and the ground instantly caved in, forming a huge pit. Finally, legend rank. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and the silver martial Yuan Shen returned to his body. Chapter 1376. The martial Dao Yuan spirit was divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. At the bronze level, the lifespan of an honorable would be greatly increased. It would not be a problem to live for hundreds of thousands of years or even 1,000,000 years. At the silver level, the lifespan would be greatly increased. One could easily live for more than 1,000,000 years, with the longest record being 5,000,000 years. As for the gold level, this was the martial Dao Yuan spirit of a demigod. It had the property of eternal indestructibility, and could live for more than 10,000,000 years. As for how long they could live, no one knew, because every time a demigod was born, they would disappear into the universe after a few years. No one knew where they went. When the martial Dao Yuan spirit reached the silver level, Yi Chen's aura became pure like the vast starry sky, eternal and unfathomable. Boom. With a punch, space-time trembled. The silver-level martial Dao Yuan spirit allowed Yi Chen's combat power to increase crazily. The power of this punch was much stronger than when he used the heavenly sword. The fist energy landed on the barrier of the Desolate God's secret domain, triggering waves of Desolate God's will. Essence, Qi, and Spirit were the foundation of a person, while Yuan Shen of martial arts was the condensation and transformation of the essence, Qi, and Spirit. It was the foundation of the foundation. The stronger Yuan Shen of martial arts, the stronger the battle power would be. The stronger the Yuan Shen of martial arts was, the stronger the battle power would be. This was different from sword intent, which could only increase a part of the battle power. 90% of a person's battle power was reflected in Yuan Shen of martial arts and martial arts. Yuan Shen of martial arts was the foundation of a person, while martial arts were the amplifiers, which could increase one's strength. Of course, it didn't mean that sword intent wasn't important. On the contrary, sword intent was as important as Yuan Shen of martial arts and martial arts. Yi Chen, you broke through to legend rank? After returning to the Unfalling Eagle tribe, Lan Yu could tell with a glance that Yi Chen had a breakthrough. Yes, I was lucky. It was indeed luck this time. That's great. You will definitely be first in the Desolate God Tower. Lan Yu was very confident in Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. Don't underestimate the first demon sovereign. Although I've smoothly become a legendary sovereign, and my strength has improved by leaps and bounds, the first demon sovereign definitely hasn't stopped improving after all these years. Perhaps his improvement isn't any less than mine. You're right, but I don't think you should underestimate yourself. I have confidence in you anyway. Lan Yu smiled. Yi Chen also smiled. Of course I won't underestimate myself. Everything depends on this time. Without a competitive spirit, one would not be able to improve quickly. It all depended on how you viewed competition. For Yi Chen, winning or losing was not important. What was important was how much effort you put into winning or losing. Ing Lai Xiong heard from Lan Yu that Yi Chen had broken through to legend rank and laughed out loud. If Yi Chen could get first place again, adding on Lan Yu, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would get 3 portions of time, which was a good thing. Time passed very quickly. It was time for the 4th attempt at the Desolate God Tower. Early in the morning, the people of the 5 great tribes arrived at the plains near the Desolate God Tower. Hey, he really became a legendary supreme. Zhan Xiong noticed the change in Yi Chen. Did he break through? Evil Star squinted his eyes and looked at the first demon venerable. He no longer had any thoughts of competing with Yi Chen. Yi Chen hadn't broken through yet, and he wasn't his opponent, let alone Yi Chen who had broken through. The only one who could be Yi Chen's opponent was the first demon venerable, and vice versa. Originally, he thought that the first demon venerable would catch up and completely dominate everyone. He didn't expect that after maintaining his advantage for 100 years, there would be a new change. First demon venerable, your opponent is not simple. Let's see if you can keep the first place this time. Interesting, very interesting. The first demon venerable sized up Yi Chen. His eyes emitted an intense battle intent. The first place that was obtained too easily was not what he wanted. He wanted to make Yi Chen lose wholeheartedly and not dare to have any other thoughts. Just like Evil Star, Yi Chen had subconsciously submitted to him. I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you won't disappoint me. The first demon venerable said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said indifferently, I'm just afraid you won't be able to accept the result. There's nothing I can't accept. Just bring it on. Then you'll have to wait and see. As the two spoke, the tower challenge began. The two of them were the last to enter the Desolate God Tower. Ding-ling-ling. The bell of the Desolate God Tower rang crazily. The moment the two of them entered, the bell rang. So fast. Everyone stared at the crystal steel and were dumbfounded. The first place was either Yi Chen or the first demon venerable. The floors behind the two of them were flickering crazily. Every time they blinked, it would flicker. Evil Star and company were also very fast, but they were slower than the two of them. 100th floor. 200th floor. 500th floor. From the 500th floor onward, the difference started to show. Other than Yi Chen and the first demon venerable, the rest of the floors were no longer the same. Evil Star was temporarily ranked 3rd, Kang Xueli was 4th, Battle Bear was 5th, and Lan Yu was 8th. As for 1st and 2nd place, it was constantly changing. Sometimes Yi Chen was 1st, and sometimes the first demon venerable was 1st. On the 600th floor, a large number of young geniuses were eliminated. When they saw the speed of the 1st and 2nd place, their eyes nearly popped out. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. There were only 9 people who made it past the 700th floor. Lan Yu had improved by 1 and was now in 8th place. She stopped at the 705th floor. The 9th place was 4 floors lower than her at the 701st floor. The 7th and 6th places were at the 708th and 710th floor respectively. The difference between the 4 of them wasn't very big, and they were evenly matched. Yi Chen, you can do it. After coming out, Lan Yu secretly cheered for Yi Chen. Currently, only Yi Chen could pose a threat to the first demon venerable. The rest had been left far behind. 792nd floor. Previously, Yi Chen stopped at this floor. This time he instantly made it. The desolate spirit couldn't even block a single sword strike from him. 795th floor. 800th floor. Finally, Yi Chen reached the 800th floor. At the 800th floor, Yi Chen still didn't find it strenuous. 820th floor. 830th floor. It wasn't only Yi Chen. The first demon venerable also seemed to be riding a rocket. The number of floors he cleared soared. At times, he would be 1 floor higher than Yi Chen, and at other times he would be 1 floor lower than Yi Chen. At their cultivation realm, sometimes, it depended on the timing. If the timing was good, they might be able to quickly clear the floor. I can't take it anymore. Evil Star stopped at the 785th floor. When he came out, he glanced at the crystal stone monument and couldn't help but gasp. What kind of medicine did the two of them eat? Even if they improved, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. One had to know that the higher one went in the Desolate God Tower, the harder it was to clear each floor. It was already very impressive to clear a few more floors, but the two of them improved by dozens of floors every time. Chapter 1377. The leaders of the 5 great tribes looked very serious. The 830th level was getting closer and closer to them. They had only made it to the 900th level. Although the 70th level was more difficult than the previous 800 levels, it didn't stop the two of them from making rapid progress. He's actually on par with the great Demon King's bloodline. This kid must be an influential figure outside. Yin Piaomiao muttered. At this moment, the leaders of the 5 tribes had already treated the first demon venerable and Yi Chen as equals. Although the two's current strength was inferior to theirs, they had the time to catch up and even surpass them. On the 835th floor, the first demon venerable pushed his strength to the limit. His dazzling fist energy was like a black meteor in the night sky. He punched out quickly and fiercely. On the 834th floor, Yi Chen's sword was like the sharpest scalpel. It flickered as it followed Huang Ling's flaws. Every time it flickered, it would leave a mark on Huang Ling's body. Die. A sword parried Huang Ling's saber. Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen's sword brushed past the saber and pierced Huang Ling's throat. It really wasn't easy. Fortunately, not only did I become a legendary supremacy, but my heart sword has also reached the middle stage. Without any time to rest, Yi Chen was transported to the 835th floor. Yi Chen caught up. Yi Chen surpassed him. He was surpassed again. The rankings of Yi Chen and the first demon venerable kept changing. Outside the desolate god tower, everyone's expression kept changing. Yi Chen was right. The first demon venerable is really terrifying. Lan Yu frowned. Beside her, Ing Lai Xiong said, "They are the pride of their generation. They are natural rivals. Without their talent, it's impossible to predict their future." Sometimes, comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Ordinary geniuses wouldn't be able to compete with others who could improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. As long as such people were given a chance, they could reach a realm that others couldn't even dream of, step by step towards the peak and becoming a legend. On the crystal stele, Yi Chen was first at the 840th step, while the first demon sovereign was second, also at the 840th step. The two had been on the 841st step for a long time. Yi Chen was the first to reach this step, so his ranking was ahead. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the desolate spirit on the 841 floor was nearly as strong as Yi Chen. The odds of victory were 50-50. If one was not careful, it was normal for one to be defeated. Of course, it would be even more difficult for his opponent to defeat Yi Chen by relying on the defensive sword style. It should be known that the defensive sword style was specifically used against opponents who were slightly stronger than the user. It would be extremely difficult for someone of the same level to break through it, unless they had some special ability or martial arts. Compared to Yi Chen, the first demon ancestor's situation was slightly worse. It wasn't that Huang Ling was stronger than the first demon ancestor. In truth, the first demon ancestor even had a slight advantage in the battle. Unfortunately, it would take a long time for him to turn this slight advantage into an advantage and then into a victory. The first demon ancestor's body was made of flesh and blood after all, so he would eventually get tired. If he couldn't defeat his opponent before he got tired, the chances of him passing this level would be very slim. Boom. After 3 days and 3 nights, the first demon ancestor started to get impatient. His body began to emit a silver-black light. This was the light of his martial yuan spirit. Ordinary Supreme's martial yuan spirits were silver-white in color, but the first demon ancestor's martial yuan spirit was different. It was actually silver-black in color. Very few people knew that the Great Demon King bloodline not only had unlimited potential, but the martial yuan spirit they had was also different. This was the darkness yuan spirit unique to the Great Demon King bloodline. It was much stronger than ordinary martial yuan spirits, and its explosive power was even more ferocious. After a few heavy strikes, Huang Ling was constantly forced to retreat. However, he never lost his stance, making the first demon ancestor unable to find a chance to hit his opponent. On the other hand, Yi Chen was defending and attacking at the same time. He was constantly looking for a chance, a 1 in a million chance. Such an opportunity was very rare. Yi Chen could only ensure that he didn't make a mistake and wait for others to make a mistake. 7 days have passed. Outside the desolate god tower, many people sighed. The battle between the two had lasted for 7 days. To fight for 7 days without eating or drinking, no one else would be able to do it. Exhaustion and weakness. When these two factors came together, the vast majority of people would choose to give up. Or their minds might not be able to take it and a hole would appear in their hearts. Yi Chen. Lan Yu clenched her fists. She believed that Yi Chen wouldn't be the first to fall. Not to mention his strength, she admired Yi Chen's temperament. He was a person who would do what he said, a person who never gave up. Of course, the first demon ancestor also gave her a very terrifying feeling. His heart was like a deep pool of stagnant water without any ripples. 8th day. 9th day. The first demon ancestor deliberately revealed a flaw. The reason he did so was because he had no other choice. He was certain that if the battle continued, he would most likely be the one defeated. This was because his opponent wasn't an ordinary life form. He didn't know what exhaustion was, nor did he know what weakness was. At this moment he could only risk it. Otherwise, in a few more days he wouldn't even have the chance to do so. Sensing a flaw, Huang Ling slashed out with his saber. The saber light was like lightning that was thousands of times faster. With a poochie sound, the first demon ancestor's left arm was severed. As if he couldn't feel any pain, a cold smile flashed on the first demon ancestor's face. His right fist punched towards Huang Ling's head with extreme speed and power. He was determined to succeed with this punch. This punch did indeed hit Huang Ling's head. Unfortunately, the first demon ancestor had underestimated Huang Ling's reaction speed. Huang Ling was one step ahead. With a flip of his saber, his head was sliced off. Bang! Huang Ling retreated a few steps. The first demon ancestor's fist force hadn't completely landed. With a grave and stern expression, the first demon sovereign walked out of the desolate god tower. Subconsciously, he turned his head and looked at the crystal tablet. Yi Chen's image was still colorful, and his ranking was above his. Although the number of floors he had cleared was the same. Liaxiong, both of you are first. Let's split the time equally. Yun Piaomiao didn't think that Yi Chen could pass the 841 level. If he could, he would have done it long ago. Right now he should be getting weaker and weaker. Liaxiong retorted, how is there a tie for first? The first place is obviously Yi Chen. Both of them have the same number of levels. Yun Piaomiao was a little unhappy. I only look at the crystal tablet's ranking. Liaxiong didn't take half a step back. Let's wait for Yi Chen to come out first. The two of you should stop arguing. Kang Siwei persuaded. To be honest, a tie for first place hadn't happened for countless years. It was indeed not easy to solve. Both of them were reasonable. The solution to this problem was very simple. That was for Yi Chen to surpass the first demon ancestor. However, the possibility was too small. 9 days had already passed. As time passed, the hope was getting smaller and smaller. On the evening of the 9th day, the number of floors passed behind Yi Chen's image suddenly flashed once. 841, it meant that Yi Chen had passed through the 841st floor. Chapter 1378. He surpassed it. Lan Yu waved her fist excitedly. Liaxiong was stunned at first. He then grinned at Yun Piaomiao. First place is ours. Do you still have any objections? Yun Piaomiao turned her head and looked depressed. This was too strange. He could even pass it like this. Amazing. Zhan Xiong looked at Kang Xueli in shock. The first demon lord with the bloodline of the great demon king had improved a lot. Last time he had passed 802 levels and this time he had passed 840 levels. This speed of improvement was 10 times faster than theirs. They didn't expect Sword Venerable Yi Chen to improve even faster, surpassing the first demon lord. Kang Xueli shook her head. Don't look at me. I didn't expect him to surpass the first demon lord. Indeed, we don't understand their world. Zhan Xiong shook his head. Surpassed? Evil Star was a little dazed. When he regained his senses, he couldn't help but look at the first demon lord. This was the first time the first demon lord's face changed. It wasn't anger but rather heaviness. Evil Star thought to himself. The first demon lord's heart wasn't heavy but serious. He was starting to treat Yi Chen seriously. If he didn't treat Yi Chen seriously now, it wouldn't be confidence but arrogance. The bloodline of the great demon king had never been arrogant, and he wasn't one either. The reason why the bloodline of the great demon king could stand at the peak was because they could maintain absolute calmness and rationality no matter what. This was innate. 842 levels. Yi Chen didn't last long before he was defeated by Huang Ling. He was already exhausted and didn't expect to pass the 842 levels. When he came out and saw Lan Yu's expression, Yi Chen knew that he had reached first again. To be honest, it was impossible for him not to feel anything. To him, the most important thing wasn't to defeat the bloodline of the great demon king, but to prove that he had the potential to reach the peak of the martial path. As for the bloodline of the great demon king, it was just a strong opponent. Their eyes met and sparks could be seen. The first demon lord and Yi Chen didn't say anything. They just looked at each other and retracted their gazes. They understood that the other party was their strongest opponent, so there was no need to say anything. The yin-yang sword art is complete. The Unfalling Eagle tribe received 3 portions of time, which was 30 years. Yi Chen's contribution was huge, so he was directly given 4 years. In only 2 years, Yi Chen created a perfect yin-yang swordsmanship. This yin-yang swordsmanship had 2 styles. The first style was yin-yang coexistence, and the second style was yin-yang tai chi. The coexistence of yin and yang was very mysterious. Once the sword was unleashed, the sword chi seemed to have a mind of its own. It did not increase or decrease, nor did it dissipate. After locking onto the enemy's aura, it would not disappear unless the enemy was dead. Of course, if the enemy was very strong and could break the coexistence of yin and yang, then that would be another matter. Yin-yang tai chi. This was a sealing sword move. After the black and white sword chi formed a tai chi diagram, it would trap the enemy in the tai chi diagram and use the endless sword chi to obliterate the enemy. The area it covered could be big or small. The creation of the yin-yang sword art didn't directly increase Yi Chen's battle strength. After all, no matter how strong the yin-yang sword art was, it was only at the level of the five-element sword art and the space-time sword art. However, an additional sword art could make Yi Qin more comprehensive. Yin-yang coexistence and yin-yang tai chi also had their own uses. In the 4th year, Yi Qin created the four-symbol sword art. The four-symbol sword art contained the four profound meanings of earth, water, fire, and wind. It was similar to the five-element sword art, but it was more tyrannical. The four-symbol sword art also had two styles. The first was the four symbols hegemon sword art, which was derived from the hegemon sword art. The second was the four extremes of heaven and earth. The difference between the four symbols hegemon sword art and the hegemon sword art was that the four symbols hegemon sword art had a wide attack range. The sword aura would transform into the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, while the hegemon sword art condensed the sword energy into a single line. It was an extreme attack. However, if the opponent was fast enough to dodge, it wouldn't be restricted by the hegemon sword art. The second move, Heaven and Earth Four Extremes, was a passive attack. Using this move didn't require the use of treasured swords. What was required was the heart sword. Using the heart sword to condense the four symbol sword energy and hide it on the surface of the body. Once the enemy attacked, the four symbol sword energy would be activated to counterattack the enemy. At the crucial moment, it could also save the user from danger. Finally, the only sword arts that Yi Qin didn't know were the life and death sword art and the light and darkness sword art. In the 4 years, Yi Qin created two sword arts. Next, he planned to comprehend the word time, and raise the profound of time to the great success realm, or even the perfection realm. After all, the profound of time was the second most profound after the profound of power. In terms of difficulty, it was much more difficult to comprehend than the profound of power. It was the most difficult profound to comprehend. Even though Yi Qin had become a legendary supreme, it wasn't easy for him to comprehend the profound of time to the great success realm. Figuratively speaking, the profound of power was like a person's strength, while the profound of time was like a person's lifespan. It was useless if one only had strength and died early. It was also useless if one only had lifespan without strength. There were many records about the great success realm of time. For example, one's lifespan could reach an unimaginable level, or one could control the flow of time in an area. Of course, this speed of time couldn't be as fast as the Tower of Time in the Paradise of Gods. It was already amazing to be able to speed up or slow down time by a few times. In the Tower of Time, it could be 10 or even 100 times faster. This wasn't something that humans could do. Only true gods could do. 96%, 97%, 98%. After spending 20 years, Yi Qin raised the profound of time to 98%. He was only one step away from the great success realm. At that time there would be a qualitative leap. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. The profound of time had finally reached the great success realm. The moment he exited the strange space, Yi Qin felt as if he could see the flow of time. He could see the trajectory of time. He could even feel his own lifespan. He felt that he could live for about 4 million years. He was only 1 million years away from the limit of legendary supremes. Is this the profound of time? So magical. The great success realm of power allowed Yi Qin to feel the essence of power. The profound of time also allowed Yi Qin to feel the essence of time. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he understood the essence. Have I reached the limit? After the profound of time reached the great success realm, Yi Qin found that he couldn't concentrate on comprehending the word time. It was very hard for him to understand. Could it be that the great success realm was a forbidden area that no one was allowed to enter? Your profound of time reached the great success realm? Ing Liexiong looked surprised. Yes. Yi Qin and Ing Liexiong would occasionally talk. This time Yi Qin asked his question. Who knew that Ing Liexiong would be surprised that his profound of time reached the great success realm? I'm so envious. Ing Liexiong sighed and said, comprehending the profound of time requires talent. If you don't have enough talent, even if a demigod personally teaches you, you won't be able to comprehend the profound of time to a very high level. Otherwise, the word time has been in my unfalling eagle tribe for so many years. There wouldn't be no supremes who reached the great success realm. Chapter 1379. Yi Qin faintly nodded. Comprehending the time profound indeed required aptitude. The majority of supremes only comprehended 20 to 30% of the time profound. It was not that they didn't want to improve it, but they were truly limited by their aptitude. Even if they were given the word of time, they would only be able to improve 10 to 20% at most. Ing Liexiong continued, as for what you said, I know a thing or two. If I'm not wrong, you don't have enough experience and can't handle the time profound. Don't have enough experience and can't handle the time profound? Yi Chen thought about it and didn't understand. Let me put it this way. Do you feel that your lifespan has greatly increased and is close to the limit of legendary supremes? Yes. Yi Chen answered. That's right. Comprehending time profound is different from comprehending other profounds. It brings great changes to the body, especially to lifespan. Therefore, you need to get used to the time profound at this stage. Only after you get used to it can you continue comprehending time profound. It's like a person who suddenly has 100 times more power. If you can't control it, you'll be tired. Ing Liexiong explained. I see. Yi Chen finally understood. He had comprehended time profound to the great completion realm in such a short time. It was too fast. His perception of time and the universe's time were already a little out of sync. Not to mention that he couldn't continue comprehending time profound, even if he forcefully comprehended it to the great completion realm, it would probably cause a series of backlashes, such as a chaotic sense of time. A chaotic sense of time was an extremely terrifying thing. In a battle, a single moment could be fatal. After understanding the reason why time profound couldn't be improved, Yi Chen no longer hesitated. He started to create the third move of the space-time sword art. Although the first two moves had been perfected and there was nothing that could be changed, in Yi Chen's opinion, these two moves weren't enough to display the power of time profound. Less than 1,000 miles away from the place where Yi Chen and the Iron Star Snake had fought, a ripple spread out. It was like a calm lake suddenly being blown by the wind. The next moment, two black dots appeared from the ripple and became bigger and bigger. Finally, they turned into two figures. One was wearing a black robe and the other was wearing a gray robe. They looked extremely miserable, as if they had been chased by something. Their faces were red and their clothes were tattered. Damn Gemini Tyrannosaurus, why did I encounter it? The black-robed old man's face was gloomy. The desolate god's secret realm is incomparably terrifying. It's already not easy for us to come out alive. It's a pity that we didn't find the transmission array. The gray-robed elder reached out and wiped his tattered gray clothes. Teleportation array. I suspect that the desolate god's secret realm doesn't even have a teleportation array. Do you think that those 5 fellows are lying to us? They can't wait for us to leave, causing us to be trapped in the desolate god's secret realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Our starry sky bear dog kings also died in the desolate god's secret realm. Without them, our restrictions on those 5 fellows would be much weaker, the black-robed elder said suspiciously. The gray-robed elder's face turned cold. I hope they didn't lie to us. Last time we were able to destroy 2 rank 8 tribes. This time we can do it again. I haven't been out for more than 100,000 years. I wonder if the Wild's God continent has changed. The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. The two of them did not travel together. Instead, they went their separate ways. The black-robed elder flew towards the Yunzhong tribe, while the gray-robed elder flew towards the Xinghai tribe. In the Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao was drinking tea in the pavilion. Opposite him sat his daughter and son-in-law. They had been married for tens of thousands of years. He did not know when they would give birth to a grandson. Looking at the courtyard where the first demon venerable was, Yun Piaomiao sighed. It would be great if his descendants were half as outstanding as the first demon venerable. Suddenly Yun Piaomiao's expression changed. His daughter and son-in-law had never seen Yun Piaomiao with such an expression. They saw fear and dread on his face. Father, what happened? Yun Piaomiao's daughter could not help but ask. I didn't expect them to not be able to leave the Wild's God continent. Instead, they came out of the desolate god's secret realm. Yun Piaomiao muttered to himself as if he did not hear his daughter's question. Yun Piaomiao, there are too many things that you didn't expect. A black-robed elder appeared outside the Yunzhong tribe's array. His gaze could actually penetrate the layers of array and see Yun Piaomiao's mouth. Yun Piaomiao hesitated for a moment. He waved his hand and the array opened, allowing the black-robed elder to enter. I haven't seen you for hundreds of thousands of years. At least you haven't lost your head yet. The black-robed elder's figure flashed and appeared in the pavilion. He looked at Yun Piaomiao's daughter and son-in-law. This should be your daughter. She looks pretty good. I remember that when I left, you didn't even have a child. Welcome, Supremacy. Yun Piaomiao's next action made his daughter and son-in-law turn pale with fright. Who was it that the leader had to welcome? Wasn't the Wild's God continent controlled by the leaders of the 5 major tribes? Hurry up and welcome the Supremacy. Yun Piaomiao quickly gave the two of them a look. Welcome, Supremacy. Although the two of them did not know when a Supremacy had appeared in the Yunzhong tribe, How could they not know that the black-robed elder's status was even higher than Yun Piaomiao's when they saw Yun Piaomiao's expression? I have something to say to the supremacy. The two of you can leave first. Yun Piaomiao ordered his daughter and son-in-law to leave. Yes. The two of them did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left the pavilion. Supremacy, please have some tea. Yun Piaomiao poured a cup of tea for the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Yun Piaomiao, I haven't seen you for hundreds of thousands of years, but your aura has become much stronger. Let me ask you, suddenly, a strange expression flashed across the black-robed elder's face. Shua, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the courtyard of the first demon venerable. Who is it? The first demon venerable walked out of the room. When he saw the black-robed elder, the first demon venerable's expression changed slightly. He could feel the surging demonic power from the other's body. That kind of aura was much stronger than that of the leaders of the 5 major tribes. The aura of darkness. The black-robed elder's eyes lit up like light bulbs. That's right. Only the bloodline of the great demons can have the aura of darkness. It is so dense. Haha, I am Sea Demon Venerable and I come from the Demon's God Continent. When did you come to the Wild's God Continent? Did you come here through the mark I left behind? Yes. Even when facing Empyrean Sea Fiend, who was much stronger than him, the first demon lord still maintained the same appearance. His bloodline was supreme and in the demon race he was the future ruler. He didn't need to bow down even when facing Empyrean Sea Fiend. Sea Demon Venerable frowned slightly but he soon relaxed. The bloodline of the great demons was indeed like this. If it were any other demon genius he would have already taught them a lesson. Chapter 1380. With his time profound reaching greater completion, Yi Chen's spacetime sword arts had thoroughly surpassed 5-element sword arts, yin-yang sword arts and 4-symbol sword arts. Moreover, it wasn't just by a little bit. It was already not inferior to supreme sword arts. If he could truly create the third style, his battle power would make a huge leap. The third move's concept was simple. It was black hole. Although super supremes could create small black holes, compared to those crude black holes, Yi Chen's was much more difficult. After all, Yi Chen had the support of spacetime ultimacy. How could he not make use of this advantage? On the prairie, Yi Chen and Ying Liexiong were in an intense battle. Ying Liexiong didn't use Sky Blast Hammer, and Yi Chen didn't use Sky Sword either. The two of them fought with ordinary supreme weapons. It could be seen that even if Ying Liexiong wasn't serious, he still had the upper hand. The domineering hammer technique looked simple and direct, but it was able to defeat Yi Chen's sword technique every time, causing Yi Chen to be shaken. This is a newly created spacetime sword technique, Black Hole Stance. Yi Chen executed the embryonic third move of spacetime sword technique, Black Hole Stance. The supreme sword trembled and 3 black dots appeared in front of Yi Chen. The 3 black dots looked tiny, but they emitted a shocking gravitational force. They enveloped Ying Liexiong in a triangular formation. They weren't fast or slow as they contained spacetime ultimacy. Good move. The 3 gravitational forces stacked together, causing Ying Liexiong to be unable to swing his hammer. The desolation essence in his body was like a raging flood that was about to be released. Rumble. After forcefully defeating the 3 black dots, Ying Liexiong flew out in a pathetic manner. As expected of the spacetime sword technique, I nearly suffered. Ying Liexiong decided that the next time he saw Yi Chen execute this move, he had to use 10 times his strength, or he wouldn't be able to suppress this move. Are you saying that the bloodline of the great demon king has appeared? And there's also a peerless genius of the human race? In the Star Ocean tribe, the gray-robed old man looked at Evil Star in shock. Evil Star nodded heavily. The great demon king's bloodline is more terrifying than I imagined. In time he will definitely become a demigod and rule the world. The only one who can contend against him is that peerless genius of the human race. Therefore I feel that the evil spirit race has no need to help the demons. Let them deal with the peerless genius of the human race themselves. Although Evil Star had submitted to the first demon venerable, it didn't mean that he didn't have other thoughts. In his opinion, it wasn't a good thing to be the sole ruler. If the first demon venerable continued to grow like this, no one would be able to stop him. At that time, let alone the human race alliance, even the demons alliance would become slaves of the demons. At most, they would be slaves of a slightly higher level. Therefore, he felt that Yi Chen's existence was very necessary. After all, this was different from the past. In the past, such a terrifying figure had never appeared. The war between the demons alliance and the human race alliance would last forever, so the evil spirit race naturally didn't need to worry about destroying the human race alliance. What you said makes sense, but we still have to put on a show. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to Heavenly Venerable Sea Fiend. The gray-robed old man was the legendary supremacy of the evil spirit race, Heavenly Venerable Evil Light. His strength was comparable to Heavenly Venerable Sea Fiend's. Although he wasn't afraid of Heavenly Venerable Sea Fiend, he didn't want to fall out with the demons. That wouldn't be a good thing for the evil spirit race. Moreover, he and Heavenly Venerable Sea Fiend both suspected that a supremacy of the human race alliance had also come to the Wild's God continent. He didn't know if they had left, but he had to be on guard. By the way, Heavenly Venerable Evil Light, how did you come to the Wild's God continent? Heavenly Venerable Evil Light was a legendary supremacy. If he hadn't come to the Wild's God continent, the evil spirit race would have dominated the universe. As if he could read Evil Star's thoughts, Heavenly Venerable Evil Light shook his head and said, "Things are more complicated than you think. Heavenly Venerable Sea Fiend and I came to the Wild's God continent a long time ago. As for why we came here, you will find out in the future. All these years we have been looking for a way to leave the Wild's God continent, but unfortunately we haven't been able to. The Wild's God mystic realm is too dangerous for us, and it's also a little too strange." You can leave the Wild's God mystic realm? It wasn't that Evil Star hadn't thought of leaving, but he couldn't stay in the Wild's God continent forever. There is only one way for the desolate race to leave the Wild's God continent, and that is to pass through the Wild's God Tower. There are two ways for us outsiders to leave the Wild's God continent. One is to pass through the Wild's God Tower, and the other is to leave through the teleportation array in the Wild's God mystic realm. The first method is too ridiculous, and even if we can pass it, we don't know where we will end up. The Wild's God left the Wild's God Tower behind not just to let the desolate race leave the Wild's God continent, so there is only the second method. Have you found the teleportation array? Evil Star asked. Empyrean Evil Light's face sank. In the Wild's God mystic realm, fierce beasts run rampant. Even with my and Empyrean Sea Fiend's strength, we still have to be careful. It's still unknown if there is a teleportation array or not. 1, 2, 5 black dots appeared, and a large amount of soil was suddenly pulled up. Under the combined effect of the 5 black dots, the soil turned into powder in the air, and then turned into 5 streams that were sucked into the black dots. Compared to the last time he sparred with Ing Liexiong, Yi Chen's black hole stance was even stronger. The number of black holes had increased from 3 to 5, and they maintained an absolute balance without destroying each other. The third stance, black hole stance, is complete. Slowly letting out a breath of turbid air, Yi Chen's eyes returned to normal. Previously, his eyes were like black holes, and this was a change brought about by using the black hole stance. This black hole stance isn't considered weak among the supreme martial arts. Now, the difference between me and the leaders of the 5 tribes is only the difference in martial Dao Yuan soul. Some silver martial Dao Yuan souls were strong and some were weak. Yi Chen was only at the early silver stage. The first demon Venerable, Evil Star, Kang Xueli, and War Bear were also at this level. Yi Chen abruptly looked toward the west. He could feel a powerful demonic power pervading the air. If it isn't the first demon Venerable, who is it? Due to the distance, Yi Chen couldn't see the other party. Found him. Empyrean Sea Fiend discovered Yi Chen. His figure flashed and his speed soared. After a few flashes, he was less than 1,000 miles away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood there quietly, and Heaven Splitter, who was next to him, had his hair stand on end. Swish. A black light flashed, and Empyrean Sea Fiend landed on the grassland opposite Yi Chen. "You are Sword Venerable Yi Chen?" Empyrean Sea Fiend asked. "Yes, and who are you?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel the killing intent from the other party. The reason he stayed here and didn't run away was because he was very confident in his spacetime profound meaning. As long as he wanted to run, unless the other party was a quasi-demigod, there was absolutely no way they could catch up to him. "I'll give you 2 choices. One is to obediently surrender, and the other is to be killed by me." Empyrean Sea Fiend sized up Yi Chen and said indifferently, "I don't choose either. Heaven Splitter, let's go." Jumping onto Heaven Splitter's back, Yi Chen waved his hand. Spacetime instantly distorted, wrapping around Heaven Splitter and disappearing without a trace. When they reappeared, they were already 1,000 miles away. Large success in spacetime profound meaning? Empyrean Sea Fiend's face was extremely gloomy. Whoosh! Almost the moment Yi Chen and Heaven Splitter disappeared, he chased after them. His aura had already locked onto Yi Chen. Chapter 1381. The two chased, one fleeing, and soon they were 100,000 miles away. A peerless genius of the human race only knows how to run? Empyrean Sea Fiend couldn't help but mock as he saw Yi Chen's figure getting further and further away. If I were a quasi-demigod, you would be the one running. Empyrean Sea Fiend was very strong, stronger than the 5 great tribe leaders. Yi Chen only felt a dangerous aura similar to Empyrean Sea Fiend's from the gold-eating beast. It was clear that even if Empyrean Sea Fiend wasn't as strong as the gold-eating beast, he was at least in existence close to it. The gold-eating beast was a peak legend rank supreme, and even the 5 great tribe leaders could only contend with it. You're very stubborn. Let's see if you can keep being so stubborn when I catch you. Empyrean Sea Fiend released his Sea Fiend domain while chasing Yi Chen. The Sea Fiend domain was vast and mighty, sweeping towards Yi Chen like a vast sea. Within the domain, there were even countless Empyrean Sea Fiend phantoms faintly visible. Sea Fiend domain, 9th domain. Yi Chen's scalp went numb. He felt that once he was enveloped by the other party's domain, there would be no way out. The 9th domain wasn't an ordinary domain. This level of domain could even kill a low-level legend rank supreme. Although a mid-level legend rank supreme and a high-level legend rank supreme could barely contend with it, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Activating the Spacetime Profound, the space where Yi Chen and Sky Splitter were was violently distorted. They suddenly appeared thousands of miles away, narrowly escaping the Sea Fiend domain. Hateful Spacetime Profound. Empyrean Sea Fiend hated the Spacetime Profound. This kind of profound was absolutely top-notch when it came to escaping. Unless he could trap the other party, he could only slowly chase. Sea Fiend Heaven Torrential Seal. Taking a deep breath, Empyrean Sea Fiend increased his speed. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and black light flickered as he slammed his palm towards the distant Yi Chen. Rumble. Like a landslide, like an earthquake, like a tsunami, like a flood, the violent palm energy rushed towards Yi Chen. Along the way, the flood transformed into a giant seal that shot out. Danger. For a moment, Yi Chen felt his blood flow in reverse and his head felt heavy. The seal behind him seemed to be very far away from him, but the pressure it brought with it was inconceivably great. The space and time he was in seemed to have been locked down by it. Once the seal landed, he and the entire space and time would be flattened and crushed. Such a domineering supreme martial art. Yi Chen had seen Ying Liexiong's reopening heaven and earth, Tai Tan's cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth, Qin Tianding's shattering stars, and Yun Piaomiao's apocalyptic lightning punishment. The first 4 might not be weaker than this move in terms of profoundness, but in terms of battle prowess, the person who used the first 4 moves was still much weaker than their opponent. Fortunately, my space-time ultimacy has reached the large success stage. Relying on the space and time power, Yi Chen avoided the attack range of the seal. The distance between the two was very far, and the seal would take some time to reach Yi Chen. If Yi Chen couldn't dodge it, he might as well hang his neck and die. Empyrean Sea Fiend's demonic power surged like a vast ocean. He didn't care about the loss of demonic power as he crazily chased after Yi Chen. Sometimes it was a seal, sometimes it was a black water dragon, and sometimes it was countless black ropes. Unfortunately, with his space and time power, Yi Chen was billions of times more slippery than a mudfish. No matter how Empyrean Sea Fiend roared, he couldn't do anything to him. Do you only know how to run? Empyrean Sea Fiend was used to acting like a tyrant on the Desolate God continent. After entering the Desolate God secret territory for more than 100,000 years, and after coming out, he was teased by Yi Chen. His murderous intent surged, and he hated that he couldn't tear Yi Chen into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Yi Chen didn't care about Empyrean Sea Fiend. He was just thinking about what to do next. He couldn't keep running. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with an answer. Looking back at Empyrean Sea Fiend, Yi Chen frowned. I don't know where this old guy came from. Could it be the Desolate God secret territory? Isn't it said that only those who enter the Desolate God secret territory cannot leave? Or maybe it's just a rumor, not true. With my current strength, I can't compete with a peak legendary supreme unless my sword intent and sword domain reach the highest realm. The leaders of the 5 major tribes were all peak legendary supreme. The reason they had their current strength was mainly because their martial yuan spirits were strong enough. According to Yi Chen's guess, their martial yuan spirits were at the late silver realm. However, for geniuses, martial yuan spirits were the most difficult to improve, because it required accumulation and couldn't be achieved overnight. Thus, if Yi Chen wanted to make up for the shortcomings of his martial yuan spirit, he could only do so if his sword intent and sword domain reached the highest realm. Although my sword intent can improve every day, I don't know when it will end. There is some hope for sword domain. Sword intent was the purest and couldn't tolerate any impurities. Sword domain was a person's achievement in sword Dao, which was directly related to the swordsman's cultivation method. If Yi Chen's Green Lotus sword spell could break through from Supreme to Legendary, his sword domain would have a great chance of breaking through to the 9th realm. At that time he would really soar into the sky. Unknowingly, the two had arrived near the desolate god's secret territory. This kid is too hard to deal with. I can't catch him in a short time. It's better to send him into the desolate god's secret territory. With his strength he won't survive more than a year in there. A thought flashed in Empyrean Sea Fiend's mind. Putting his thoughts into action, Empyrean Sea Fiend began to operate a very rare supreme secret technique. After 10 breaths, a triangular star suddenly appeared, with Empyrean Sea Fiend at one corner. The triangular star grew bigger and bigger, and Yi Chen couldn't dodge it with his spacetime profound several times. This triangular star wasn't an offensive secret technique, so there was no way to escape. Finally, Yi Chen was covered by the triangular star, and the last corner was inside the desolate god secret territory. 3-star position. Empyrean Sea Fiend roared, his surging demonic power pouring into the triangular star. Whoosh! Empyrean Sea Fiend's figure moved along the triangular star, quickly moving towards Yi Chen's corner, while Yi Chen moved along the triangular star, moving towards the corner inside the desolate god's secret territory. Not good. Yi Chen was shocked. He had never seen such a strange secret technique that could forcibly change the position of others. Open for me. Yi Chen erupted with everything he could, but it didn't even create a splash. If the triangular star's energy was a surging river, then Yi Chen was just an ordinary fish, unable to swim against the current or jump out of the river. Oh. In the end, Yi Chen entered the desolate god's secret territory, and after Yi Chen reached the other corner, the triangular star quickly disappeared. Although this wasn't an offensive secret technique, it still caused the barrier of the desolate god's secret territory to fluctuate a few times, and a trace of the fluctuation followed the triangular star and hit Empyrean Sea Fiend. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Empyrean Sea Fiend's face turned pale. The desolate god's will was too overbearing. 3-star position wasn't an offensive secret technique, so it stood to reason that it shouldn't have caused fluctuations in the barrier of the desolate god's secret territory. It was just like entering the desolate god's secret territory wouldn't have any effect, but it still hit Empyrean Sea Fiend. Chapter 1382. Humph, entering the desolate god's secret territory means certain death. So what if you're a genius? As long as you haven't matured, you're still a weakling. Empyrean Sea Devil sneered and turned to leave. In his heart, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Back then, he and Empyrean Evil Light were able to come out alive because they were both peak legend rank supremes. In addition, they also had 2 high-level legend rank Starry Sky Bear Dog Kings. Even so, the two had lived miserable lives for more than 100,000 years. Even the Starry Sky Bear Dog Kings had been killed one by one. Whoosh! Empyrean Sea Devil disappeared without a trace. Outside, what Yi Chen saw was a lush green forest. But after entering the desolate god's secret territory, Yi Chen and Heaven Splitter appeared in the sky above a desert. Heaven Splitter, be careful. At this time, Yi Chen could only rely on Heaven Splitter's hearing and smell. The desolate god continent's laws were unique. The most primitive senses were the most useful. The effect of soul force was far inferior. Heaven Splitter didn't make a sound. He nodded his huge head. The desolate god's secret territory gave him a huge pressure. He was afraid that his roar would attract some terrifying vicious beast. What the two didn't know was that in the depths of the desert, a black furry thing was quietly climbing up. The quicksand on both sides was like flowing water and didn't pose much of an obstacle. Heaven Splitter shook his tail in annoyance. He could faintly feel danger approaching, but he couldn't clearly determine where it was coming from. Just as Heaven Splitter was getting more and more annoyed, a big bump suddenly appeared on the surface of the desert not far away. A gray fountain rushed out from the top of the bump. The fountain was powerful, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't a fountain at all. It was clearly sticky gray spider silk. Although Yi Chen's hearing and smell weren't as good as Heaven Splitter's, his reaction speed was far higher. With a wave of his hand, space-time distorted, and Yi Chen and Heaven Splitter disappeared from their original positions. The gray spider silk missed its target and fell to the ground. It stuck to the desert surface and emitted a corrosive sound. The moment Yi Chen and Sky Splitter disappeared, a black shadow chased after them along the surface of the desert. It had 8 limbs and a chubby, furry body covered in grayish-black stripes. It was clearly a spider beast. Its body was 20 meters wide and had 64 compound eyes. Each compound eye was like a crystal with many facets. One of the facets showed where Yi Chen and Sky Splitter had appeared. So fast. Yi Chen looked back and was a little surprised. The spider beast's 8 limbs didn't land on the ground at the same time, but one by one. It looked like it was flying close to the surface of the desert. Every time one of its limbs landed on the ground, a large hole would appear in the desert below. Shockwaves would spread out, causing its speed to reach an unimaginable level. It was probably several times faster than its flying speed. In just a few breaths, the spider beast had caught up. Chaotic stance. Yi Chen jumped up from Sky Splitter's back, unsheathed the heavenly sword, and used the chaotic stance. The current spacetime sword art was equivalent to a supreme sword art, 100 times stronger than the 5-element sword art. The moment the chaotic stance was used, spacetime became distorted. It was like countless pieces of glass interweaved together and enveloped the spider beast. Clang, 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 clang. The hairs on the spider beast's body stood up and emitted a fine light. The crisscrossing sword light slashed on it, but it could only cut off a large amount of the hairs. Moreover, the remaining sword light couldn't even break the spider beast's skin. In terms of defense, the spider beast could definitely resist the attacks of high-level legendary supremes. It opened its mouth and shot a spider silk at Yi Chen. There were only 2 places on its body that could shoot spider silk. One was its tail and the other was its mouth. The spider silk shot out from its tail was very thick and viscous, used to bind the enemy. There was only one spider silk shot out from its mouth, but its penetrative power was very strong and its speed was much faster. It could be used to attack the enemy. Yi Chen wanted to test the spider beast's strength, so he slashed with his sword. And the spider silk seemed to have a mind of its own as it entangled Yi Chen's sky sword. As the spider beast retracted its silk, Yi Chen felt that sky sword was about to fly out of his hand. Break! His right wrist that was holding sky sword shook, and the destructive sword chi surged, breaking the spider silk inch by inch. The sky sword was a 9-star Earth Saint artifact, and contained a powerful might in itself. The spider beast wanted to entangle the sky sword with its silk, but it was naturally unable to do so. In close combat, the sky sword's offensive power was even more powerful than his own. The desolate god's secret domain is full of dangers. Sky Splitter's strength is still too low. If I kill this spider beast and let Sky Splitter devour it, it should be able to step into the mid-level legendary beast rank. The stronger Sky Splitter was, the more help it would be to Yi Chen. Yi Chen needed its sense of smell, hearing, and acute danger perception. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen took a deep breath and flew towards the spider beast. Illusion sword form. A circle of sword light bubble expanded and enveloped the spider beast. Immediately it fell into an illusion. Although it wouldn't stay in the illusion for long, 1 or 2 seconds would already be amazing. However, it would at least buy some time for Yi Chen. Sure enough, after 2 moments, the spider ferocious beast broke free from the illusion. However, before it could do anything after waking up, a sword pierced through its head. Ashes scattered all over the sky. Spacetime sword technique's second move, sword burial. This move's ferocity was not even comparable to the black hole stance. It was a pure killing sword move. Green juice splattered everywhere as the spider beast struggled violently. Its front 4 limbs were like sharp blades, stabbing towards Yi Chen, creating a tearing sound. Yi Chen wasn't greedy. This beast's vitality far surpassed that of a supreme being. This sword strike had only slightly injured it, and this was also due to the sharpness of the heavenly sword. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have been confident in piercing through the spider beast's head. Withdrawing and floating backwards, Yi Chen avoided the spider beast's limbs. At the same time, the third form of the spacetime sword art, black hole form, was ready. He was just waiting for the spider beast to crash into him. The spider beast was thoroughly enraged by Yi Chen. Relying on its huge body and tyrannical vitality, its 8 limbs quickly swept across the ground as it rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression was grave as he instantly executed the black hole form. In an instant, 5 rotating black spots appeared in front of him. As the black spots appeared, a terrifying gravitational force burst forth and superimposed on each other. By the time the spider beast realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Its huge body was directly sucked in by the 5 black spots. Due to its inconceivably powerful defense and terrifying vitality, the 5 black spots were unable to tear it apart at once even though they were constantly devouring its body. Its flesh and blood were only reduced piece by piece, and the spider beast's vitality was also rapidly fading. What a pity! Yi Chen's eyes flashed with infinite pity. Just now, Sky Splitter had told him that a group of beasts was rushing over from all directions. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. Chapter 1383. Sky Splitter, let's go. Not caring about the spider beast that was about to be killed, Yi Chen mounted Sky Splitter and prepared to break out of the encirclement. In just a blink of an eye, he could already see the beasts surrounding him. It was a huge pack of huge wolf beasts. They were called huge wolf beasts because they looked very similar to wolves. Of course, beasts were beasts after all, and they could not look exactly like wolves. These huge wolf beasts had 6 legs and a huge head. Correspondingly, their teeth were huge as well. It's actually an iron fang. Yi Chen was startled. The iron fang beast was a novice legendary fierce beast. A single iron fang beast wasn't scary at all. It was many times weaker than any novice legendary fierce beast, and even a pinnacle super fierce beast could contend with it. This was mainly because the iron fang beast's attack method was very simple, and the only threatening thing was its bite. However, once the iron fang beast formed a large group, it would be a real disaster. With its terrifying bite force, the iron fang beast could even bite through the defense of a high-level legendary fierce beast. Even a pinnacle legendary fierce beast wouldn't dare to ignore the bite of the iron fang beast. Only a pinnacle legendary fierce beast like the gold-eating beast with an extremely abnormal defense wouldn't be afraid of being surrounded by the iron fang beast. A large number of iron fangs surrounded them. At a glance, there were at least 500 of them. Seeing so many iron fang beasts, the heavily injured spider beast no longer dared to act like a superior. It dived its head down and immediately dove into the desert. Unfortunately, the iron fang beasts were extremely cunning and wouldn't make a useless encirclement. Dozens of iron fang beasts that dove into the desert forced the spider beast out. What followed next was the scene of the spider ferocious beasts fighting the group of iron-toothed beasts. Although the spider ferocious beasts had suffered heavy injuries and their strength had dropped a lot, they were still high-grade legendary rank ferocious beasts. Every time the spider silk on their tails shot out, 4 or 5 iron-toothed beasts would be stuck. The corrosive power of the spider silk easily corroded the iron-toothed beasts into a sour and stinky liquid. In just a short while, 60 to 70 iron-toothed beasts had died under the spider silk. Of course, the spider beast didn't have it easy either. Its huge body had completely become a target for the iron fang beasts. It was bitten until it was covered in blood and flesh. Its life force was getting weaker and weaker. By the time Yi Chen and Sky Splitter had escaped the encirclement, the spider beasts had been devoured by the iron-toothed beasts. The desolate god's secret realm is too savage. Without sufficient strength, it's hard to move an inch here. Seeing the spider ferocious beast being divided and eaten by the iron fang beasts, Yi Chen felt very emotional. That was a high-level legendary ferocious beast, yet it was killed by a group of iron fang beasts just like that. At this moment, how could he not understand that if he wanted to survive in the desolate god's secret realm, he would either need absolute strength or sufficient numbers. Without both, he could only rely on luck. During the 10 years in the desolate god's secret realm, Yi Chen had encountered more than 10 dangers. The most dangerous one was when he was chased by a peak legendary ferocious beast. That peak legendary ferocious beast had the time and space profound bloodline. It had chased Yi Chen for a whole month, almost pushing Yi Chen into a desperate situation. Fortunately, Yi Chen's luck had always been very strong. When his life was in danger, he hid in a cave. The cave was very narrow and very deep. This peak legendary ferocious beast couldn't enter at all. Just like this, Yi Chen stayed in the cave for a whole 5 years. Fortunately, he had raised a large number of ferocious beasts in the 5-element space. Otherwise, he would have starved to death. Sky Splitter, I don't know if we can get out of here alive. Yi Chen finally understood the dangers of the desolate god's secret realm. It was simply not a life for humans. After only 15 years, he felt tired. If it was 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, he didn't have the confidence to survive. Sometimes, confidence and strength were equal. Without sufficient strength, how could one have enough confidence? Sky Splitter rubbed his head against Yi Chen's body. All these years, Yi Chen had always been protecting him. He also wanted to protect Yi Chen once, but his strength was too low. No matter, let's take one step at a time. Even if we face a desperate situation, we can't give up. Yi Chen said to himself. Unfalling Eagle Tribe. Ing Liexiong was a little annoyed. The return of Celestial Master Sea Fiend and Celestial Master Evil Light was not a good thing for the 5 tribes. Originally, these two wanted to leave the desolate god continent, so they didn't care much about power, nor did they plan to combine the 5 tribes into one and form a 9th-ranked tribe. But this time, the two had obviously given up on the idea of leaving the desolate god continent and wanted to control the 5 tribes in one fell swoop. Fortunately, the leaders of the 5 tribes all had heavenly saint weapons. Although the two were strong, they didn't dare to be too oppressive for a while. After all, the two did not have absolute confidence in suppressing the leaders of the 5 tribes. But this was only temporary. Once the two ran out of patience, they would definitely bare their fangs and fight. Are the future of the desolate race going to be handed over to them? Ing Liexiong was very unwilling. Similarly, the leaders of the other 4 tribes were also unwilling. The 5 of them often contacted each other secretly. Desolate God's secret realm. Yichen had spent 50 years in there. He had been annoyed at the beginning, but now he was calm. He knew that annoyance was useless. The desolate God mystic realm was very big. Yichen didn't know where he was or where he had arrived. He was completely relying on his intuition to hurry and wander around. Fortunately, in these 50 years, Sky Splitter had become a mid-level legendary fierce beast and had some strength. On this day, Yichen came to a valley. They thought that there were fierce beasts in the valley, but once they entered, Yichen and Sky Splitter immediately felt that something was wrong. The entire valley gave off a quiet feeling. Looking back, the valley entrance had disappeared, replaced by a thick fog. They couldn't see the path they had come from. There was no other way. The man and beast continued moving forward, gradually going deeper into the valley. And the fog behind them was also spreading. It seemed that with every step they took, the fog would spread a little more. Yichen didn't dare to be careless. He placed his right hand on the hilt of the heavenly sword. "Welcome to my world." Suddenly a voice came. Yichen and Sky Splitter looked around, but they couldn't find where the voice came from. It seemed that the voice should have come from here. "Who is it?" Yichen said loudly. "Wrong, I'm not human. I'm just a desolate spirit created by Lord Desolate God." In front of Yichen, a white light flashed and a human-shaped rabbit appeared. So fast. Yichen squinted his eyes. He couldn't sense any power from the human-shaped rabbit, but its speed made him know that it was extremely dangerous. It was definitely not weaker than the baboon fierce beast Tifula. "This is your world?" Yichen didn't know what it was planning, so he tried to communicate with it. "That's right." A golden carrot appeared in the human-shaped rabbit's hand. It took a bite and said, "Since you have come to my world, you have to accept my test. If not, you will die." Chapter 1384. What is the test? Yichen didn't need to guess to know that the test would be very dangerous. However, he had no other choice. "Defeat my 7 brothers." The humanoid rabbit waved its hand, and 7 humanoid rabbits appeared in front of it. These 7 humanoid rabbits weren't exactly the same. Some were extremely muscular, some were extremely slender, some were extremely short, and some were chubby. The first humanoid rabbit had a more balanced body and of course, it looked the most dangerous of them all. The humanoid rabbit continued, "My 7 brothers have the same foundation as you. You start the challenge from little 8. If you fail within a year, you will be killed and so on. Challenge little 7, you have 2 years. Challenge little 6, 4 years. Challenge little 5, 8 years. As for your pet, lend it to me to play with for a while. If you can survive, I will return it to you." The humanoid rabbit waved his hand, and Sky Splitter uncontrollably ran over. Riding on Sky Splitter's back, the humanoid rabbit disappeared into the fog. "Brothers, take good care of him." In the following days, Yichen was inexplicably subjected to the test. 80 was the strongest humanoid rabbit. It was more than 2 meters tall, and its arms were even thicker than Yichen's thighs. The muscles all over its body were intertwined. From its body, Yichen could sense the purest violence, even purer than the beasts. "I have 1 year to challenge him. Let's see how strong he is first." With this in mind, Yichen stepped forward to challenge little 8. As for the other 6 humanoid rabbits, they had already disappeared into the fog after their boss left. "Come, let me see how strong you are." Little 8 waved his hand, his eyes filled with provocation. "Please advise me." Yichen unsheathed Heaven's sword and unleashed a chaotic stance. As this sword was unleashed, the void seemed to shatter into thousands of pieces, intertwining with each other. The move is not bad, but the power is too weak. Little 8 shook his head and unleashed a punch. Swish. Yichen's sword attack collapsed and he was forced to take a step back. So strong. Yichen's eyes turned solemn as he unleashed the second style of spacetime sword, Burial Sword. The power is still too weak. Little 8 punched out again, breaking the sword burial style cleanly. Is this what it means to defeat 10 with brute force? Yichen did not feel that Little 8's fist technique was very profound, but his own sword technique was unable to contend against the opponent's fist technique. It collapsed upon contact. Black hole form. Yichen used his strongest sword technique, black hole form. As the heavenly sword was swung, 5 rotating black dots enveloped little 8. This move is interesting, but it's a pity that its power is still lacking. 80's right arm muscles swelled as it punched out. Crackling sounds could be heard as 5 black dots exploded. A berserk power shot out in all directions, blowing Yi Chen away in a sorry state. 80 stood still and commented, "If you want to resist me, your power Upanishad must reach the consummate realm. Do as you see fit." Must the power Upanishad reach the complete realm? Yi Chen fell into deep thought. In the next 3 months, Yi Chen would challenge little 8 every 3 days. He realized that he could feel the source of the power Upanishad from little 8's fist technique, which was incredible. One had to know that he could not feel the source of the power Upanishad from Heaven Splitter. He could only feel the existence of the power Upanishad. Could it be? Yi Chen thought of a possibility. Legend had it that after the Upanishad reached the complete realm, there was an even higher realm, and that was the law. If the opponent had grasped a trace of the power law, they could indeed sense the source of the power Upanishad more clearly. However, even an ordinary demigod could not comprehend the law. Could it be that the opponent in front of him was a powerful demigod? No, since the opponent was created by the desolate god, it was very simple for the desolate god to bestow the power of law to them. They did not need to reach the demigod realm. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's heart trembled. Clearly, the humanoid rabbits were different from the desolate god tower's desolate spirits. They were more special and unpredictable. After exchanging blows again and again, Yi Chen's comprehension of the power Upanishad deepened. Power is everywhere. Power can penetrate the heavens and the earth. Power exists in every corner, including the mind. Power is power, and it comes from faith. Another month passed. Finally, Yi Chen's power Upanishad reached the complete realm. With the improvement of the power Upanishad, his heart power had also improved by a lot. From the mid-stage of the Heart Sword realm to the peak of the mid-stage of the Heart Sword realm, he was only one step away from the late stage of the Heart Sword realm. The power Upanishad was too special. One had to have enough faith. Without enough faith, it would be impossible to completely understand the power Upanishad. However, the requirement for a refined body sovereign to understand the power Upanishad was much lower. Their chi and blood were very vigorous, and they were innately compatible with the power Upanishad. It was just like in the world of ordinary people, strong people would always give people a sense of security. This was also a manifestation of power. With the Upanishad of the power Upanishad, all of Yi Chen's sword arts had been upgraded to supreme sword arts. Among them, the spacetime sword art was the strongest. It was originally not a weak supreme sword art, but now it was unknown how many times stronger it was. Very good. In just 4 months, you have comprehended the power Upanishad to the Upanishad. Your comprehension is not bad. You have passed my test. Little 8 nodded. He was very satisfied with Yi Chen's performance. I want to have a spar with you. Since the other party's foundation was the same as his, Yi Chen wanted to know what level the other party's strength was at, and whether he had grasped a trace of the power law. Have a spar with me? Little 8's body, which was about to leave, stopped. He turned his head and looked at Yi Chen. Do you think that I am too friendly to you? Little 8's eyes turned blood red, and his killing intent was revealed. Yi Chen was about to explain, but it was too late. Little 8's thick legs stomped on the ground. Before Yi Chen could react, he saw a violent fist smashing over. This fist contained incomparably terrifying violence. Yi Chen was sure that even the baboon ferocious beast, Tifula, wasn't this terrifying. Little 8, you are being mischievous again. A hand stopped Little 8's fist. It was the human-shaped rabbit that Yi Chen saw at the beginning. He had appeared beside Yi Chen out of nowhere and blocked this attack for Yi Chen. Otherwise Yi Chen would have died. Big brother. The blood in Little 8's eyes faded. He glared at Yi Chen and turned to leave. Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little confused. He didn't know why the other party wanted to kill him. My 7 brothers, besides second brother and third brother, the other 5 are more irritable. You must not disobey them or do anything unnecessary. The human-shaped rabbit said while gnawing on the golden radish. Understood. After this lesson, how could Yi Chen not understand that in this place he was just an ant? All he had to do was accept the test obediently and not do anything else. Your comprehension is not bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you. I would have let you be killed by Little 8. Take care. The human-shaped rabbit took a step and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1385. Very quickly 7 came out. Shaoqi's body was tall and slim, slightly taller than Yi Chen. It had a pair of rabbit eyes that were very narrow and sharp. Although 8 is stronger than me, similar to second and third brother, my test is much harder than 8's. If you don't meet the requirements, I will kill you. 7 said without any emotions. Understood. Yi Qin nodded his head. Very good, I will only use 1,000th of my strength. If you can defeat me, then you pass. The 7 of them were all stronger than Yi Qin, and it was impossible for Yi Qin to defeat them. But boss gave them a rule, which was to suppress their strength. 8 suppressed it the most, but he didn't like to be defeated by Yi Qin, so he said that Yi Qin passed. But Yi Qin said that he wanted to exchange blows with him, which infuriated 8. Without a doubt, Yi Qin lost the first time he clashed with 7. Xiao Qi specialized in leg arts. Once that pair of rabbit legs kicked toward Yi Qin, the sky was filled with leg shadows. Each leg shadow contained an explosive power, and Yi Qin could sense the 5 profound of earth, water, fire, wind, and strength. However, Yi Qin could also sense that Xiao Qi had not mastered the power law, but his leg arts were much more profound than his sword arts. 2 years, how can I defeat him? This was just 1,000th of his strength. If he went all out, he could smash him into pieces with one kick and wipe him out of this world. Your sword technique hasn't reached the peak, and you haven't merged the mysteries of strength and the other mysteries. 7 reminded Yi Qin. Yi Qin faintly nodded. Indeed, because he had only raised his power profound to perfection half a year ago, his sword arts couldn't reach perfection in such a short time. Moreover, Xiao Qi's leg arts were clearly a level higher than his sword arts. If he wanted to defeat 1,000th of the opponent's strength, his sword arts would have to be at least at the same level as the opponent's leg arts. 2 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. It depended on how he spent it. To Yi Qin, these 2 years had passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The 4-symbol sword art has finally reached perfection. After countless exchanges, Yi Qin's 4-symbol sword art became more and more perfect. In the end, its might even surpassed that of the spacetime sword art. Every move was naturally domineering. Overlord Sword of the 4 Elephants. Challenging 7 once more, Yi Qin used the first stance of the 4-elephant sword technique, the 4-elephant overlord sword. With a flash of sword light, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise tangled together, slashing towards the leg shadows. Crackle. This time the 2 of them were evenly matched. Take my kick again. This was the first time 7 moved. Her speed was unbelievably fast. In just a blink of an eye, 7 appeared on the right side of Yi Qin and kicked. This kick made Yi Qin feel a world-destroying power. If he wasn't careful, even the Saint artifact armor wouldn't be able to protect his life. Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. 4 extremes of heaven and earth. The 4 beast sword energy condensed on his body, and the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise sword auras appeared around Yi Qin's body, canceling out a part of Xiao Qi's leg energy. Meanwhile, Yi Qin flipped his wrist, and the heaven sword violently stabbed toward Xiao Qi. A chaotic sword light condensed on the sword tip. 4-elephant sword technique, 3rd stance, destruction sword. 7 hurriedly swept his leg towards the sword light. Long. A destructive shockwave radiated out in all directions. 7 flew backward and landed on the ground in a stagger. You've actually created a new sword technique. You've won. Xiao Qi looked at Yi Qin with a shocked expression. In the past, among the people who had entered the desolate god's secret realm, there were very few who had passed Xiao Qi's level, not to mention her level. In the past 1,000,000 years, apart from Yi Qin, only 9 people had passed her level. Moreover, they had spent more time than Yi Qin, which was almost 2 years. I was lucky. Yi Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The destruction sword was on the same level as the black hole stance. However, the 4-elephant sword technique merged power more completely, which was why it was much stronger than the black hole stance. If not, he wouldn't have been able to defeat 7. There is no luck. This is your potential. 7 flashed into the mist. Next is 6. I don't know what aspect I need to improve on this time. 8 allowed his power to reach the max realm. 7's test allowed his power to be merged into the 4-elephant sword technique. Yi Qin guessed that the content of each stage would be different. To Yi Qin, the test in the valley was both a danger and an opportunity. 6 came out. Little 6 was very short, only a little over a meter tall. You're pretty good to be able to make it to my place. But let me tell you something. In the past 1,000,000 years, of the 9 people who made it to my place, only 4 of them managed to defeat me when I was at 1,000th of my strength, Little 6 said slowly. I will do my best. 6's strength wasn't much stronger than 7's. Yi Qin, who created the destruction sword, could even exchange dozens of blows with him and didn't collapse right away. Little 6 specialized in palm techniques, which contain the 5 elemental profundities and power profundities. They are both supreme martial skills, but my Annihilation Sword is slightly weaker than his. It seems like I have to create the 4th style of the 5-element sword art. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to integrate the Profound of Power into the 5-element sword art, just like the 4-symbol sword art. In the following days, Yi Qin didn't use the 4-elephant sword technique to fight 6. Instead, he used the 5-element sword technique. In the first year, Yi Qin lost miserably every time. Luckily, 6 controlled his strength and didn't kill Yi Qin within 4 years. Otherwise, Yi Qin would have died hundreds of times. In the second year, Yi Qin successfully merged the power mysteries into the 5-element sword technique. It increased the power of the 5-element sword technique. Unfortunately, the third move, Defense Sword Technique, was much weaker than the Destruction Sword Technique. Even the Destruction Sword Technique couldn't do anything to 6, let alone the Defense Sword Technique. I have to create the 4th move. Yi Qin carefully observed 6 palm technique and hoped to find inspiration. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and subduing each other. 5 elements is the most stable among the complementary powers Upanishads because it is composed of 5 different powers Upanishads. If I want to use the deepest essence of the 5 elements Upanishads, I must learn from each other and find the key point. Yi Qin did not stop thinking at all times. His mind was filled with inspiration. On the 3rd year, Yi Qin, who had been blown away once again, seemed to have a 5-element mountain in his mind. Each mountain was shaped like a huge stone sword, incomparably heavy. Got it. Joy flashed in Yi Qin's eyes and he waved his sword. Whoosh. The thick sword light seemed like it was going to crush everything in front of it. It slashed at 6 with unstoppable momentum. Chapter 1386. Rumble. Little 6's entire body was sent flying. Yi Qin's sword was like a whole, like a mountain, like the sea, like the earth, like the sky. As this sword slashed out, Yi Qin felt as if his soul and body had been swept out, and there was a feeling of emptiness. Heavy Sword Style. The 4th style of the 5-element sword style, Heavy Sword Style. In the universe, the 5 elements were the most stable. If they continued to evolve, they would become planets, and planets were the place where all life lived. Stepping on the earth was very stable. Yi Qin's Heavy Sword Style had obtained this essence. What is the name of this move? Little 6 curiously sized up Yi Qin. Heavy Sword Style. Yi Qin replied. Heavy Sword Style, not bad. Maybe you have a chance to reach 3rd brother's level. Of course, the premise is that you can continue to improve. After saying this, Little 6 entered the fog and disappeared. Watching Little 6 leave, Yi Qin looked at the sword in his hand and said to himself, Heavy Sword Style, this is the eruption of all my inspiration. Even if I can create the 3rd style of the Yin-Yang Sword Style, it will definitely not be as good as the Heavy Sword Style. After all, the 5-element sword style was the first sword style created by Yi Qin, and Yi Qin had also spent the most effort on it. The Heavy Sword Style could be said to be a transformation of the 5-element sword style, a sublimation. If the 5-element sword style was the soil, then the Heavy Sword Style was a sapling that grew on the soil, absorbing the essence of the 5-element sword style. In terms of power, the Heavy Sword Style was the well-deserved number 1 sword style of Yi Qin. The Shattering Sword Style and the Black Hole Style couldn't compare to it. In fact, Yi Qin felt that the supreme martial arts of the 5 tribe leaders or Empyrean Sea Fiend couldn't compare to the Heavy Sword Style. He felt that the Heavy Sword Style was weaker than the Heavy Sword Style. This had nothing to do with the passage of time. It was a completely coincidental burst of inspiration. My current strength shouldn't be much weaker than the leaders of the 5 tribes. Yi Qin was sure that he was still not a match for the leaders of the 5 major tribes. However, it was not like before, where the gap between them was ridiculously huge. The martial Tao primordial spirits of the leaders of the 5 major tribes were stronger than his. They were at least at the intermediate silver level. However, his heart power was higher than theirs. He was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the heart sword realm. He was only 1 step away from the late stage. Heart power had nothing to do with time. Generally, the more talented one was, the higher one's heart power would be. Those who relied on time to improve their heart power would not be too high unless they had some kind of opportunity. For example, the Redbud Flower tribe had a very high average heart power because they had the word heart left behind by the demigod. The 5 tribe leaders had the advantage of having a strong martial Dao Yuan Shen and possessing a heavenly saint artifact. Yi Qin's advantage was that his heart force was strong and his heavy sword style was slightly better. However, compared to Empyrean Sea Fiend, Yi Qin was still ridiculously lacking. Not to mention anything else, just Empyrean Sea Fiend's 9th level domain was enough to strangle all of his advantages. Little Five was chubby and looked like a rolling ball as he walked. Yi Chen could tell at a glance that the other party was walking the path of body tempering. Moreover, it was not an ordinary path. Even with the naked eye, Yi Chen could see that the fat on Little Five's body was astonishingly elastic. As he walked, the fat on his body shook up and down, and a buzzing sound could be heard continuously. One could faintly see circles of ripples spreading out. If you can scratch my skin a little, you win. Little Five sat down and took a huge silver radish to gnaw on. He did not even look at Yi Chen as he enjoyed himself. That fat. Yi Chen frowned. He felt that it would not be easy to scratch Little Five's skin. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen began to attack. First, he used the Annihilation Sword. The penetrating power of this sword was very strong, enough to destroy everything. The heavenly sword stabbed out violently, and the chaotic sword light swept towards Little Five. Pop. A scene that made Yi Chen's scalp tingle occurred. When the chaotic sword light landed on Little Five's body, it felt as if it had landed on an elastic rubber. It first sank in and then bounced back, almost hitting Yi Chen himself. What kind of body tempering technique is this? Yi Chen clicked his tongue. Not giving up, Yi Chen held the sword with both hands and slashed out. An incomparably heavy sword light swept towards Little Five again. This sword was the heavy sword style, Yi Chen's strongest sword move. Unfortunately, although the heavy sword style was incomparably heavy, Little Five's fat was even stronger. The heavy sword light slashed on it, causing the fat to tremble unceasingly. As the fat trembled, the power of the sword light continued to weaken. With a "pu" sound, the sword was sliced open and slashed on the ground to the right of Little Five, leaving a sword mark. The heavy sword style was still ineffective. So that's how it is. Yi Chen finally understood the secret of Little Five's fat. Little Five was indeed walking the path of body tempering, and his body tempering technique actually contained the profound meaning of yin and yang. It was just like the Taiji fist, hard and soft, yin and yang coexisting. Unless the attack was much stronger than the defense, it would be impossible to break through the defense. Of course, he could also study the yin-yang sword style and create a yin-yang sword move that could restrain the opponent. Fortunately, the time limit for challenging Little Five was 8 years. There should be enough time. Giving up on other sword arts, Yi Chen began to use the yin-yang sword style to test Little Five's fat. Yi Chen's yin-yang sword style currently had 2 styles. The first was yin and yang coexisting, and the second was yin-yang tai chi, yin and yang coexisting, and the sword chi had spirituality. It wouldn't increase or decrease and it wouldn't dissipate. After locking onto the opponent's chi, unless the opponent died or was broken, it wouldn't disappear. However, Little Five's fat wouldn't be affected by hard or soft methods. Yin and yang coexisting couldn't do anything about it, mainly because the power of yin and yang coexisting wasn't strong enough. Yi Chen's train of thought was to create an enhanced version of yin and yang coexisting. Time passed unknowingly. Yi Chen had more and more inspiration for the yin-yang sword style. As he was immersed in the yin-yang sword style for a long time, Yi Chen's every move, gaze and train of thought contained the changes of yin and yang. This was something that even he didn't notice. Only Little Five looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Boss has good eyesight. It won't be long before this kid can break my yin-yang tyrant body. Little Five thought in his heart. The 5th year. Done. Yi Chen revealed a smile on his face as he looked at Little Five. Come on, let me see what sword move you have created. Little Five stood up and the fat on his body shook violently. With him as the center, circles of ripples spread out, as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake. This move of mine is called Yin-Yang Wuji. Take this. Yin-Yang sword style's first style, yin and yang coexisting. The second style, yin-yang tai chi. The third style, yin-yang wuji. Holding the heavenly sword in his hand, Yi Chen seemed slow but was actually fast. He slashed out with his sword. Without a sound, a slippery sword chi that was like a loach swam towards Little Five. Little Five's eyes narrowed, and the fat on his body shook even more violently. The sword chi kept swimming around Xiaowu's body, looking for a weak point. Xiaowu wanted to use his fat to repel the sword chi, but the sword chi was even more slippery than his fat. After several tries, Xiaowu said helplessly, "You win." Although the sword chi couldn't penetrate his defense for the time being, as time passed, he would eventually leave a flaw. Chapter 1387. You are the most talented person I have seen in a million years. Boss's vision is really not something we can compare with. But from Brother 4 onwards you have to be careful. He has the 9th domain. Xiaowu was very optimistic about Yi Chen. Creating a sword movement that could restrain the yin-yang tyrant body in 8 years was not something that ordinary people could do. He had thought that Yi Chen would not be able to do it, but he did not expect that not only did he do it, he did it 3 years ahead of time. I will give it my all. Yi Chen found that these humanoid rabbits were actually quite gentle as long as they were not provoked. Little Four's body shape was very similar to Little Eight's, but he did not have as many muscles as Little Eight. He was a very burly type, and Yi Chen felt an invisible pressure from him. Little Four's voice was very cold. My domain is the scorching domain. If you can't resist it, you will be burned to ashes. With that said, with Little Four as the center, a terrifying force spread out. Wherever it went, the ground melted and the void cracked. This scorching heat was no longer a simple change in temperature, but a change in the rules. Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression couldn't help but change. When Sea Demon Heavenly Venerable was chasing him, although his Sea Demon domain was equally frightening, he was running for his life at that time. How could he have the energy to feel the Sea Demon domain? He only felt that he was no match for it. Is this the 9th domain? Although the domain could not increase one's combat power by much, it could suppress the enemy's strength. When the enemy's strength was suppressed, it was equivalent to his own strength being increased in disguise. In short, the domain must not be weak. Even if it didn't suppress others, at least it couldn't be suppressed by others. Originally, Yi Chen thought that even if the 9th domain was many times stronger than the peak 8th domain, it would not be too outrageous. But now seeing the power of the scorching domain, he knew that he was wrong. The 9th domain was not on the same level as the peak 8th domain. The power of the 9th domain was not weaker than a perfect supreme martial art. Once enveloped, it was equivalent to being bombarded by a perfect supreme martial art at all times. Let alone using 100% of one's strength, it would be good if one could use 1,000th of one's strength. If one stayed inside for a long time, as Little Four said, he would be burned to ashes. If you can stay in the scorching domain for 15 minutes, you win. Little Four said. Let me try. After speaking, Yi Chen propped up his green lotus sword domain and walked into his opponent's scorching domain. Chi-chi. It was like a ball of snow thrown into a furnace. Within a few breaths, Yi Chen's green lotus sword realm had been melted, and he could no longer release it. Without the green lotus sword realm, Yi Chen could only use his immortal sword body to resist Little Four's scorching realm. 1 breath. 10 breaths. 100 breaths. I can't. Like a cooked shrimp, Yi Chen retreated from the scorching domain. His whole body was steaming hot and his skin was red. 100 breaths is my limit. Yi Chen shook his head. Seeing that Yi Chen had retreated, Little Four immediately took back his scorching domain. Maintaining the scorching domain would consume a lot of his power, and it would be impossible for him to maintain it continuously. In the following month, Yi Chen did not try again. He was very clear that unless his green lotus sword realm could break through to the 9th level, or his immortal sword body could break through to the 14th level from the 12th level, he would not be able to resist his opponent's scorching domain. There was no need to think about the immortal sword body. Without enough supreme great swords, he would not be able to improve it. Therefore, the only way was to improve his green lotus sword realm. And the fastest way to improve his green lotus sword realm was to make a breakthrough in his martial arts. Yi Chen's green lotus sword spell was a supreme martial art. As long as he could break through to the legendary level, there was a 50% chance that he could make his green lotus sword realm reach the 9th level. Little Five's body training martial art contained the profound of yin and yang. I can also make my martial art contain the profound of the 5 elements. Keeping to his words, Yi Chen tried to combine the green lotus sword spell with the 5 elements profound. The earliest green lotus sword spell was a wood element sword spell, but it did not matter, since it did not conflict with the 5 elements profound, since there was a wood element profound within the 5 elements. As long as the wood element profound was the main element, it would be fine as long as the other 4 were the support. This was the so-called wood element being the main element of the 5 elements. Not only would it not affect the effect of the green lotus sword spell, it would also infinitely increase the effect of the green lotus sword spell. In the 3rd month, Yi Chen combined the wood element profound with the green lotus sword spell. The process was very smooth, since the green lotus sword spell was originally of the wood element. In the 6th month, Yi Chen combined the fire element profound with the green lotus sword spell. Wood fed fire and the next would be earth. In the 2nd year, the earth element profound and the green lotus sword spell had been successfully combined. In the 4th year, the gold element profound and the green lotus sword spell had been successfully combined. In the 8th year, the water element profound and the green lotus sword spell had been successfully combined. The process was that wood fed fire, fire fed earth, earth fed metal and metal fed water. However, it was not over yet because the 5 elements profound had not completed a cycle yet. Like a circle, wood fed fire, fire fed earth, earth fed metal, and metal fed water. In the end, water and wood needed to be connected together as well. In the 12th year, Yi Chen's body shone with a layer of blue light, which contained 5 different colors. Then a huge 5-colored green lotus grew, bloomed, and bore fruit. With the birth of the 5-colored green lotus, Yi Chen sat on top of it with his legs crossed. The green lotus seemed to have become one with him. Yi Chen opened his eyes and a 5-colored godly light flashed out. So this is the legendary martial art? So magical. Although the supreme martial art was extremely powerful, compared to the legendary martial art, it was not even worth mentioning. The legendary martial art seemed to have its own consciousness, or perhaps it had combined with his bloodline. At this moment, the green lotus sword spell was not just a martial art, but more like the power of Yi Chen's bloodline. With one breath, the green lotus sword spell operated naturally. It was just like the qi and blood in the human body, operating naturally. There was no need to purposely activate it. With a thought, the green lotus sword realm was released. Gurgle. Gurgle. The sound of flowing water was heard, and the green lotus sword realm had an earth-shattering change. With Yi Chen as the center, a huge 5-colored green lotus shadow spread out and kept growing. Yi Chen had a feeling that if he used all of his power, the green lotus sword realm could cover 1 light year, 10 light years, or even more. Of course, it would have to be outside of the Huangshan continent, since the Huangshan continent was not even 1 light year big. The Huangshan continent was enough to limit the sword realm to a very small area. Little Four stared at Yi Chen without blinking. His eyes were filled with expectation. How could he not see that Yi Chen had made a huge breakthrough in the past 12 years? The green lotus sword realm had reached the 9th level. Come on. Little Four released his scorching domain. All right. Yi Chen maintained the green lotus sword realm as he walked towards Little Four step by step. Chapter 1388. Boom. 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 The burning field and the green lotus sword field were both level 9 domains. The moment the two clashed, a huge sound was produced, as if 2 worlds were colliding. Yi Chen frowned. He realized that the part of the green lotus sword field that was in contact with the burning field was gradually burning up. Ashes rose into the air, dancing in the air. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen could not help but feel relieved. Although they were both level 9 domains, there were still differences in strength. Compared to the burning field, the green lotus sword field was still a bit immature. It would be impossible for him to completely resist it. 100 breaths, 500 breaths, 15 minutes. Very soon Yi Chen had endured 15 minutes. What made his expression change was that his green lotus sword field had burned up more than half. He estimated that in another 15 minutes, the green lotus sword field would be completely burned up. Yi Chen estimated that the opponent's burning field was at least in the middle stage of the 9th level, or even the late stage. Boss, it seems like we really have a chance to leave the Desolate God's secret territory and return to Lord Desolate God's side. Little Four thought. The third brother was a human-shaped rabbit with a face full of smiles. Seeing him, Yi Chen felt his mood lighten up a lot. In a trance, he felt like he had arrived at a fragrant grassland. The sky was clear and white clouds were floating in the sky. A gentle breeze blew past and the green grass bent down, forming a soft ripple. Everything was so beautiful. What a scary influence. But the next moment, Yi Chen immediately woke up. At this moment, in his eyes, the humanoid rabbit old 3 had suddenly become countless times more dangerous. This kind of powerful warrior who could affect your mind without even noticing was a nightmare. You would not know when you would fall for it. The unknown was always the scariest. The power that was on the surface would only make people afraid. Not bad. You can actually wake up in 2 hours. The third brother nodded with a smile. What? Yi Chen felt that only a moment had passed. How did it become 2 hours? Don't be surprised. If your heart force can reach the perfect level, you can also do this. The third brother explained. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded inwardly. Indeed, reaching the highest level in any aspect would result in unimaginable power. For example, reaching the 9th level of sword intent, the 9th level of sword domain, or breaking through to legendary level. Of course, in comparison, reaching the perfect level of heart force was even scarier. This did not mean that the perfect level of heart force was stronger than the 9th level sword intent or sword domain, but it was mainly because the perfect level of heart force could make people fall for it unknowingly. My test is very simple. If you can wake up in 10 breaths, then you will pass. 10 breaths. Of course, if his Yuan Shen could break through to the silver intermediate level, he would be able to shorten the time needed. After all, the Yuan Shen was the foundation of a person. If the Yuan Shen was strong, it would be strong in every aspect. After all, the Yuanshin could not be born out of thin air. It was something that was derived from the Yuanshin. The third brother's test was 32 years. Yichen had to reach the late stage of heart force. Of course, if his Yuanshin could break through to the intermediate silver level, it would shorten the time. After all, the Yuanshin was the foundation of a person. The Yuanshin was equivalent to the heart force. The stronger the Yuanshin, the stronger the Yuanshin, the stronger the heart force. However, it could make the heart force more resistant to external influences. Speaking of which, the threat of being wiped out had actually helped him the most. Without it, he would not have improved so much. Imagine if there were two people with the same comprehensive ability, and one was living a comfortable life while the other was living under the threat of death, who would improve the most? Of course, the threat of elimination was the greatest help to Yichen. Without the threat of elimination, Yichen would not have improved so much. Imagine two people with the same talent, one living a comfortable life, and the other living in the threat of death. Who would improve more? I have to pass the third brother's test. I have stayed in the desolate God's secret realm for hundreds of millions of years. Although there were many people like him who came to the third brother's place, only 10% of them succeeded. When it came to the second brother, they all died. I have to pass third bro and second bro's test. I've been in the desolate God's secret realm for hundreds of millions of years. In these hundreds of millions of years, although there were many people like him who made it to third bro's place, only 10% of them succeeded. When it came to second bro's place, they were all wiped out. I have stayed here long enough. The desolate God's place is my future harbor. In the mist, the human-shaped rabbit who was chewing on the golden carrot shouted in his heart. The heart force was vague and intangible. It was an invisible power, a power that transcended the natural world. It was the only power that was not limited by the heavenly Tao. The heart power of a sword artist was still different from normal people. If a normal person's heart power was gentle and unpredictable, then the heart power of a sword artist would be sharp and condensed. Yichen was sure that if his heart power reached completion, he would not be able to do what his third brother had done. But, on the other hand, the things that a sword artist's heart power could do were things that a normal person's heart power would not be able to do, such as directly shattering the enemy's spirit and fighting spirit. Destroying a person's spirit was more terrifying than confusing a person's spirit. If a person's spirit was destroyed, he would be like a walking corpse. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 25 years. In the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed. Yichen's heart force was still at the peak of the middle stage, unable to advance. This made Yichen a little anxious for the first time. However, the consequence of being anxious was that it would be harder for him to make a breakthrough. After all, once he was anxious, his heart would be in chaos. Once his heart was in chaos, how could he concentrate his heart force and make a breakthrough to the late stage? 28 years. 30 years. 31 years. There was only 1 year left from the 32 years. Sigh. The third brother sighed. For hundreds of millions of years, too many people had failed here. In fact, he also hoped that these people could pass, but he could not go easy on them. The boss would make adjustments according to the strength of the people who came, such as suppressing most of their strength, or testing them in certain aspects. The boss was also restricted by the rules of the secret realm and could not cheat. Although they were created by Lord Desolate God, and their lifespans were extremely long, to the point that even a supreme being could not imagine, they still had feelings and wishes, and the wish of the 8 brothers was to leave the Desolate God's secret realm. After they left, Lord Desolate God would send a new desolate spirit to replace them. There was only 1 month left. Yichen's heart was filled with unwillingness. He was calm and indifferent, but he was not a god. He had some weaknesses. No one was willing to die, and he was no exception. The last week, Yichen's eyes were scarlet red. His entire body was filled with unstable heart force. At this moment, Yichen was in a very dangerous situation. His heart force was very mysterious and dangerous at the same time. If he couldn't control it, he could easily trigger a heart demon. He might go crazy and die, or die from exhaustion of his heart force. He might even fall into a heart demon world and become a walking corpse. The last day, Yichen's hair instantly turned white. His essence, qi and spirit had completely disappeared. It was as if he had become a corpse. The third brother exclaimed softly. He couldn't help but look at Yichen. At this moment, his heart force couldn't even sense Yichen's existence. It was as if this person had disappeared. Condensing a point of heart force? Very soon, the third brother saw through the mystery. It turned out that Yichen had condensed his heart force into a small point, wanting to make a final eruption. Even if this method succeeded, it would harm his vitality. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to do such a thing. Chapter 1389. Yichen could no longer feel his own existence. It was as if he had truly died. There were no flickers of thoughts, no ripples of life. Heart force was actually the materialization of intelligence. Without heart force, intelligence would be lost. Therefore, focusing one's heart force on a single point was a very dangerous thing. It was very easy to turn one's fake death into real death. If one lost their intelligence, it was no different from being dead. In a muddle-headed world of darkness without a trace of light, a weak speck of light floated about. Who am I? What am I doing? Within the weak speck of light, a strand of thought appeared. Where is this? So strange, why am I here? The thought became more and more intense, causing the speck of light to become unstable. It was sometimes dim and sometimes bright. I am Yichen. Suddenly a firm voice rang out. The speck of light suddenly exploded, turning into a sun that radiated boundless light. Boom. Yichen woke up, and the spirit in his eyes was unprecedentedly intense. Meanwhile, his heart power had reached the next level, breaking through the limit and reaching the late stage. However, Yichen's hair didn't change back. It was still white like snow. Focusing one's heart force and then exploding it was very damaging to one's essence chi. The essence chi of a supreme being wasn't genuine, it was the source. It was very hard to replenish. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 10,000 years to recover. Of course, that was under the situation of not using any treasures and slowly recovering. If there were rare treasures, it could shorten the time by 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. With his origin damaged, Yichen felt that his foundation had dropped by more than 70%. His martial Dao Yuan Shen was dim and cryptic, no longer as silver as before. But now Yichen's heart force was unimaginably strong. Overall, his strength didn't decrease but instead increased explosively. Good, very good. Old 3 laughed heartily. He originally thought that the other party had already broken down, but who would have thought that the other party had pushed himself to the brink of death, forcing him into a hopeless situation. Either he succeeded or he perished, it was all up to him. 1 in 10,000. Finally, one has appeared. The humanoid rabbit munching on the golden radish was so excited that he was about to go crazy. Not only was his talent high, but he was also ruthless to himself. Such a genius was definitely 1 in 10,000. There was not even 1 in 10,000 geniuses. When his heart force reached the late stage, Yichen discovered that there was a faint blue glow on his third brother's body. Colored heart force? Yichen's heart thumped. According to the records, there was another realm after the great circle of heart force, and this realm was the light of the soul. From the looks of it, OL 3 was just one step away from condensing the light of the soul. It was said that everyone's light of the soul was different. It reflected a person's true heart. If a seemingly kind person's light of the soul was dark, then it meant that they had a dark heart to begin with. Once they walked the path of darkness, they would become unprecedentedly powerful. Of course, it was still too early to talk about light of the soul. It was extremely difficult for demigods to condense light of the soul, and once they succeeded, they could easily wipe out other demigods. Are you ready? Old San said to Yichen. Ready? Yichen's heart force was formless and colorless, but it was abnormally condensed, just like a sharp sword. However, in the next moment, Yichen's eyes became dazed. Very soon Yichen woke up, and he couldn't help but look at Old San. He himself didn't know how long he had been bewitched. Old San smiled. 7 breaths. Congratulations. Success. Yichen heaved a sigh of relief. Today was the last day. If he didn't succeed, then he would be obliterated and no one would be spared. Second brother's trial was the most difficult, but I believe that you can pass it. Old San was full of confidence in Yichen. Most importantly, he saw Yichen's determination, the determination to throw himself into the jaws of death and survive. People with such determination would usually be able to escape from desperate straits. Thank you for your auspicious words. Yichen's heart was both apprehensive and excited. At this stage he could no longer have any other thoughts. If he succeeded, he would live. If he failed, he would die. My name is Moka. The second-ranked human rabbit walked out of the mist. He was the first to tell Yichen his name. Moka opened his right hand and a square space appeared. This is my space maze. There are a total of 108,000 square spaces inside, and none of them have an exit. You need to find a weak spot and break it. Remember, the space inside can move. When you can walk out, that is when you pass. Of course, if you don't come out in 64 years, then you don't need to come out. Space maze? Yichen couldn't help but look at the space in Moka's hand. So mysterious. Yi Chen found that he couldn't see through this space. Could Mo-Ka have grasped the space law? Yi Chen pursed his lips. His space profound had reached completion. Since he couldn't see through this space, it was obvious that Mo-Ka had grasped the space law. Fortunately, Mo-Ka's foundation was the same as his, so the space law shouldn't be too solid. There was still some hope. Let's begin. Mo-Ka waved his hand and the square space fell down. It quickly grew until it was 10 square meters wide. Creak, a door opened. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and stepped into the space. In an instant, the door behind him closed. The weak spot found it. In the square space, Yi Chen quickly found the unstable spot. Pulling out the heaven sword, Yi Chen slashed open a thick sword mark, and his body flashed in. One space after another, a completely sealed environment. Yi Chen finally understood the difficulty of this stage. Not only did it test one's talent and comprehension in space, it also tested one's willpower. No matter how strong one's heart was, there would be a moment of collapse. Think about it, if you were placed in a narrow space to find a way out, you would have to enter countless narrow spaces. This kind of endless, almost hopeless life could easily drive one crazy. Mo-Ka had said that the space inside was moving. 108,000 spaces were constantly moving. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Soon, a year had passed, and Yi Chen had broken through 10,000 spaces. Just as he was about to break through the space wall in front of him, suddenly Yi Chen turned his head to the side. That was also the weak spot of the space. Each space has more than one weak spot. Yi Chen's expression was a little ugly. Finding the weak spot required time. In the past, Yi Chen had always found a weak spot and directly broke through it without thinking about anything else. Now it seemed that this method was wrong. This space had a total of 5 weak spots, and Yi Chen didn't know which one to choose. Whatever, I'll choose the weakest spot. Yi Chen made up his mind and slashed open the weakest spot. Chapter 1390. Second brother, what do you think of this kid? The human-shaped rabbit who was gnawing on a golden radish walked over. Mo-Ka thought for a while and said, I think highly of him. Although his talent and comprehension aren't the best in the past hundreds of millions of years, he is actually the best overall. Sometimes, talent and comprehension can't even compare to determination. I saw it clearly when he was trying to break through the third brother's level. After taking a bite of the golden radish, the humanoid rabbit nodded. I think so too. He has a will and determination that he won't give up even if he dies. Over the past hundreds of millions of years, about 100 people have reached third brother's place, but only 10 have succeeded. These 10 people have spent around 20 years, with the longest being 26 years. The other 90 people have failed mainly because they couldn't withstand the pressure of death and their hearts were in chaos. Yeah, this kid's mind was also in a mess before. Fortunately, at the last moment, he borrowed the pressure of death and forcefully condensed his heart power into a single point. If he couldn't condense his heart power into a single point, or if he didn't have enough will to live, he would have died. Now, let's see if he can get out of your space maze. In 30 years, Yi Chen had broken through a total of 110,000 spaces, but he only had half of the time left. In the remaining 33 years, I can continue to break through hundreds of thousands of spaces, but can I find the exit? Yi Chen reflected. Rather than wasting time blindly looking for an exit, I might as well take a gamble. The laws were something only powerful demigods could comprehend. Yi Chen didn't expect himself to comprehend the space laws in 33 years, but he only needed to find a trace of the rules of the space laws, such as a way to leave the space maze. Everything in the world had its own rules, but the primal chaos had abandoned all rules and order. Eliminating all distracting thoughts, Yi Chen sat down and quietly observed the space in front of him. His soul power and heart power carefully scanned again and again. What the soul power saw were lines, densely packed and omnipresent, while what the heart power saw were inexplicable runes. Both had their own uses and complemented each other. 10 years passed. Yi Chen suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He saw a chain made of lines and symbols. This chain was rooted in the space he was in, and he didn't know where the other end was. Along the chain, Yi Chen's soul power and heart power spread out. Soon, Yi Chen saw another space through the chains, a space that was exactly the same as the one he was in. Could it be that this chain has pierced through 108,000 spaces? Yi Chen thought of a possibility. In his opinion, this possibility was most likely his only hope of leaving the space maze. Another 10 years passed. Through the chains, Yi Chen saw 68,000 spaces. He discovered that every once in a while the chains would move. Correspondingly, the spaces that were pierced by the chains would also move. If he followed the original method, he might not be able to leave the space maze for the rest of his life unless he could grasp the laws of space and break through the space maze in one fell swoop. 72,000. 75,000. 81,000. 5 years passed and there were only 8 years left. However, on this day Yi-Chin saw the space barrier of the space maze through the 81,000 space. As long as he could break that space barrier, he would be able to leave this place. And the 81,000 space was actually only 300 spaces away from the space he was in. The main reason was that the chains were twisting around like snakes, not in a straight line. Without further ado, Yi-Chin broke through space after space, rushing over. However, rushing over required time. He had to break through the weak points of space, passing through space after space. Yi-Chin had only rushed 1/10 of the way, and all the spaces had moved, messing up Yi-Chin's plan. No rush. Yi-Chin tried his best to regain his composure and continued to search for shortcuts. This was like playing with a Rubik's Cube. It required patience and the ability to calculate. Experiment after experiment, failure after failure. Yi-Chin felt that every moment was torture. He was only 10 spaces away from the space maze's outer wall, but he still failed on the verge of success. If it was someone else, they would have vomited blood and died from anger. It had to be known that the 64-year deadline was getting closer and closer. 62nd year. AI. Yi-Chin sighed. His luck was really good this time. He was only 3 spaces away from the space maze's outer wall, just 1 step away. If only he could be a little faster. In fact, unknowingly, Yi-Chin's speed of breaking through space was getting faster and faster. The Nether Saint Eye played a crucial role. The Nether Saint Eye contained the will of hell, allowing it to see through space and time. Finding the weak points of space was much easier than using soul force and heart force. After using it countless times, unknowingly, the Nether Saint Eye was slowly growing. 63rd year passed. Yi-Chin regretted that he was just a little bit away. Due to his nervousness, Yi-Chin did not feel any changes in his eyes. Originally, the Nether Saint Eye had a circle of gold around its pupil, with 2 vortexes in the shape of a twin star, slowly rotating. But now, the twin star vortexes had disappeared, turning into a golden vortex. Let's try again. Yi-Chin was very unwilling. Soon he found a route. This route had more than 400 spaces. His eyes focused on the weak points of the space. What? Yi-Chin was surprised to find that he had found the weak points of the space. In his eyes, the weak points were like black dots on a piece of white paper, clearly visible and very eye-catching. So the Nether Saint Eye has evolved. In that case, let's see if I can see through the entire space maze. The original Nether Saint Eye was unable to see through the entire space maze because this space maze contained the space law. The Nether Saint Eye's level was not high enough, so it could only rely on soul force and heart force to follow the space law to observe each space. I saw through it. Yi-Chin's voice was trembling. The Nether Saint Eye operated to the limit, and transparent spaces appeared in Yi-Chin's eyes. Even the space law chains were no exception. Gradually, Yi-Chin's vision passed through the outer wall of the space maze, and he saw 2 human-shaped rabbits on the outside. The human-shaped rabbit that was gnawing on the golden radish looked at Yi-Chin, and his eyes collided with Yi-Chin's. Second brother, he succeeded. His voice was also trembling. After so many years, he was finally leaving this place. Although the other party's method was very cheap, so what? As long as they could pass through, it was fine. He wished that he could lower the difficulty and let these people pass through easily. Unfortunately, he could not do that. He also did not dare to disobey the desolate god's order, as a true god was omniscient to a certain extent. After a quarter of an hour, Yi-Chin came out from the square space maze. Chapter 1391. After 64 years, Yi-Chin seemed to have gone through all the vicissitudes of life. He felt indescribably tired, mainly because he had consumed too much of his soul force and heart force. I succeeded. Yi-Chin looked at the 2 humanoid rabbits. Throwing away the golden radish in his hand, the humanoid rabbit smiled. Good, very good. In hundreds of millions of years, you are the first person to pass the test. Speaking of which, us 8 brothers should thank you. Without you, who knows how long it would have taken us to leave the desolate god's secret realm. Perhaps we would have stayed here for hundreds of millions of years. You want to leave the desolate god's secret realm? Oh. Yi-Chin himself had to leave eventually. Of course, that would be after dealing with Empyrean Sea Fiend. As if seeing through Yi-Chin's thoughts, the humanoid rabbit said, You are an outsider, so your method of leaving is different from ours. In the desolate god's secret realm, there is an ancient transmission array. Through this ancient transmission array, you can leave the desolate god continent. This method is only useful for you outsiders. People of the desolate race are rejected by the ancient transmission array. Later I will draw a map of the desolate God's secret realm for you. Many thanks. After solving the problem of leaving, Yi Qin heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to stay in the desolate God continent forever. In the fog, the other 6 humanoid rabbits also walked out, each with a smile on their face. Even little 8, who wanted to kill Yi Qin, was very happy. For this he specially apologized to Yi Qin. At that time he didn't think that Yi Qin could pass all the tests, so he killed him. Now he regretted it. If he had killed him, everything would have been rewritten. What surprised Yi Qin the most was the change in Sky Splitter. Sky Splitter's level had risen from elementary legend to peak legend. That terrifying fierce beast aura made even Yi Qin secretly praise it. Even the peak legend fierce beast that chased him before was only so. The leading humanoid rabbit was called Rabbit Saint. He smiled. The desolate God's secret realm doesn't have many things, but there are many fierce beasts. Of course, nurturing him to peak legend fierce beast is my limit. It won't be easy to become a quasi-holy beast. Devouring fierce beast flesh won't work. He can only rely on himself to evolve. A quasi-holy beast was a bottleneck. Once it became a quasi-holy beast, it would not be too difficult to become a holy beast. With the accumulation of time, it would become a holy beast one day. Sky Splitter, which had become a peak legend ranked dire beast, was incomparably huge. It was more than 10 meters tall and nearly 30 meters long. Its 4 limbs were like a small mountain, emitting a powerful pressure. Of course, Yi Qin would always be his master. Seeing Yi Qin, Heaven Splitter ran over and rubbed his huge head against Yi Qin, playing around with all his might. Rubbing Heaven Splitter's head, Yi Qin felt that this was truly a great opportunity. Even though it was accompanied by great danger and he had almost been killed, Yi Qin felt that this was truly a great opportunity. By the way, I've prepared a big gift for you. I hope you'll like it. The Rabbit Saint waved her right hand, and the dense fog at the side dissipated. What appeared in front of them was a simple and unadorned palace. The palace's doors creaked open, and when Yi Qin saw what was inside the palace, her eyes narrowed involuntarily. So many supreme treasures and saint treasures. The palace was not very big and it was filled with supreme treasures and sacred treasures. Intense lights interweaved together, shining thousands of times brighter than the sun. If it were not for the fact that the doors of the palace were closed, this light would not have been hidden by the fog. The things inside belonged to the people who were killed over the past hundreds of millions of years. They are useless to us, so I'll give them to you. The Rabbit Saint said generously. Give them all to me? Yi Qin was a little stunned. Of course. In the Rabbit Saint's eyes, these things were nothing. Is there anything you need me to do, senior? Yi Qin was a little flattered to accept such a big gift for no reason. You have already helped us greatly. Without you, we would have to stay in the desolate God's secret realm for countless years. Compared to this, these things that are useless to us are nothing. In the end, Yi Qin accepted this big gift. Among this big gift, the most precious were the supreme treasures and the sacred sword, because only these 2 things could improve his immortal sword physique. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to improve his immortal sword physique to level 13 or 14. After Yi Qin put away all the supreme treasures and saint treasures in the palace, the Rabbit Saint had already created a map of the desolate God's secret realm. Here. The Rabbit Saint tossed the map to Yi Qin. All right, we're leaving. The Rabbit Saint glanced at the valley where the fog had dissipated, and a hint of reluctance appeared in her eyes. Although she had wanted to leave this place countless times, she was still a little reluctant to leave. Yi Qin, see you again. The Rabbit Saint crushed a token in her hand. In the next moment, endless desolate God laws and desolate God willpower came over, forming a cocoon of light that enveloped the 8 brothers. Whoosh, the cocoon of light broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. Thank you. Yi Qin thought to himself. After counting the supreme treasures and saint treasures, Yi Qin inhaled sharply again. This big gift from the Rabbit Saint was really too big. After counting, there were more than 3,000 saint treasures. There were sabers, spears, swords, staffs, armors, inner armors, and more than 90% of them were earth saint treasures. There were more than 3,000 of them, and there were only a dozen or so sky saint treasures. It was clear how rare sky saint treasures were. In hundreds of millions of years, there were only a dozen or so. There were even more supreme treasures, more than 10,000 of them. There was not a single level 1 supreme treasures among them, and all of them were level 3 and above. Of course, Yi Qin valued the supreme treasures and the sacred swords more. There were 820 supreme treasures and 311 sacred swords. Among them there were 3 10 Earth Saint treasures and only 1 Sky Saint treasures. Moreover, it was not a 1-star Sky Saint treasure, but a 3-star Sky Saint treasure. It was more than 100 times stronger than the 9-star Earth Saint treasure Heaven Sword in his hand. Just by holding it in his hand, Yi Chen could feel the vast sword chi about to surge out and destroy everything in front of him. This sacred sword was called the Firmament Sword. This sword will be my trump card in the future. With the Firmament Sword, Yi Chen's strength would soar again. However, he still planned to use the Heaven Sword normally. After all, the Heaven Sword had been with him for a long time. With his current strength, he probably did not need the Firmament Sword. The Heaven Sword was enough. There were a total of 13 Sky Saint treasures. Other than the Firmament Sword, there were 8 offensive sacred treasures and 4 defensive sacred treasures. The best defensive sacred treasure was also a 3-star Sky Saint treasure called the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. There was the Firmament Sword for his weapon and the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor for his armor. For the first time, Yi Chen had a feeling that it was unreal. These things came too easily. However, on the other hand, if someone else passed the test, they would also get this big gift. It was just that Yi Chen was luckier and became the first person to eat crabs. With so many supreme treasures, it should be enough to push my immortal sword body to the 14th level. Yi Chen was not in a hurry to leave the desolate God's secret territory. He planned to improve his immortal sword body. After all, although there was no one in the desolate God continent who could threaten him, there were still many unknown dangers in the desolate God secret territory. He would not naively think that he was already invincible in the desolate God secret territory. Not to mention other things, there were demigod-level beasts in the desolate God secret territory, which were also sacred beasts. Chapter 1392. Every level of the immortal sword body was harder to reach. From the 10th to the 11th level, one needed to absorb the essence of one supreme sword. From the 11th to the 12th level, one needed to absorb the essence of 10 supreme swords. From the 12th to the 13th level, one needed to absorb the essence of at least 100 rank 1 or 2 supreme swords. If it wasn't for this great gift, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to reach the 13th level, let alone the 14th. All the supreme swords I have here are rank 3 or above. I wonder how many sword essences I need to absorb to level up? Getting rid of distracting thoughts, Yi Chen started to cultivate the immortal sword body. Sky Splitter was guarding not far away. If any fierce beasts attacked, it would tear them apart at all costs. Clang. The ground was filled with supreme swords. When Yi Chen activated the immortal sword body, the 20 rank 3 supreme swords closest to Yi Chen started to tremble. In the next moment, 20 sword phantoms flew out and entered Yi Chen's body. Visible to the naked eye, Yi Chen's body had an additional sword pattern, increasing from 12 to 13 sword patterns. The 13th level is done. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of sharp impure air. This was the impure air contained within the sword essences. The higher the level of the immortal sword body, the more demanding its appetite would be. What used to be a part of the essence might not be the essence anymore. The 13th level of the immortal sword body was enough to block an attack from a mid-level legendary sovereign, but it wasn't enough. As his strength increased by leaps and bounds, Yi Chen's sights were set higher and higher. The immortal sword body continued to operate, and one sword phantom after another entered Yi Chen's body. 50. 100. 200. After absorbing the essence of 200 rank 3 supreme swords, Yi Chen's immortal sword body reached the 14th level, and another sword pattern appeared on his body. What a powerful feeling. After reaching the 14th level of the immortal sword body, Yi Chen felt that his every move was filled with boundless power. It should be known that the physical strength of the majority of legendary supremes was already very good if they could withstand the attacks of super supremes, but Yi Chen could withstand the attacks of high-level legendary supremes even without the protection of a sacred artifact armor. Once his body's defense was strong, he would be able to wear down enemies who were on par with him to death. At any rate, even if the other party was wearing a sacred artifact armor, they would not be able to completely block off the attacks. Otherwise, they would still receive some damage from the shockwaves. As time went on, they would be incapable of enduring it. Let's see what the limit is. Yi Chen was very clear that his immortal sword body couldn't be improved endlessly. He could only improve it now because he had a sufficient foundation. Once his foundation was exhausted, it would be useless no matter how many supreme treasured swords he had. He wouldn't be able to absorb them. 100. 200. Very quickly, the 3rd grade sovereign swords were all used up. What was left were 4th grade and 5th grade sovereign swords. There were fewer 5th grade sovereign swords, only about 30 of them. After absorbing the essence of more than 200 rank 3 supreme swords and 300 rank 4 supreme swords, Yi Chen's body shook, and a new sword pattern appeared on Yi Chen's body. The 15th level of the immortal sword body. When he created the immortal sword body, he had never thought that he would have such an achievement today. At that time he only wanted to create a sword body that could strengthen his defense. But, who would have thought that he would accidentally create a strange sword body art like the immortal sword body? Judging from the conditions, the immortal sword body was obviously inferior to the 9 transformation golden body. After all, the conditions were too harsh. How could there be so many supreme sword essences for one to absorb? Moreover, the higher the level, the more terrifying the supreme sword essences would be. It was simply a fantasy. However, in the long run, the immortal sword body surpassed the 9 transformation golden body by many levels. The 9 transformation golden body was the limit of the 9 transformation golden body, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. In comparison, the immortal sword body was much easier to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have the immortal sword intent. Otherwise it would be useless. The 15th level of the immortal sword body was enough to resist a peak legendary supremacy's attack. Coupled with the black tortoise sacred armor, Yi Chen estimated that even a demigod wouldn't be able to hurt him. As for whether the weakest demigod could hurt him, Yi Chen wasn't sure. Up until now he still didn't know how strong and terrifying a demigod was. Even so, Yi Chen was still very confident in the immortal sword body. In his opinion, he still needed to be careful even if he was strong. If 2 enemies of similar strength surrounded him, he would have to escape. However, with such a strong defense, he wouldn't need to be afraid of 10 enemies of similar strength. He could just kill them until they were afraid. The 15th level is the limit. Next, Yi Chen planned to break through the immortal sword body, but he failed. The 15th level was his limit unless the immortal sword intent could break through to the 9th level. Heaven Splitter, let's go back. Standing up, Yi Chen jumped onto Heaven Splitter's back and patted him. Hearing this, Heaven Splitter lowered his body. The next moment, his hind legs exerted force, and his huge body shot out like a sharp arrow. His speed was much faster than before. The desolate god's secret domain was extremely vast, and there were many treasures here. However, these treasures were usually guarded by fierce beasts. Before coming here, Yi Chen didn't have any extravagant hopes. He only wanted to survive. But now that his strength had increased, he had many ideas. My origin is damaged and my cultivation is less than 30% of my usual strength. I need to find some treasures to recover. His recovery was too slow, and Yi Chen didn't have that much time to waste on it. A few days later, Yi Chen found a small tree with 3 fist-sized fruits growing on it. They were red, yellow, and blue respectively. This was the famous legendary spirit fruit, the tricolored fruit. The red fruit could replenish the essence and blood, the yellow one could replenish the genuine, and the blue one could replenish the soul. Together they were the essence, qi, and spirit sources. The fierce beast guarding the tricolored fruit was no match for Heaven Splitter, so it was quickly chased away. After swallowing the 3 spirit fruits, Yi Chen felt that his origin had recovered to about 50%. His martial Dao Yuan spirit gradually brightened, no longer as dim as before. Fortunately, this was the desolate god continent, the desolate god secret domain. If it was in the outside world, a legendary spirit fruit like the tricolored fruit could only be found in books. Of course, it should also be found in the heavenly river. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the desolate god secret domain. Since more than 100 years had passed, he wasn't in a hurry to leave for another year or so. It was unknown whether Yi Chen's luck was good or bad, but when Yi Chen's origin had recovered to 70%, Yi Chen encountered the baboon fierce beast Tifula. Without waiting for his master to make the first move, Heaven Splitter rushed forward. Now that he was a peak legendary fierce beast, he didn't fear Tifula like before. In a situation where the difference in strength wasn't too big, the Star Bear Dog King would never shy away from a battle. The 2 gigantic beasts tore at each other rapidly, their roars rising and falling like thunder. Woo-woo, it was obvious that Heaven Splitter wasn't Tifula's match. He was sent flying by the other party's claw and blood splattered. After all, even the peak legendary fierce beast, the gold-eating beast, would tremble when it encountered Tifula. Heaven Splitter's strength seemed to be slightly weaker than the gold-eating beast. It only dared to fight because its master was backing it up. We meet again. Yi Chen's figure flashed and blocked Tifula, who was about to rush forward to tear Heaven Splitter apart. Tifula didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all and slapped him with its claw. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded. Yi Chen was unscathed, but the powerful force made him slide hundreds of meters away, leaving a deep mark on the ground. What a powerful force! Yi Chen was surprised. This Tifula wasn't an ordinary peak legendary fierce beast, but one of the top legendary fierce beasts in the history of the desolate god continent. Although the gold-eating beast was strong, it could only be ranked in the top 20 in the history of the desolate god continent. Compared to Tifula, it was a far cry. Take my destruction sword attack as well. Yichen jumped up and took out his heaven sword. The sword light stabbed out violently. Oh. Tifula couldn't dodge in time and blood appeared on its chest. Its defense had been pierced through by the destruction sword. Right now, Yichen didn't even have a clear idea of what level his power had reached. Not to mention other things, after more than 100 years with the 3 peak rank 8 sword spirits resonating, his sword intent alone had increased by more than 100 times. Of course, this little wound was probably not much different from being stared at by a mosquito for Tifula. Tifula was furious and his eyes were getting redder and redder. Before, when he fought with Sky Splitter and slapped Yichen, they were just casual attacks. He didn't think that he needed to use his full power. The enraged Tifula displayed all of his strength as he charged toward Yichen with a brutal aura. Yichen didn't dare to be careless. His green lotus sword realm suddenly exploded, covering Tifula. At the same time, Yichen performed his most powerful sword movement, the heavy sword movement, and slashed toward Tifula. Boom. Tifula and Yichen were blown away at the same time. No wonder it is one of the top legendary fierce beasts in the history of the desolate god continent. Yichen praised in his mind. He had already tried his best, but his power was only on par with Tifula's. Chapter 1393. Rumble. The battle was still going on. Within a radius of thousands of miles, sand and stones were flying everywhere. The man and the beast were moving at a very fast speed. From time to time they would collide with each other. Every time they collided, it would be like an earthquake and shockwaves would radiate in all directions. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Tifula let out a strange cry and suddenly spat out a bloody light from its mouth. This bloody light was its trump card and it would not be used easily. For a peak legendary fierce beast with an extremely strong defense like the gold-eating beast, as long as it was sprayed by the bloody light, it would not be able to withstand it. Wherever it was sprayed, that place would be melted. The thick sword light flew towards the blood-red light. With a puff sound, half of the blood-red light was cut off, and the remaining half was still rushing towards Yichen. However, Yichen was already prepared for this. He used the third move of the 5-element sword art, the defensive sword style. The sword light protected him completely. Although the blood-red light was ferocious, it was quickly weakened by the layers of sword light. Just as Yichen was about to launch a fierce counterattack, a beam of black and white light shot over from afar. This beam of light was extremely fast, as if it could pierce through the void. In an instant it arrived in front of Yichen. At this moment, Yichen was in a situation where he had already used up all his previous strength but had yet to recover, so he had no time to dodge or resist. He was hit by the beam of black and white light, and his entire body was sent flying. Finally he sank deep into a mountain. The ground trembled as a huge creature rushed over. It looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it had 2 heads, a dragon's head and a snake's head. It was one of the most powerful legendary beasts in the history of the Wild's God continent, the Gemini Tyrannosaurus. The 2 heads of the Gemini Tyrannosaurus produced different sounds. One was the roar of a dragon, while the other was the sound of a snake sticking out its tongue. One was hard while the other was soft. It was extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Sky Splitter was a little restless. They were both pinnacle legendary fierce beasts, but it was still a far cry from Tifla's Gemini Tyrannosaurus. As a newly advanced pinnacle legendary fierce beast, it had some strength, but its foundation hadn't stabilized yet. It couldn't compare to Tifla's tyrannical ferocity, let alone the Gemini Tyrannosaurus aura. Boom. Rubble flew everywhere as Yichen dashed out from inside the mountain. Gemini Tyrannosaurus. Yichen noticed the Gemini Tyrannosaurus immediately. If it had been in the past, Yichen would have run as far as he could when he encountered Tifla and the Gemini Tyrannosaurus in the past. As for whether he could escape or not, that was another matter. However, the wheel of fortune changed. This time he should not be the one running away. I advise you not to provoke me. Yichen was unscathed as he spoke to Tifula and Gemini Tyrannosaurus. Both of them were peerless vicious beasts, so how could they listen to Yichen's words? One on the left and one on the right, they charged at Yichen, as if they would not stop until they tore Yichen into 1,000 pieces. You asked for it. Sheathing the heavenly sword, Yichen took out a simple and unadorned long sword. Clang, as the sword was unsheathed, a vast and boundless sword chi swept out, and the high ground within a radius of several hundred miles was instantly cut down. Scram! As if swatting flies, Yi Qin swept his sword toward Tifula and the Gemini Tyrannosaurus. Blood splattered, and the two peerless legendary vicious beasts were sent flying. Under the three-star divine weapon, the Firmament Sword, they were so powerful that they could not withstand a single blow. You two go, I don't want to kill you. Given some time, Yi Qin had the chance to kill the two, but it was meaningless for him. Skysplitter had already advanced to the peak of legendary vicious beast and could not rely on devouring vicious beast flesh to evolve. Moreover, even if he wanted to devour vicious beast flesh, he would at least have to devour the flesh of quasi-holy beast. With Yi Qin's strength, there was no way for him to challenge quasi-holy beasts. Of course, with the Xianwu sacred armor and the firmament sword, Yi Qin was not afraid of ordinary quasi-holy beasts. Another 2 months passed, and Yi Qin found a rare origin grass. Not only did his martial path Yuanshin recover to its original state, but it had also improved a lot. It had reached the peak of silver primary level and was only one step away from silver intermediate level. It's time to go out. More than 100 years had passed, and Yi Qin did not know what changes had happened to the Wild's God continent. In his opinion, Sea Fiend Empyrean was not a good person, so it was necessary to go back. In the center of the Wild's God continent, a giant city had appeared. The city walls were hundreds of meters tall and were iron-black in color. Looking down, one could see that the entire city was divided into two parts, one left and one right. In the center of the left part was a black palace, and in the center of the right part was a silver-gray palace. The black palace was the Sea Fiend Palace, and the silver-gray palace was the Evil Light Palace. At a rough glance, there were at least 5 million families in the city. Based on the calculation of 3 people in each family, the city had a total population of 15 million, which was far more than the population of a rank 8 tribe. It should be known that a rank 8 tribe only had 200,000 to 500,000 families, which was less than 1.5 million people. In more than 100 years, Empyrean Sea Fiend and Empyrean Evil Light had joined forces to unify the entire Wild's God continent, creating the only 9th grade tribe, the Demon Light tribe. The Demon Light tribe was a combination of the two's titles, and 90% of the Demon Light tribe's population came from the 13 8th grade tribes. As for the 7th grade tribes, they were directly ignored. They did not plan on gathering all the desolate race people in the Demon Light tribe. It was fine as long as the 8th grade tribes fell under their control. Kang Siwei, what do you think? As long as you hand over the Redbud Flower battle armor, I can guarantee your daughter's safety. Sea Demon Palace, Empyrean Sea Fiend looked down at Kang Siwei. A trace of anger and disdain appeared on Kang Siwei's face. The mighty Empyrean Sea Fiend actually resorted to such underhanded methods. Don't you think it's shameless? Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. This is all your fault. If you don't reflect on yourself, I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to your daughter. Empyrean Sea Fiend was expressionless. Hearing this, Kang Siwei's face darkened. Among the 13 8th grade tribes, the first to join the Demon Light tribe were the other 8 great 8th grade tribes. The Redbud Flower battle armor and the other 4 great tribes joined later. After all, if they didn't join, they would be attacked by the other side. Although the 5 of them could barely protect themselves, the others couldn't. This was something they had no other choice. Who knew that after joining the Demon Light tribe, Empyrean Sea Fiend and Empyrean Evil Light would begin to think of ways to obtain the Heavenly Saint artifacts of the 5 great tribes. After a series of actions, besides Kang Siwei, the other 4's Heavenly Saint artifacts had all been taken away. Once they lost their Heavenly Saint artifacts, the 5 of them would be no match for Empyrean Sea Fiend and Empyrean Evil Light. Kang Siwei was the strongest among the 5 great tribe leaders. With the Redbud Flower battle armor, she was very domineering. She had always been unwilling to hand over the Redbud Flower battle armor. She knew very well that once she handed over the Redbud Flower battle armor, even Empyrean Sea Fiend and Empyrean Evil Light couldn't do anything to her. They simply couldn't hurt Kang Siwei through the Redbud Flower battle armor. After all, apart from their 9th domain, their strength was about the same as Kang Siwei's or even slightly worse. Who would have thought that Empyrean Sea Fiend would secretly capture Kang Siwei's daughter, Kang Xueli, to threaten her? Chapter 1394. In just over 100 years, they actually managed to unify the desolate God continent and establish the only 9th level tribe, the Demon Light tribe. And besides Empyrean Sea Demon, there is also another peak legend ranked supreme, Empyrean Nefarious Light. 10,000 miles away from the Demon Light tribe, a young man riding a giant vicious beast was rushing over. After asking around, Yi Qin learned just what had happened in the desolate God continent in the last 100 years. With a sneer, Yi Chen looked towards the demon light tribe, thinking, how ironic. The only 9th level tribe was actually destroyed by me. Something's wrong? Suddenly Yi Chen seemed to think of something. Could it be that all of this was guided by the will of the Desolate God? The Desolate God continent was the world of the Desolate race, and outsiders were ultimately outsiders. If one wanted to dominate the Desolate God continent, it was impossible for there to be no consequences. Perhaps the will of the Desolate God wanted to use him to destroy the only 9th level tribe and return the Desolate God continent to its original state. As for him being able to enter the mountain valley and accept the test, it might have been guided by the will of the Desolate God. In short, the will of the Desolate God covered the entire Desolate God continent. It could affect the destiny of countless people. Before outsiders arrived, it would treat them all equally. But once outsiders arrived, it would favor the Desolate race. What if I immediately change my mind and don't deal with Empyrean Sea Demon? Yi Chen couldn't help but think. It's best not to have such thoughts. A mortal cannot measure the will of a true God, nor do they need to measure it. The consequences are not something I can bear. Soon Yi Chen dispelled this idea. He didn't want to challenge fate. Without absolute strength, wanting to defy the heavens would only result in him being abandoned by fate and becoming a pitiful worm. Soon, the demon light tribe appeared in front of him. Kang Siwei, my patience is limited. Before you leave Sea Demon Palace you must make a decision. Do you want to hand it over or not? In truth, Empyrean Sea Demon didn't need the Bauhinia battle armor. With his current status, if he had enough time he could create a second set of Heavenly Saint artifact armor. He just didn't want the Bauhinia battle armor to fall into the hands of others. What he needed was absolute control. Once he gave an order, no one would dare disobey. Kang Siwei was about to say something. Bang! With a loud explosion the entire demon light tribe shook. Within the palace of Sea Demon Palace, dust began to fall down, filling the air. Who is it? Exalted Celestial Venerable Sea Demon was enraged. His figure flashed as he flew out of the Sea Demon Palace. At the same time, Evil Light Hall's Heavenly Sovereign Evil Light also came out. What happened? Kang Siwei followed him out with a puzzled expression. Kang Siwei. Above the demon light tribe, Ing Liexiong Yun Piamiao, and the other two gathered from 4 different directions. After the 4 of them had their Ascended Saint artifacts taken away, their status was not as good as before. Fortunately they were very sensible and did not resist too much. Otherwise they might not even be able to see them now. It seems like someone is attacking the demon light tribe's array formation outside. Kang Siwei said. Let's go out and take a look. The 5 of them were very curious, but at the same time, they also had a trace of hope. When the 5 of them arrived at the demon light tribe's gate, the entire gate was already crowded with people. As far as the eye could see, 10 miles away, a man and a beast were standing side by side. The beast was the king of the space bear hounds. The terrifying aura emitted from its body shocked everyone. This kind of aura was clearly the aura of a peak legendary beast. There was no mistake. Beside the king of the space bear hounds was a young man in blue clothes. He had 2 swords on his waist. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like ink. His eyes were like 2 beams of sword light, staring at Empyrean Heimo and Empyrean Xieguang. Yi Chen. Ing Liexiong was shocked. It really is him. Kang Siwei and the others also recognized this person. It's good that he didn't die, but why did he come back? A peak legend rank beast alone shouldn't be able to do anything to Empyrean Sea Demon and Empyrean Nefarious Light. Over 100 years had passed and they all thought that Yi Chen had died long ago. They never imagined that not only had he returned unscathed, but the Star Bear King that had followed him had also evolved into a peak legend rank beast. Unfortunately, Empyrean Sea Demon and Empyrean Nefarious Light were simply too powerful. In truth, the 2 of them were about the same as the 5 of them, but their 9th layer domain was their trump card. Inside the 9th layer domain, the 5 of them couldn't even display 1% of their strength. Only Kang Siwei could resist. Yi Chen. Lan Yu, who had just arrived, cried with joy. Yi Chen's figure had already been engraved in her heart at some unknown time. The first demon commander and evil star had complicated expressions, especially the first demon commander. He longed to kill Yi Chen himself, but he didn't want others to do it for him. Yi Chen's return made him feel relieved, but at the same time, a premonition appeared in his heart. This premonition made him feel uneasy. Maybe I'm overthinking things, the first demon commander thought. Boy, you dare to come back? Empyrean Sea Demon was furious. Even the desolate god mystic domain couldn't stop this boy. In Empyrean Sea Demon's opinion, Yi Chen's life was simply unimaginable. Today is the day I return. Today will be the day you die. After fighting with the Tefla Gemini Tyrannosaurus, Yi Chen had a rough idea of his strength. When using the Sky Sword, his strength was about the same as Tefla's. He was a peak existence among the peak legend rank supremes, and above that would be the quasi-demigod rank. Once he used the Firmament Sword, his strength would undoubtedly reach the quasi-demigod rank. What a joke. Do you really think that you can rely on a mere pinnacle legendary ferocious beast? Empyrean Sea Demon sneered disdainfully. He didn't know what Yi Chen was relying on, but since the other party had delivered himself to his doorstep, he definitely wouldn't let him escape again. Empyrean Evilite, I will deal with this boy. You hold the line and don't give him a chance to escape. Yi Chen's spacetime profound made Empyrean Sea Demon not 100% sure that he could stop him. However, with Empyrean Evilite by his side, even if the other party's spacetime profound had reached perfection, he wouldn't be able to escape. No problem. Empyrean Evilite nodded. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Chen with a bit of pity. It wasn't a good thing for the demons to dominate the evil spirit race. However, this was the desolate god continent. Whether or not they could leave was still a problem. He wouldn't think too far into the future. If there was someone to blame, they could only blame themselves for coming to their doorstep and seeking death. There is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell but you insist on coming. Prepare to die. Empyrean Sea Demon shouted. A vast and mighty sea demon domain radiated outwards, instantly covering a radius of several hundred miles. Under the suppression of the sea demon domain, Skysplit felt a bit uncomfortable. His limbs trembled and he couldn't help but roar. Compared to the burning heat domain, it's too lacking. Yi Chen reached out and grabbed a strand of the sea demon domain's water domain, shaking his head. You should also experience my 9th layer sword domain. Bang! The void trembled. An incomparably massive 5-colored lotus bloomed with Yi Chen at the center. Empyrean Sea Demon domain was vast and mighty, like an endless wave. But under the pressure of the 5-colored lotus, the sea demon domain was forced backwards, as if it had crashed into a giant ancient mountain, breaking apart and bleeding profusely. How is this possible? Everyone cried out in alarm. Empyrean Sea Demon was the most shocked. Then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His sea demon domain was actually not a match for Lin Ming's sword domain. This was simply a fantasy story. What he couldn't accept was that after being forced into the desolate god mystic realm, not only did Lin Ming not die, but his sword domain had also broken through to the 9th layer. Break for me. Empyrean Sea Demon's face flushed red. He pushed his sea demon domain to the limit, turning it into a monstrous wave that crashed into the 5-colored lotus. At their level, the first thing to compare was their domain. If their domain couldn't compare to their opponents, then their strength would be suppressed. Although he didn't think that Yi Chen was that strong, he didn't admit that his sea demon domain was inferior to his sword domain. A mantis blocking a chariot. Yi Chen sneered. The 5-colored lotus grew stronger and stronger, like an ancient lotus that grew in the chaos, turning everything into nourishment. As the monstrous waves rushed over, they were swatted back by the lotus leaves. The 5-colored lotus grew larger and larger, resisting the endless waves as it pressed down on Empyrean Sea Demon. A domain required energy to maintain. The Sea Demon domain's energy was Empyrean Sea Demon's demonic power, while the Green Lotus Sword domain's energy was Sword Essence, which was more suitable for the Green Lotus Sword domain. If it weren't for Lin Ming's martial Dao Yuan spirit being strong enough and his demonic power strong enough, he would have long been crushed by the Green Lotus Sword domain. The confrontation between the two domains left everyone dumbfounded, including the former leaders of the 5 tribes, Kang Siwei and the others. They were limited by the fact that their domains weren't strong enough. Otherwise, how could Empyrean Sea Demon and Empyrean Nefarious Light suppress them? Now, seeing Yi Chen's sword domain reach the 9th layer, and even surpassing Empyrean Sea Demon domain, they couldn't help but sigh. Time was indeed the greatest change. After 100 years, a former genius had already surpassed them. Chapter 1395. Rumble. The Sea Demon domain was compressed to only a few hundred meters. The domain water was extremely turbid, and it was still roaring and struggling. Heavenly Venerable Evil Light, hurry up and help me. Heavenly Venerable Sea Demon shouted at Heavenly Venerable Evil Light. Without needing Heavenly Venerable Sea Demon's reminder, Heavenly Venerable Evil Light was already prepared to take action when he saw that the Sea Demon domain was about to be broken. With Heavenly Venerable Evil Light as the center, a thick gray light spread out. This gray light seemed to have a spirit. It was not in the shape of a bundle but rather like a snake. The 9th domain, Evil Light Domain. Kid, it's not too late to surrender now. Evil Light Heavenly Venerable's killing intent was also aroused. Yi Chen was too powerful, and two powerful enemy geniuses had to be strangled ahead of time. Once the demonic race couldn't contend against the human race, the evil spirit race would be even more powerless. The two 9th domains attacked Yi Chen's Green Lotus Sword domain from the left and right. But this way the situation became strange. It seemed as if Yi Chen was accepting their challenge. Gradually the three domains reached a balance and no one could take another step forward. We are both at the early stage of the 9th domain. My Green Lotus Sword domain is stronger than the other party's domain, but it's still a bit difficult to fight one against two. Raising his head, Yi Chen said in a clear voice, "You too, I wonder how my Green Lotus Sword domain is? So what if your domain is strong? Have a taste of my Sea Demon Towering Seal." Heavenly Venerable Sea Demon raised his right hand and slapped toward Yi Chen. The violent palm energy was like a flood, turning into a large seal along the way. It tore apart the 5-colored lotus and smashed toward Yi Chen. If it had been the Yi Chen of the past, he would have died if he had not avoided this palm. However, things were different now. Clang. Yi Chen pulled out the heavenly sword, and he slashed the large seal apart. With the Green Lotus Sword domain, the Sea Demon Towering Seal's power was not even 100%. Yi Chen could easily slash it apart. Impossible. How did your strength increase so much? Heavenly Venerable Sea Demon could not calm down anymore. It was one thing for Yi Chen's sword domain to be so powerful, but he was actually so powerful as well. This is all thanks to you. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. However, these are two separate matters. I've said it before, my return today will be the day you die. In terms of cultivation realm, Yi Chen was naturally inferior to Empyrean Sea Fiend. Empyrean Sea Fiend's martial Dao Yuan spirit was at least mid-silver rank, or even high silver rank, while Yi Chen was only at peak early silver rank. However, in terms of heart power, Yi Chen far surpassed his opponent. Presently, Yi Chen's heart power had already reached the advanced stage, and coupled with his ceaselessly improving sword intent, it was sufficient to offset his opponent's advantage in cultivation and even surpass him. Don't you think it's too early for you to be arrogant? Empyrean Sea Devil had a gloomy expression. His hands were covered in a layer of black light and a powerful aura spread out from his hands. One could vaguely see that the black light was a pair of gloves. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use the power of a Heavenly Saint artifact. Watch as I break through your sword domain. It was the same Sea Devil monstrous seal, but this time, Empyrean Sea Devil's power was more than 100 times stronger. Previously, he had only used a portion of the Heavenly Saint artifact's power. That portion of power had already fused into his palms, and he had yet to refine most of the remaining power. Rumble. The void trembled as a black seal smashed into the 5-colored green lotus. Before the seal arrived, the 5-colored green lotus had already begun to fester, clearly unable to withstand the power of the Sea Devil monstrous seal. A Heavenly Saint artifact is indeed a Heavenly Saint artifact. Yi Chen sighed. Not only did a Heavenly Saint artifact possess vast power, but the characteristics it contained had also reached a new level. For example, if the Heavenly Sword evolved into a Heavenly Saint artifact, then the power of light would reach an even higher boundary. This level of power of light would not be much weaker than pure power. The other party's Heavenly Saint artifact gloves clearly contained the power of darkness. This was an existence completely different from the power of light, and it had the effect of melting everything. Of course, with the defensive power of the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor, Yi Chen could completely ignore the other party's attack. However, he didn't plan on exposing the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. There was no need to use the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor to deal with the other party. The Heavenly Sword was sheathed and the Firmament Sword was unsheathed. Grasping the Firmament Sword, Yi Chen slashed out, and an incomparably thick sword light slashed towards the Black Seal. Pooh! The Black Seal collapsed, and the thick sword light instantly tore through the Sea Devil domain, shooting towards Empyrean Sea Devil. The probing had ended and it was time to kill. Not good. Empyrean Evil Light was shocked. A curved saber appeared in his hand, and a gray saber light intercepted the thick sword light. Everything was out of his control. Not only was Yi Chen's strength powerful to an incredible degree, but he also had a Heaven Saint artifact in his hand. Originally, he had planned on watching the show and seeing how Empyrean Sea Devil would kill Yi Chen, but now that he was watching the show, Empyrean Sea Devil would die without a doubt. The other party's Heaven Saint artifact seemed to be more than just a one-star Heaven Saint artifact. That sword technique was also extraordinary and had reached a very terrifying realm. Dang. The gray saber light was directly bounced off, but the thick sword light also deviated from its trajectory, brushing past half of Empyrean Sea Devil's body. Blood evaporated, and Empyrean Sea Devil lost a third of his body. The Earth Saint artifact armor on his body couldn't block this sword force at all. Ah! Empyrean Sea Devil screamed. Yi Chen's sword had even cut off a third of his martial arts Yuan spirit, leaving only 60 to 70% of his origin. Whether it was an Earth Saint artifact or a Heaven Saint artifact, when the enemy was directly injured, their origin would be damaged. For example, Earth Demon Venerable had once used the Bloodlust Spear to injure Golden Buddha Supreme's origin, causing him to spend hundreds of years to finally recover. Yin-Yang Wuji. Since his sword didn't kill Empyrean Sea Devil, Yi Chen used the Yin-Yang sword technique's third move, Yin-Yang Wuji. In an instant, the fish-like black and white sword chi shot out, its speed even faster than the heavy sword technique. Those with poor eyesight couldn't even see the sword chi. Since Empyrean Sea Devil was injured, Empyrean Evil Light naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. He used a saber technique to block the black and white sword chi, but a strange scene occurred. The black and white sword chi seemed to have a spiritual nature and continuously avoided his saber attack. Empyrean Evil Light was slightly careless, and the black and white sword chi flashed past and rushed towards Empyrean Sea Devil. Empyrean Sea Devil's injuries weren't light, but he still had combat strength. His palms wrapped in black light turned into phantoms that fought with the black and white sword chi. Evil Star, let's go. On the city wall, the first demon venerable suddenly soared into the sky and flew into the distance, abandoning Empyrean Sea Devil and Empyrean Evil Light. First demon venerable, you. Evil Star looked at the battlefield and then at the distant first demon venerable. He shook his head and turned to follow the first demon venerable. Before leaving, he stared at Yi Chen in shock. This was too terrifying. In just over 100 years he had far surpassed everyone. No wonder the first demon venerable said that Empyrean Sea Devil had ruined his momentum. If Empyrean Sea Devil hadn't forced Yi Chen into a desperate situation, Yi Chen most likely wouldn't have such strength. Mortals really couldn't guess what was going on. The first demon venerable and Evil Star left so suddenly that no one could react. On the battlefield, Yi Chen secretly nodded. The other party had left very decisively. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded dealing with Empyrean Sea Devil and Empyrean Evil Light after he dealt with them. But now there was no need to do so. He would kill Empyrean Sea Devil and Empyrean Evil Light first. Leaving them alive was a disaster. It's all over. Kang Siwei breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Feels like a dream. Ing Liexiong and the others looked at each other and sighed. I told you there was nothing to worry about. History has proven that anyone from the outside who wants to unify the Wilderness God continent will never have a good ending. The Battle Pagoda tribe's leader Tai Tan drank a mouthful of liquor and said indifferently, "Kill?" The range of the Green Lotus sword domain shrank and superimposed with his protective sword energy. Yi Chen gripped the firmament sword and attacked Empyrean Sea Devil and Empyrean Evil Light. Empyrean Evil Light was shocked and slashed at Yi Chen several hundred times. Ding ding dang dang. A scene that made him want to die happened. The saber light landed on Yi Chen's body and was actually bounced off. Yi Chen wasn't injured at all. With a puff, the firmament sword flashed and Empyrean Evil Light's body was split into two. In close combat, an Earth Saint artifact armor absolutely couldn't block the destruction of a Heaven Saint artifact. Empyrean Evil Light was directly hit and even his martial path Yuanshen was killed. Finally, Yi Chen stared at Empyrean Sea Devil, who was fighting like a cornered beast. I didn't expect that I, Empyrean Sea Devil, who has dominated the universe for so many years, would actually be killed by a junior. What a joke. But if you want me to die, you must pay the price. Explode. As he spoke, Empyrean Sea Devil's body crazily expanded. Boom. Empyrean Sea Devil's body was smashed to pieces. A destructive shock wave surged out, mixed with the heart force, will, profound mysteries, domain, and so on that Empyrean Sea Devil had erupted before his death. The power of this explosion far surpassed his peak, reaching the quasi-demigod level. Yi Chen's eyes were cold as he allowed the shock wave to hit his body, causing ripples to appear. Chapter 1396. After dealing with Heavenly Venerate Sea Fiend and Heavenly Venerate Evil Light, Yi Chen returned the Sky Saint artifacts that belonged to Ing Liexiong and the others and kept the rest for himself. The two were very wealthy. They had 2 Sky Saint artifacts, a pair of gloves, a scimitar, and dozens of Earth Saint artifacts, all of which were above 6 stars. In addition, the two had collected a shocking amount of divine stones. Heavenly Venerate Sea Fiend had collected a total of 32 divine stones, and Heavenly Venerate Evil Light had collected 28 divine stones. Who knew how much they had gained in the Wild's God continent? Unfortunately, every star of a Sky Saint artifact required not 1 divine stone but 10 divine stones, and the failure rate was very high. Yichen did not dare to experiment with the Firmament Sword and the Xuanwu Sacred Armor. If he failed, he would have nowhere to cry. With the death of Heavenly Venerate Sea Fiend and Heavenly Venerate Evil Light, the demonic light tribe naturally fell apart, and the Wild's God continent returned to its original order. After spending half a year, Yichen comprehended the word left by the demigod and finally pushed the time ultimacy to perfection. The difference between perfection and time ultimacy was really big. Before perfection, Yichen felt like he was walking in mud, taking one step at a time. Now that the time ultimacy was at perfection, Yichen felt like he had become a fish swimming freely in a calm river without any obstacles. People who lived in space-time would naturally enjoy better treatment when their space-time ultimacy was at perfection. This was what Yichen believed. With the time ultimacy at perfection, Yichen's space-time sword art shone brightly again, and its power surpassed the 5-element sword art. The third move, Black Hole, appeared and 9 black holes appeared. The other words are no longer useful to me. It's time to leave. The book of martial arts left by the demigod was very useful to Yichen in the past, but now it had little use. After all, it was already amazing for the things left by the demigod to have 1 or 2% of their essence. It was impossible for them to integrate all of their essence into the book of martial arts. Not to mention whether he could do it. Even if he could, he would probably be too lazy to do it because it was too troublesome. Some things could not be reflected by words alone, and this was not a complete inheritance. You're leaving. Lan Yu fell silent after learning that Yichen was leaving. Yichen nodded. It's been several hundred years since we entered the Wild's God continent. It's time to go back. All good things must come to an end. Yeah, hundreds of years have passed without us noticing. Lan Yu still remembered the first time she met Yichen. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. The scene from back then seemed to flash before her eyes. Even when it was time to leave, Yichen didn't return to the Eternal Tribe. He knew that with Lan Yu there, the Eternal Tribe should be very safe. Without him, it would be impossible for the Eternal Tribe to become a rank 7 or even rank 8 tribe. Rather than provoking public anger, it was better to let the Eternal Tribe develop peacefully. Several hundred years. For a moment, Yichen was eager to return home. Outside the barrier of the desolate God's secret realm, the 5 tribe leaders, War Bear, Kang Xueli, and Lan Yu were all silently watching Yichen leave. What an unforgettable character. Everyone sighed inwardly. The man and beast flew to the edge of the barrier of the desolate God's secret realm. Turning around, Yichen cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, if fate wills it, we will meet again." Saying that, he stepped into the barrier of the desolate God's secret realm, and Sky Splitter followed closely behind. "Yichen, I will find you." Right at this moment, Lan Yu suddenly shouted. Yichen's body paused slightly, and he entered the other side. "First Demon Sovereign, how are we going to leave?" In the sky, 2 figures were flying at high speed. They were the first Demon Sovereign and Evil Star. The first Demon Sovereign said indifferently, "We will return the way we came." "Then how did you get here?" Evil Star asked curiously. Although the desolate God continent is isolated from the rest of the world, it has its own destiny. Even the desolate God continent couldn't predict that a branch of the Heavenly River would connect to the desolate God continent. Of course, it is extremely dangerous there. The desolate God's law and the Heavenly River's law would clash from time to time. There is such a place? Evil Star sucked in a breath of cold air. The desolate God continent was created by the desolate God continent, and the Heavenly River was the #1 scenery in the universe. Only the two would have a connection. After some thought, Evil Star realized that only the upper echelons of the demons knew about this, and they used this method to send the first Demon Sovereign in. "Sky Splitter, can you follow me back?" As they got closer to the ancient teleportation array, Yichen started to feel nervous. Sky Splitter was a beast of the desolate God continent, and it wasn't from the outside world. If he couldn't follow them out, Yichen would have to separate from them. This was something he didn't want to see. Brr. Sky Splitter let out a low roar. 3 months later, the man and beast arrived in front of an ancient teleportation array. It was a 6-pointed star teleportation array. It looked extremely old, as if it was made of simple stones. There was nothing special about it. "Let's go." Yichen and Sky Splitter walked into the teleportation array. Sword energy circulated, slowly pouring into the array. In the next moment, the shabby teleportation array lit up, emitting a light that could travel through space and time. Looking down, Yi Chen saw the universe. The man and beast seemed to be in a special space and time, in the gap between the desolate god continent and the universe. Swoosh. Then the teleportation array flashed and disappeared. Yi Chen and Sky Splitter also disappeared from the desolate god secret realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. The first demon sovereign and evil star arrived at the edge of the desolate god continent. From here they could see the outside world. A white river flowed from the void, forming a boundary with the edge of the desolate god continent. The heavenly river's law and the desolate god continent's law collided, bursting with chaotic lightning. Not to mention going forward, just looking at it with the naked eye would make one tremble in fear. This chaotic lightning wasn't simple lightning. It was the destructive lightning produced by the collision of different laws, and it only existed in the primal chaos. They waited for 3 days. Now is the time. Follow me. With a swoosh, the first demon sovereign dashed out. Wait for me. Evil Star yelled out and hurriedly followed up. A few meters thick wave of the desolate god continent broke into the desolate god continent. Waves splashed everywhere and the laws burst out, temporarily expelling the desolate god's law. It was indeed the safest time to go up. Once the desolate god's law recovered and collided with the heavenly river's law, the two wouldn't have a chance to enter the river. With a splash, the two jumped into the wave of the desolate god continent. However, the wave was still inside the desolate god continent. The moment the two jumped in, chaotic lightning surged outside, and the desolate god's law and the heavenly river's law collided again. The size of the wave of the desolate god continent was rapidly whittled away. Evil Star even felt that he and the desolate god continent were separated by only a finger's thickness of the desolate god continent. Swoosh. The wave of the desolate god continent retreated, merging into the desolate god continent tributary. That was close. Evil Star broke out in a cold sweat, fear lingering in his heart. Chapter 1397. In the starry sky, the most difficult thing to determine was one's position. Without a reference, one would have to take many wrong paths. After leaving the wilderness god continent, Yi Chen found himself in Heaven Splitter in an unfamiliar starry sky. The netherworld's sacred eye operated. Through space-time, Yi Chen saw the starry sky billions of light years away. Unfortunately, it was also an unfamiliar starry sky. Yi Chen couldn't use it to find the route back to the 4 major life star fields. The starry sky wasn't boundless, but very few people could reach the edge of the cosmos. As a result, there were 2 theories. The first theory was that the starry sky was very, very big, and it was very difficult to reach the edge of the cosmos. The second theory was that the space-time at the edge of the cosmos was curved. You could clearly reach the edge of the cosmos, but you wouldn't know that you were there because you couldn't see the things outside the cosmos. Apart from that, even if you were heading in the right direction, you would never be able to leave the cosmos. Heaven Splitter, let's go. Left with no other choice, Yi Chen and Heaven Splitter could only choose a direction. Heaven Splitter's body had become incomparably huge. It was billions of miles in size, even bigger than the largest life star. Yi Chen's body had also returned to its normal height. He was 8 meters tall, 1 meter taller than the Golden Buddha Supreme. This was mainly due to the immortal sword body, which could resist the attacks of peak legend rank Supremes. Heaven Splitter shrunk to 100 meters tall and 200 meters long. In other words, it was 30 meters tall and 70 to 80 meters long. Yi Chen sat on it. Heaven Splitter let out a loud roar that shook the entire starry sky. Then it flew in the direction Yi Chen pointed out. Heaven Splitter's speed couldn't be described as chasing the stars and chasing the moon. Sitting on Heaven Splitter's back, Yi Chen could see dead galaxies passing by. When passing by a galaxy shrouded in dark mist, Yi Chen suddenly patted Heaven Splitter's head. Sky Splitter stopped precisely, its front claws gently scratching at the void, creating cracks in the void. What a surging darkness aura! A trace of surprise appeared on Yi Chen's face. Galaxies were generally not small, with a diameter of at least a few thousand light years, and the bigger ones could even have a diameter of several 100,000 light years. This dark fog was able to isolate the senses, and Yi Chen's netherworld saint eye could only penetrate 1 light year before it was unable to penetrate any further, and was unable to clearly see what was inside the galaxy. Could it be a secret realm? Yi Chen frowned. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Chen was not afraid of any dangers in the galaxy. Other than demigods, he was confident that he could escape unscathed from anyone. Riding Sky Splitter, Yi Chen charged into the foggy nameless galaxy. Woo woo woo. The dark mist in the galaxy was extremely dense, and it constantly changed shape as if there were billions of demons hidden within. It caused one's heart to be filled with traces of fear and hallucinations. Stretching out his hand, a large amount of dark mist gathered in Yi Chen's hand, finally shrinking into a ball of darkness. After carefully sensing it, Yi Chen muttered to himself, "The universe is truly vast. I've never seen such an aura before." As he continued forward, the dark mist became denser, and the range of Yi Chen's netherworld Saint Eye was only 100 billion li. There's someone fighting. Through the netherworld Saint Eye, Yi Chen saw that a figure was fighting with countless black shadows tens of billion li away. Looking closely, this figure was the barbarian race's female sovereign, Supreme Seven Moons. Her enemies were black monsters that looked like bats, and their numbers were staggering. With a sweep of the netherworld Saint Eye, there were at least tens of thousands of them, and new black monsters would join in from time to time. Yi Chen waved his hand and space-time distorted. When he reappeared, he was already near Supreme Seven Moons. Sensing the space-time ripple, Supreme Seven Moons looked back and was stunned. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Supreme Yi." She had seen Yi Chen before when Supreme Langya held a gathering. However, she heard that Yi Chen had disappeared for hundreds of years. She didn't expect to see him here today. "Supreme Seven Moons, long time no see. What are these things?" Yi Chen smiled. "These are dark beasts, blood-sucking beasts. These things are very annoying. Unless they are completely annihilated, they will use the dark mist to revive infinitely. At first there were more than 100,000 of them, but after 3 days and 3 nights of killing, there are still so many left. Fortunately you came." After killing for 3 days and 3 nights, Supreme Seven Moons was already very tired. She didn't doubt that without Yi Chen she wouldn't have been able to leave this dark star system. Who knew how many more blood-sucking beasts would be chasing after them? Most of the blood-sucking beasts had the strength of an 8th heaven sovereign, and some of the leaders had the strength of an ordinary sovereign. No wonder Supreme Seven Moons was so tired, Yi Chen thought. Too lazy to use martial arts, Yi Chen released the green lotus sword domain. Suddenly, a 5-colored lotus appeared, covering tens of thousands of blood-sucking beasts. In the next moment, these blood-sucking beasts collapsed. Supreme Seven Moons was stunned. Tens of thousands of blood-sucking beasts were dealt with by a sword domain? "Supreme Yi, what's your strength now?" Supreme Seven Moons asked curiously. Yi Chen didn't hide it. "I was lucky to become a legendary sovereign." "Legendary sovereign?" Supreme Seven Moons thought she was hearing things. Yi Chen was only 1,000 years old, but he had become a legendary sovereign. "Are you telling the truth?" Supreme Seven Moons didn't believe it. "What's the point of lying to you?" Yi Chen smiled. It was normal for Supreme Seven Moons to doubt him. If he hadn't entered the Wilderness God continent, he wouldn't have his current strength. It was already very good for him to become a peak super sovereign. After all, sovereigns lived for more than 100,000 years. How could they improve so quickly? As expected of Supreme Yi. "I've learned a lot." After a while, Supreme Seven Moons finally accepted the fact that Yi Chen was a legendary sovereign. Many things must have happened in the universe over the past few centuries. It was Yi Chen's luck that he met Supreme Seven Moons. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take him to find a way back to the 4 major life star systems. Supreme Seven Moons sighed. "In the few centuries you disappeared, the humans' Black Wind Stream and the demons' Moradeth prison opened. All the sovereigns locked in there escaped and some legendary sovereigns appeared. Now, the highest commander of the Demons Alliance is Demon Sage Garo, and the highest commander of our human alliance is Sword Sage White Pole. They're both demigods with earth-shattering strength. I felt that my strength was too low, so I came out to look for opportunities." Demigod. Yi Chen was shocked. He didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the past few centuries. He thought that he was strong enough. Fortunately, the human race has won. Yi Chen didn't have the confidence to fight against a demigod. Even with the Black Tortoise divine armor and the 15th level of the immortal sword body, he probably wouldn't be able to block a demigod's attack. "By the way, I heard that a legendary sovereign of the human race is going to marry a good friend of yours next year. Her name is Yan Qingxian. She's a new sovereign." Supreme Seven Moons suddenly mentioned something related to Yi Chen. "Oh, there's such a thing?" Yi Chen's expression turned cold and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Supreme Yi, don't be impulsive. I believe that with your strength and status, as long as you go back, he'll give you some face. There's no need to have a conflict." Supreme Seven Moons could feel the cold air coming from Yi Chen's body, so she couldn't help but remind him. In her opinion, Yi Chen was just an ordinary legendary sovereign. He couldn't fight against those old legendary sovereigns, so it wasn't a good thing to have a conflict. Chapter 1398. The number of blood-sucking beasts in the Dark Galaxy was much more than he had imagined. Every time they appeared, they would be densely packed. The highest number was 500,000. Not to mention the fact that Seven Moon Sovereign was only a peak powerful supreme being. Even if she were a super supreme being, she wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks of 500,000 blood-sucking beasts. After all, there were also supreme-level beasts among the blood-sucking beasts. Normally, there would be one with the strength of an ordinary supreme being among 1,000 blood-sucking beasts. Of course, when one's power reached a certain level, there would be no danger. No matter how many blood-sucking beasts there were, they would just be food for Yi Qin. Sweeping through everything in their way, Yi Qin and Supreme Seven Moons rushed out of the Dark Galaxy. This place is about 20 years away from the Barbarian territory and the 4 major life star regions. I'm afraid you won't be able to make it back in time. No matter how fast Yi Qin was, he would only be a few times faster than her. He wouldn't be able to make it back in time next year. Seven Moons had to remind Yi Qin. It's fine. I'll know once I try. Ever since his space-time lore reached completion, Yi Qin had never traveled at full speed. After all, he wasn't in a hurry before. Traveling at full speed consumed a lot of sword energy. He invited Seven Moons to sit on Sky Splitter's back. Yi Qin waved his hand, and an invisible space-time power covered Sky Splitter. The next moment, the two of them became transparent. It was as if they were one with space-time. As for their speed, they traveled through endless space-time in the blink of an eye. This? Seven Moons' eyes widened. It was too fast. She couldn't see her surroundings at all. Every time she focused, she was already in another place. He can't be planning to make it back to the 4 major life star regions in a year, right? Seven Moons was uncertain. She didn't know how fast they were, so she couldn't judge. White Tiger Star Region. Blue Sea Star, a level 9 life star. Supreme Skyhook was in a good mood. In a month, he would marry the new Supreme Yen Qingxian. Everything went so smoothly because his power had completely recovered. True Martial Supreme, who had a divine item, couldn't compete with him and was defeated in a few moves. As for Yen Qingxian herself, she had been adamantly against it at first, which made him very angry. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, she was a supreme and he could not force her openly. Otherwise, it would incur the wrath of the masses, and it would be hard to explain to the White Pole Sword Saint when he came out of seclusion. Although he was a legendary supreme, the White Pole Sword Saint would not kill him because of this matter, but he would definitely be imprisoned. Fortunately, there was always a way. He thought of a way. He had cultivated a secret technique that could affect people's subconscious. With his power as a legendary supreme, it was easy for him to brand the secret technique in Yen Qingxuan's Sea of Soul. As time passed, the secret technique's influence grew. 30 years ago, Yen Qingxian finally agreed, but she said that she would marry her after she came out. For Supreme Skyhook, 30 years wasn't a long time, so he naturally agreed. Humph, that genius named Yi Qin disappeared for hundreds of years. Who knows if he's dead or not? Even if he's alive, when he comes back, Yen Qingxian will be my wife. No one has the right to say anything. White Pole Sword Saint might be dissatisfied, but I didn't force her. She agreed herself. I believe that White Pole Sword Saint won't have too much of a reaction for the big picture. After all, I'm a legendary supreme. Supreme Skyhook was secretly proud of himself. Elder, Supreme True Martial is here to see you. At this moment, a guard's voice came from outside the palace. Paragon Skyhook had many descendants in the 4 major life star regions, and they had formed families and sections. Now, all of these forces had gathered and lived on the Blue Sea Star. There were hundreds of millions of members, and they recognized him as their ancestor. It was like they had returned to their roots. Invite him in. Supreme Skyhook frowned. This Supreme True Martial was really annoying. He had been visiting more and more frequently. After a while, Supreme True Martial entered the palace. True Martial, why are you here again? Supreme Skyhook shouted. Supreme True Martial frowned and looked at Supreme Skyhook. Supreme Skyhook, I hope you will think twice and think about the big picture. What do you mean by think thrice before you act? What do you mean the big picture? Supreme Skyhook didn't give Supreme True Martial any face and scolded him. Supreme True Martial's face turned green. I don't know what you did to make her agree, but you clearly know that her friend is a peerless genius of the human race. Are you going to destroy the peace of the human race for your own selfish desires? Sword Saint Baiji will punish you when he comes out. Supreme Skyhook sneered. First, you have to know that I didn't force her. Second, this has nothing to do with you. Plus, I'm a legendary supreme. Even if I have to think about the big picture, the other party has to think about the big picture. Do you think that a superior will think about the big picture because of a subordinate? What big picture? This was something that could only be used to scare the newbies. To him, he was the big picture. Since when did he have to think about the big picture? What a joke. Every time they talked, they parted on bad terms. This time was no exception. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day of Supreme Sky Hook and Yen Qingxuan's wedding had arrived. The Blue Diamond Island of Blue Sea Star was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The wedding of a Supreme was different from an ordinary wedding. The extravagance was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Tens of thousands of red lanterns were everywhere, and each one was not an ordinary one. The wick was taken from the most precious part of the eternal lantern fish. Once lit, one would feel relaxed and happy no matter how many worries one had, they would vanish like smoke in thin air. The red carpet on the ground was made from the fur of fierce beasts, extending far and wide. The dishes, wine, and fruits of the banquet were all extremely precious. Even eighth-layer life and death heavenly kings couldn't eat them. Supreme Sky Hook was a legendary sovereign, so practically all the sovereigns had come to attend the wedding, including several legendary sovereigns of the same status as him and some other miscellaneous characters. The entire Blue Diamond Island had tens of thousands of guests, divided into different regions. The deeper one went, the more distinguished one's status became. Those with lower status could only sit outside and enjoy the wedding wine. Nine Suns' heavenly sovereign has arrived. An endless stream of people arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out and everyone couldn't help but look over. Not far away, a majestic middle-aged man walked over with a majestic gait. He was 25 meters tall, and he was another legendary sovereign of the human race, Nine Suns' heavenly sovereign. Haha, Supreme Sky Hook, congratulations. Nine Suns' heavenly sovereign cupped his fists. Nine Suns' heavenly sovereign, we've been waiting for you. Supreme Sky Hook promptly went up to greet him. Among the current legendary sovereigns of the human alliance, Nine Suns' heavenly sovereign was without a doubt the strongest. He was a peak legendary sovereign, and his relationship with Nine Suns' heavenly sovereign had always been pretty good. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Nine Suns' heavenly sovereign came with a congratulatory gift, which was delivered by someone beside him. You're too polite. Supreme Sky Hook's face was flushed. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.